Immortal Beast-Taming clan. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction. So please don't attempt real magic, the results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 76: Disrespect for Elders, Honey Flower Tea. Zhou Chun, who is it? But this news won't be known to anyone for the time being. Zhou Chun is very confident in himself, confident that no one can find any evidence. What disappoints him is that he hasn't been able to find the habitat of the strange fish that produces the slime, although he suspects it should be deep in the mountains near where Zhou Chun died. After repeatedly cleaning up the scene and battlefield, he left the mountains and headed straight for Honggaya Market. Soon after, Zhou Chun arrived at Honggaya Market under a disguised identity, and in a private room of a tea house within the market, he handed over Zhou Chun's belongings to Yu Degwang, a Foundation establishment cultivator from the Spirit Beast Manor, who is waiting there. In short, that's the situation. Although I haven't found the habitat of that strange fish, I'm certain it's in that mountain range. Whether you hire independent cultivators to search slowly or send people to search yourself, with a little more time, you'll definitely find the place. Inside the private room, Zhou Chun finished recounting his gains from the trip, then picked up the teapot on the tea table, poured himself a cup of spiritual tea, and drank it all in one gulp, revealing a look of enjoyment. He murmured to himself, "This is the taste. Since coming to Jing Kingdom, I've rarely tasted this honey flower tea." Upon hearing this, Yu Degwang's eyes flashed with a strange light, and he immediately smiled and said, "If my nephew likes it, I'll give you the remaining half bottle of tea pills to enjoy at your leisure, then I won't stand on ceremony with you, Uncle Yu." Zhou Chun's eyes lit up, and he immediately picked up the jade bottle containing the tea pills on the table and began to play with it. This tea pill, named Honey Flower Tea, was a special spiritual tea produced by the Zhou family of the Three Absolutes sect. It was made from the tea leaves of the spiritual tea tree, the pollen of several spiritual flowers, and the honey from the jade spirit bee. Not only did it taste exceptional, but it could also slightly enhance magical power and improve the strength of spiritual sense. Back when he was still in the Three Absolutes sect, Zhou Chun had drunk quite a bit of this spiritual tea. However, after arriving in Jingle, with the Three Absolute sect being split up, important resources such as the Jade Spirit Bee were divided and occupied by the Spirit Beast Manor. Only a few people in the Zhou family still had a small stock of this spiritual tea, and they were usually too reluctant to drink it. However, a mere half bottle of honey flower tea was clearly not enough to satisfy Zhou Chun's appetite. After examining the jade bottle for a moment, he put it into his storage bag and looked at Yu Degwang, saying, "Now that I've done what you asked me to do, and even killed Zhou Chun, shouldn't that prove my sincerity? When will you give me the Foundation establishment pill you mentioned?" Upon hearing this, Yu Degwang immediately picked up his teacup, took a sip of tea, and smiled gently. "Nephew, don't be impatient. As far as I know, the Foundation establishment pills that the Li family is preparing to refine are about to be completed. With the resources the Zhou family has invested this time, they should be able to get at least 2 or 3 Foundation establishment pills. With your status in the Zhou family, surely you'll get one. If you can successfully establish your foundation in the Zhou family, they will definitely reward you with many things. Then, when you come to our Spirit Beast Manor, we can exchange the Foundation establishment pills we promised you for other equivalent resources. Would that be better?" These words seemed to make no problem, but Zhou Chun's face immediately darkened. He stared at Yu Degwang with a grim expression and said, "You don't need to give me empty promises. I'll just ask you one question. Do you think that after I killed Zhou Chun, I had nowhere else to go but to obediently let you manipulate me?" Yu Degwang was taken aback by his words, not expecting him to be so direct. He was momentarily speechless, unsure how to answer. Seeing his silence, Zhou Chun's expression grew even more unpleasant. No, my dear nephew, you misunderstand. I had absolutely no such intention." Seeing Zhou Chun's increasingly ugly expression, Yu Degwang finally came to his senses and waved his hands repeatedly, indicating that he had been misunderstood. Then, with a sincere expression, he looked at Zhou Chun and explained, It's just that I really didn't bring the Foundation establishment pill with me. I'm afraid I'll need to ask Uncle Zhou for permission to get it after I return." He then placed a hand on Zhou Zhangkang's shoulder and said earnestly, "In short, my dear nephew, you must believe in our sincerity, believe in Uncle Zhou's high regard for you, and believe in your own worth. We will absolutely not give up on such an outstanding genius as you." Hearing this explanation and flattery, Zhou Zhangkang's expression gradually softened. He had always been proud and arrogant, even within the Three Absolutes sect. Among the younger generation, he was among those with outstanding talent and aptitude. Therefore, he was confident that wherever he went, he would shine and attract attention. Yu Deguang's flattery hit a nerve. How could he not be happy and satisfied? The reason he still maintained a composed expression was simply because he didn't want Yu Deguang to think he was easy to bully, and also because he was somewhat too proud to admit it. At this moment, a cold snort rang out. "HMPH, I hope you keep your word, otherwise don't blame me for turning my back on you." Upon hearing this, Yu Deguang immediately understood his mindset and nodded repeatedly, saying, Of course, nephew, you can return to the Zhou family with peace of mind and patiently wait for my good news." After speaking, he reached out and patted the storage bag at his waist, took out a money bag containing a large amount of spirit coins, and placed it directly in front of Zhou Zhangkang. With a smile, he said, "There are over 800 spirit coins in here. Consider this my initial payment to you, my nephew. After I've dealt with Zhou Jiawei's belongings, I'll make up the rest. What do you think, my nephew?" Hearing this, Zhou Zhangkang's eyes flashed with joy. He immediately grabbed the money pouch, weighed it in his hand, and quickly nodded, his expression softening completely. "That's more like it." He then stuffed the money pouch into his storage bag, picked up the teapot, and gulped down the remaining tea in one go. He then dusted off his sleeves and stood up, saying, "Then I'll head back now. Remember to be efficient and don't keep me waiting too long." Upon seeing this, Yu Deguang immediately stood up with a smile and said, Of course. Take care, my nephew." After seeing Zhou Zhangkang out of the private room and closing the door, seeing the teapot completely empty, his expression changed instantly. He coldly snorted, his face contorted with disgust. "HMPH, what is this? A traitorous fool who thinks he can use our Spirit Beast Manor's Foundation establishment pills to build his foundation? Does he really think Uncle Zhou, a dignified Purple Mansion cultivator, would look favorably upon a fool like you?" It was clear from his words that his previous conversation and promises to Zhou Zhangkang were nothing but empty pretense. In truth, he held Zhou Zhangkang in utter contempt and disdain. After cursing Zhou Zhangkang in his heart, he seemed to remember something, muttering to himself with a thoughtful expression, "As for that Zhou Zhangchun, although his aptitude is a bit lacking, if the information from the Zhou family is true, this boy is indeed worth trying to win over. If I could use him, then our Spirit Beast Manor would have another capable talent." Zhou Zhangkang, of course, had no idea how despicable he was in Yu Deguang's eyes. After leaving the tea house, he originally intended to return directly to his family. However, as he passed by the Spirit Beast shop and saw the three large characters Spirit Beast shop on the banner in the distance, Zhou Jiahu's words, "You are far inferior to Zhang Chun," suddenly flashed through his mind. His face immediately turned cold, and he turned and headed into the shop. "Welcome, may I ask who your esteemed guest is?" Inside the Spirit Beast shop, upon hearing footsteps outside, Zhou Chun reflexively smiled and prepared to greet the guest. But upon seeing the person's face, he stopped speaking. "Oh, it's Seventh Brother. I greet you, Seventh Brother." Zhou Chun paused, then quickly bowed to Zhou Zhangkang as he entered, offering his greeting. Unexpectedly, Zhou Zhangkang coldly stared at him and questioned, "You are, after all, a core member of my Zhou family. Should we greet any random cultivator with such humility? Isn't it lowering your status and willingly degrading yourself? Is this guy an idiot?" Zhou Chun looked at Zhou Zhangkang with surprise, completely unexpected that the other party would say such a thing. Actually, Zhou Zhangkang wasn't ignorant of the principle that harmony brings wealth in business, but he had a preconceived notion of dislike for Zhou Chun and wanted to find fault with him. Moreover, his mind was still preoccupied with Zhou Jiahu's words, "You are far inferior to Zhangchun." Under these circumstances, seeing Zhou Chun's humble appearance naturally fueled his anger and made him feel worthless. Whether he wanted to admit it or not, Zhou Jiahu's words, "You are far inferior to Zhangchun," had indeed bothered him greatly. Fortunately, Zhou Chun wasn't the only one in the shop. The manager, Zhou Jiaxing, was also there. He saw Zhou Chun stunned by Zhou Zhangkang's words. Worried that the two might clash in the shop, Zhou Jiasheng hurriedly came over and said, "We're all brothers, Zhangkang, how could you say that to Zhangchun? If there's any misunderstanding, let's go to the backyard to talk." He patted Zhou Chun's shoulder, signaling him to hold his temper and not argue with Zhou Zhangkang in the shop. Then he tried to pull Zhou Zhangkang to the backyard to reprimand him. Unexpectedly, Zhou Zhangkang dodged his outstretched hand and said calmly, "No need. I'm in a hurry to get back to the family. I don't have time to waste with you." He then ignored Zhou Jiasheng's ugly expression and turned to leave the shop. In the past, even if Zhou Zhangkang didn't have much respect for these so-called elders, he wouldn't have shown it so openly. But now, having personally killed Zhou Jiahu, an elder, he felt a sense of superiority over these so-called elders, believing he could completely control their lives. Secondly, he had already decided to leave the Zhou family, so there was no need for him to grovel and try to win the favor of these elders for a long-term future in the Zhou family. Thirdly, Zhou Jiasheng's obvious protection of Zhou Chun had greatly displeased him, causing him to automatically categorize Zhou Jiasheng as one of Zhou Jiahu's allies, believing that Zhou Jiasheng valued Zhou Chun more and looked down on him. All these factors led to the current situation. Watching Zhou Zhangkang's unwavering departure, Zhou Jiasheng's face was terribly grim. He almost gritted his teeth and growled in a low voice, "Disrespectful to elders, slandering my cousin. I must personally write to the clan leader to explain this matter and give him a good scolding. I must make him apologize to me and you, Zhangchun, in person." Seeing that Zhou Chun remained silent, he assumed Zhou Chun was too angry to speak and quickly comforted him, saying, "Zhangchun, don't take it to heart. That brat has been arrogant for a long time. Perhaps it's because he's heard the clan leader and others praising you so much that he's become jealous and is trying to cause trouble. Don't fall for his tricks." Hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately shook his head and said calmly, "I'm fine, Uncle 16, don't worry. I won't hold it against him." Then, he said with a puzzled tone, "But if he has a problem with me, Uncle 16, the reason you gave me makes sense. But why doesn't he even give you face? Isn't this obviously asking for trouble?" Hearing this, Zhou Jiasheng's expression changed, and a look of doubt appeared in his eyes. Zhou Chun was right. Looking back, he couldn't recall offending Zhou Zhangkang in any way. In the past, Zhou Zhangkang had at least been polite to him on the surface, never acting so rudely and presumptuously as he did today. However, he quickly seemed to realize something, his face suddenly turning cold, revealing anger as he said, "I think I know why. He must know he's about to succeed in Foundation establishment, so he's showing his true colors without any disguise. What a wolf in sheep's clothing." In the end, Zhou Jiasheng himself started cursing in anger. Zhou Zhangkang was about to succeed in Foundation establishment? Zhou Chun was slightly taken aback by Zhou Jiasheng's words. He immediately inquired about the details. He only knew that Zhou Zhangkang had broken through to the 12th level of key refining half a year ago, but he had never imagined that the other party would attempt Foundation establishment so quickly. Faced with Zhou Chun's questioning, Zhou Jiasheng hesitated slightly before nodding and saying, "Zhangchun, you are also a core member of the family, so I won't hide this from you. Just don't tell anyone else, 16th uncle, don't worry, I definitely won't tell anyone a word," Zhou Chun quickly assured him solemnly. Zhou Jiasheng then explained the Zhou family's collaboration with the Li family in refining Foundation establishment pills. It turned out that when the Zhou family first established themselves in Nine Peaks Ridge, they used merit points instead of spirit coins as welfare for their members because they had pooled their spirit coins to undertake several important projects. One of these projects was to purchase the necessary ingredients for refining Foundation establishment pills, working together with the Li family. Now, after several years of preparation, all the necessary ingredients had been acquired, and the Li family had begun refining the pills. Within the Zhou family, besides the patriarch and elders, only Zhou Jiasheng and a few other senior elders knew about this matter. Zhou Chun, upon hearing Zhou Jiasheng's words, was also filled with excitement and couldn't help but have some thoughts about the Foundation establishment pills that hadn't yet been produced. Unfortunately, he knew that even if Clan Chief Zhou Daoai were to go against the grain and give him a Foundation establishment pill, his current key refining stage 9 cultivation level wouldn't be able to use it. Therefore, this batch of Foundation establishment pills was destined to be out of his reach. After revealing this secret, Zhou Jiasheng gritted his teeth and said, Zhou Zhangkang is the family's foundation establishment seed, he'll definitely get a share this time. With his superior grade spiritual root aptitude, he'll most likely succeed with just one pill, which is why he's so arrogant now. But was that really the case? Zhou Chun felt something was amiss upon hearing his words. Even if Zhou Zhangkang succeeded in foundation establishment and became a Zhou family elder, he would still be a generation below Zhou Jiasheng in terms of seniority. Logically, one should still show respect to an elder. After all, respecting elders was a clan rule personally promulgated by the family's supreme elder, Zhou Mingde. Zhou Zhangkang had no reason to skip even this basic formality and give others an opportunity to attack him. Besides, he hadn't even successfully established his foundation yet. Wasn't he afraid that because of today's incident, clan chief Zhou Daoyi would cancel his chance to take the foundation establishment pill? This doubt remained buried in Zhou Chun's heart, but he didn't voice it to Zhou Jiasheng. Because Zhou Jiasheng's current attitude was undoubtedly more advantageous to him. Chapter 77 Investigation and Speculation. 9 Peaks Ridge, Balan Peak. Balan Peak is one of the 9 peaks, and Zhou Jiahu's home is located here. Unlike Zhou Jia, who has never married or had children, Zhou Jiahu has a Taoist partner and children. Her Taoist partner, Shenzhen, was originally a disciple of the Three Absolute Sect. After the Three Absolute Sect split up, he did not choose to join the Spirit Beast Manor, but instead stayed with the Zhou family with their children, accompanying her to 9 Peaks Ridge. At this time, 7 days had passed since Zhou Jiahu left 9 Peaks Ridge, and her Taoist partner, Shenzhen, who had not seen her return, began to worry. 7 days have passed already, why hasn't Jiahu come back yet? Usually, 5 days is enough for her to go out. In the room, Shenzhen, whose hair was already turning white, paced back and forth with a worried expression, feeling very uneasy. After hesitating for a long time, he still couldn't let go of his worries and took the initiative to go to Pagoda Peak to pay his respects to the clan leader, Zhou Daoyi, to inquire about the situation. As Zhou Jiawei's Taoist partner, although he didn't know what Zhou Jiawei was doing away from the clan, he knew it was under the orders of the clan leader, Zhou Daoyi. Therefore, seeing that his Taoist partner hadn't returned for several days, he could only go to the clan leader, Zhou Daoyi, to inquire about the details. What? Jiawei has been gone for 7 days. Inside this honking hall, Zhou Daoyi, after receiving Shenzhen and learning from him that Zhou Jiawei hadn't returned home for 7 days, was also shocked. Then, a hint of worry flashed in his eyes, and he nodded to Shenzhen, saying, I understand this matter. I will immediately arrange for someone to investigate. You should go home and wait for news. Upon hearing this, Shenzhen immediately bowed deeply to Zhou Daoyi and said, Then I will leave it to the clan leader. After dismissing Shenzhen, Zhou Daoyi pondered for a moment and then summoned Zhou Jia, the peak master of Baozi Peak, and ordered in a deep voice, Jia, who went to the underground river to collect the slime of the poisonous spiny fish and has not returned for 7 days. I am worried that something may have happened to her. Go to Honggaya Market immediately and take Zhangchen with you to the underground river to investigate and see if she has been there. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jia was immediately startled, and a look of worry for her clan sister instantly appeared on her face. She immediately replied in a deep voice, Yes, Junior will obey the clan leader's order. Then, without delay, she immediately took 2 large horned blue sheep and rushed to Honggaya Market. What? 19th Aunt hasn't returned for 7 days. Inside the Spirit Beast Pavilion, Zhou Chun was equally shocked when he learned of this from Zhou Jiang, who had rushed over. Without hesitation, he immediately nodded and replied, All right, I'll go with you. 13th Aunt. The two quickly left the market and, outside the Red Rock Mountains, transferred to the large horned blue sheep brought by Zhou Jiang, heading straight for the underground river. Although anxious, they remained vigilant, using various methods to monitor their surroundings and prevent being followed. Upon reaching the outside of the mountains, they placed the 2 large horned blue sheep in the cave where Luo Guangshan had once kept his horses, and then walked towards the pool. Soon, they arrived at the pool. There are no recent traces. 19th sister definitely hasn't been here in the last 7 days. At the pool, Zhou Jia scanned the pebbly shore with his divine sense, his face grim as he reported his findings. For safety reasons, and given Luo Guangshan's previous example, Zhou Jia, who, on Zhou Chun's advice, never ventured into the underground river when catching venomous spiny fish and collecting their slime, only using blood as bait. Therefore, If she had recently caught venomous spiny fish at the pool, even if she cleaned up before leaving, there would definitely be some trace left. Most importantly, each time Zhou Chun came, she would leave a scratch on an inconspicuous rock by the pool to prove she had been there. Zhou Chun didn't find the scratch Zhou Chun had left this time on that rock. It seems Aunt 19 met with misfortune on her way here. Zhou Chun muttered his judgment, his tone heavy. 7 days had passed, and Zhou Chun hadn't even reached the pool. If she had truly encountered misfortune, it was likely she was already in grave danger. Since the clan leader assigned 19th sister to this task, she has also been bestowed with a heart-connecting ant. Even if she encounters misfortune, as long as she is not instantly killed, she can secretly leave behind the heart-connecting ant as a mark, Zhou Chun said, then immediately looked at Zhou Chun and said, "Let's go back to the clan immediately and ask the clan leader to use the heart-connecting ant mother insect to find 19th sister's whereabouts." "Okay, let's do it that way." Zhou Chun nodded, and immediately returned with Zhou Chun to the cave where the great horned blue sheep were kept. Then, without caring that the 2 great horned blue sheep had not rested well, they directly fed them a strong medicine to stimulate their life potential and made them run at full speed. After running most of the distance, exhausting the 2 great horned blue sheep to death, Zhou Chun and Zhou Chun, aunt and niece, directly used their flying magic weapon to finish the remaining half of the journey and return to Nine Peaks Ridge as quickly as possible. "Alright, I understand the situation. You two should rest well. I'll have the 3rd elder personally escort the heart-connecting ant queen to make the trip." Inside this haunting hall, Zhou Daoi's expression turned grave after hearing the report from Zhou Chun and Zhou Chun, who had rushed back. He quickly responded. Zhou Chun and Zhou Chun were truly exhausted, and upon hearing this, they immediately returned to their lodgings on Baozi Peak to rest. After resting for half a day, Zhou Chun got up with a heavy heart. The matter of Zhou Chun's disappearance was far too delicate at this juncture. The Spirit Beast Pavilion had just revived thanks to the huge sales of Touch of Despair. If the production of Touch of Despair were to run into problems now, it would be a major issue. Moreover, Zhou Chun was even more worried about another matter. If Zhou Chun had indeed met with an accident, would the location of the underground river be known to outsiders? With these worries weighing heavily on his mind, he couldn't sit still and went to 100 Herbs Peak. Although the formula for the Touch of Despair powder is complex, it's not a pill after all, so there aren't any difficulties with alchemy techniques. If a cultivator who is proficient in pharmaceutical techniques and knows all the ingredients were to analyze it meticulously, I can't guarantee they wouldn't be able to reverse engineer the formula. Therefore, if we don't want this poison to be imitated by outsiders, the only way is to strictly control the leakage of the venomous spiny fish's mucus. Without this mucus, even if outsiders recreate the powder formula, it will be useless. On 100 Medicine Peak, facing Zhou Chun's question, Zhou Chun frankly stated his opinion. This answer undoubtedly made Zhou Chun's mood even heavier. And what the 3rd elder, Zhou Daoquan, said after returning from outside made the faces of the other Zhou family members who knew the truth extremely grim. "I took the mother Liangxin Lao worm and ran back and forth along different routes 4 times, but I didn't receive any response whatsoever. This tells me that the Liangxin Lao worm on Jia Wei's body is either dead or taken to a very far place." Inside this haunting hall, several members of the Zhou family who knew the story were gathered, listening to the 3rd elder, Zhou Daoquan, explain their experience on this trip. The Liangxin Lao worm is a special kind of rare insect tamed by the Zhou family. Even if the mother and offspring are hundreds of miles apart, they can sense and pinpoint the location of the offspring. Therefore, every core member of the Zhou family, as well as some elite members who receive special attention, carries a Liangxin Lao worm offspring with them, hiding it in their shoe sole or trouser pocket. This way, if they encounter life or death danger while out in the world, the Liangxin Lao worm offspring can burrow deep underground, allowing the family to find the location of their death and facilitate the pursuit of the murderer and revenge. Upon hearing that Zhou Daoquan had led the Liangxin ant queen out to search several times without finding the offspring on Zhou Chun's body, all the Zhou family cultivators present realized the seriousness of the situation. Without prior arrangement, Zhou Chun and the others all turned their gazes to the clan leader, Zhou Daoi, awaiting his speech. The Liangxin Lao is a special spirit insect that our Zhou family recultivated after establishing itself in Jilfang Ridge. Even ordinary members of our Zhou family are unaware of its existence. It possesses no magical power, making it highly unlikely to be discovered by the enemy. Even if Jia Wei was captured, She would have known to leave the Liang Xinlao as a symbol of the family's identity. She wouldn't be foolish enough to let the enemy take her and the Liang Xinlao together. Therefore, we have reason to believe that Jia Wei was not only murdered, but it's also possible that the Liang Xinlao she carried was discovered and destroyed. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Zhou Daowei slowly stated his opinion. Upon hearing this, Zhou Daoquan immediately raised an eyebrow and said in a deep voice, "Does the clan leader believe that someone within the family revealed the existence of the Liang Xinlao? That someone colluded with outsiders to assassinate Jia Wei? That possibility cannot be ruled out." Zhou Daowei nodded grimly. 19th sister was killed while collecting the slime of the poisonous spiny fish. An outsider assassinated her, likely for the slime. In that case, wouldn't the spirit beast manor be the prime suspect? Zhou Jia said through gritted teeth. That makes sense. Only they would be most likely to learn of the existence of the heart-piercing locust from a traitor within the clan. Her deduction was reasonable. However, Zhou Daowei, as the clan leader, couldn't make such a conclusion based on such a conjecture. He quickly waved his hand, saying, "We can't make such a hasty decision. Perhaps there wasn't a traitor. Jia Wei was simply ambushed by a powerful opponent and was killed and captured without any preparation." He then said in a deep voice, "The most urgent task now is to find the actual location where Jia Wei died and determine the truth through investigation." However, just as he finished speaking and was about to arrange for a large-scale search for the location of Jia Wei's death, Zhou Chun, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. If, and I mean if, 13th Ant's theory is correct, and the enemy who plotted against 19th Ant was after the slime from the venomous spiny fish, should he have waited until the 19th Ant reached the pool to lure out the fish before making his move? If it wasn't the slime, what kind of powerful being could prevent 19th Ant from even leaving behind the heart-connecting ant? Why would such a powerful being harm her? Zhou Chun, seeing everyone's attention drawn to him, continued, "If it's the former, since there's no trace of 19th Ant at the pool, it means she was killed halfway there. It also means she discovered her pursuer beforehand, giving her ample time to leave behind the heart-connecting ant, and for the enemy to know she was responsible for collecting the slime, accurately track her, be discovered by her, and then manage to destroy the heart-connecting ant. It's clear someone within the family leaked the information. If it's the latter, we need to consider why such a powerful being would harm 19th Ant. What benefit would they gain from doing so?" Compared to Zhou Jia's speculation, which was mixed with personal resentment, Zhou Chun's analysis was undoubtedly much more reasonable and free from any personal bias. Therefore, it attracted the attention of clan chief Zhou Daowei and elder Zhou Daoquan. After a moment's thought, Zhou Daowei looked up and said, "Let's first consider the latter point Zhang Chun mentioned. If it is the latter, then the person who murdered Jia Wei can only have one purpose, to confuse the public and mislead us into directing our hatred towards the spirit beast manor. But based on this alone, we have no evidence. The Zhou family certainly wouldn't cause trouble for the spirit beast manor. If they want to incite a major conflict between the Zhou family and the spirit beast manor, they will definitely use other methods to fan the flames." At this point, his expression turned slightly cold, and he said in a cold voice, "If that's the case, we just need to remain calm and wait for the murderer of Jia Wei to reappear." But he also knew in his heart that this possibility was actually quite small. Therefore, his expression quickly changed again, and he said with a sorrowful look, "If it's the former, then it's truly a misfortune for the family." After hearing his analysis, everyone felt that the truth was roughly one of these two possibilities. The third elder, Zhou Daoquan, quickly spoke up, "Then let's proceed on both fronts. On one hand, we'll conceal the news of Jia Wei's disappearance and avoid making a big fuss, to see if there really is a mastermind behind it all. On the other hand, we'll closely monitor and investigate those family members who know about Lian Xinlao, to see if we can find out who the traitor is." These words should have been spoken by the patriarch, Zhou Daowei, but as a family elder, Zhou Daoquan's words weren't considered overstepping his bounds, just somewhat inappropriate. However, Zhou Daowei clearly wouldn't mind. He immediately nodded in agreement. "Yes, let's do it that way. I'll instruct Jia Wei's partner and children." After speaking, his gaze swept across everyone in the hall, finally landing on Zhou Chun. He said, "Zhangjin, you don't need to return to the market for now. I will arrange for someone else to take your place. You will stay in the clan and assist me in investigating the traitor within the clan." Hearing this, Zhou Daoquan's gaze sharpened slightly, as if he were deep in thought. Zhou Jia, however, showed no reaction, remaining lost in grief. Zhou Chun, on the other hand, was stunned for a moment before hurriedly replying, "Yes, Junior obeys." Chapter 78 Air, Humiliation. By keeping Zhou Chun within the clan to assist in investigating potential traitors, Zhou Daoyi clearly had ulterior motives. At least in Zhou Daoquan's view, he was intentionally cultivating Zhou Chun's ability to manage the clan. Therefore, after Zhou Chun and Zhou Jia left, leaving only the two of them in the hall, he looked at Zhou Daoyi without any attempt to hide his intentions and asked, "Clan leader, are you planning to groom Zhang Chun as your successor by keeping him in the clan to investigate the traitors?" Faced with such a direct question, Zhou Daoyi nodded without hesitation and said, "Indeed, I have some such plans, but isn't this a bit too early? I'm not saying that kid is incapable, but he's still too young, and his cultivation is far behind. Are you sure it's good for him to push him out now?" Zhou Daoquan looked directly at Zhou Daoyi and voiced his concerns. However, after hearing his words, Zhou Daoyi shook his head slightly and said, "There are advantages to starting early. The sooner he learns these things, the sooner we can find out if he's really cut out for it." He then waved his hand and said, "I have my own plans for this matter, so don't worry." Seeing this, Zhou Daoquan didn't say anything more and could only nod and say, "All right, since you know what you're doing, I won't say anything more." Because the news was kept strictly confidential, the disappearance of Zhou Jia, who didn't cause any ripples in the Zhou family of Jilfang Ridge, her Taoist partner, Shenzhen, and children had all been comforted and admonished by Zhou Daoyi. Although they were deeply grieved, they could only suppress their grief outside and silently shed tears at home in order to find the murderer. Zhou Chun, as the person designated by Zhou Daoyi to assist in the investigation of the traitor, quickly obtained from Zhou Daoyi the travel records of the core members and some elite members of the Zhou family for the past 3 months, as well as information on their direct relatives within 3 generations. Then, comparing the information in his hands, he began to analyze and investigate them one by one. In truth, Zhou Chun also believed that Zhou Jiawei's disappearance was most likely related to the spirit beast manor, and that a traitor had likely emerged within the family. The Zhou family had only migrated to Jing Kingdom a few years prior, and their only real enemies were the disbanded Qiyun Alliance and a few rogue cultivators. Leaving aside those rogue cultivators who harbored hatred for the Zhou family, who among them still held a grudge and sought revenge? Just obtaining information about Zhou Jiawei's departure from the family would be extremely difficult for them. Even if they did obtain the information, eliminating Zhou Jiawei silently would be equally challenging. Furthermore, if those rogue cultivators truly wanted revenge against the Zhou family, they wouldn't have needed to choose the Spirit Beast Manor as their target, because even in their fury, the Zhou family wouldn't proactively retaliate against the Spirit Beast Manor, which had a golden core cultivator in charge. Therefore, Zhou Chun consistently believed that Zhou Jiawei's disappearance was the work of the Spirit Beast Manor. Only the Spirit Beast Manor, a power with intricate ties to the Zhou family, could easily know of the existence of the heart-piercing Leviathan and easily bribe a Zhou family cultivator to provide information. Therefore, when Zhou Chun was investigating, his primary focus was on whether any of the clansmen on the list had elders or relatives residing in the Spirit Beast Manor. He didn't just rely on written materials for his investigation, he also conducted overt and covert interviews with some clansmen to see if they had experienced a significant increase in cultivation or a sudden surge in wealth after a particular trip. After investigating within the family for more than 10 days, Zhou Chun had contacted most of the clansmen on the list, leaving only a few with special identities for last. At this moment, looking at the last few names on the list, his gaze finally settled on the name of a fellow cultivator of the same generation, none other than Zhou Zhangkang, a foundation establishment seed from the Zhou family. Zhou Zhangkang appeared on the list because he had also applied to leave on the same day that Zhou Jiawei left the family. Although his identity was extraordinary, clan chief Zhou Daoyi was always fair and just, so he naturally wouldn't deliberately erase information about his trip. Looking at Zhou Zhangkang's name on the list, Zhou Chun muttered to himself, "This fellow is lucky. Because of Aunt 19's affair, I forgot to bring Uncle 16's complaint against him. Hopefully, he'll be more sensible this time." But would Zhou Zhangkang really be sensible? Zhou Chun didn't believe it. Therefore, he was well prepared when he went to visit. As a foundation establishment seat of the Zhou family, Zhou Zhangkang's residence was at the foot of Pagoda Peak. He usually cultivated at the summit of Pagoda Peak. When Zhou Chun arrived outside his courtyard and activated the array outside, a strange look flashed in his eyes when he saw that the visitor was Zhou Chun. He had heard about Zhou Chun's investigations of the clan members these past few days. So, seeing Zhou Chun come to his door, he was quite surprised and angry, as he had a guilty conscience. Therefore, his tone was naturally very impolite. "What are you doing here? Is this a place you can come to?" His nostrils practically flared to the sky, his eyes filled with disdain as he looked at Zhou Chun, as if a master were looking at a servant. Even though Zhou Chun had prepared himself mentally before coming, he was still quite angered by him. His face immediately turned cold, and he coldly stared at Zhou Hankang, saying, "I am here on the orders of the clan leader to inquire about your departure from the clan 22 days ago, seventh brother. Please cooperate." Unexpectedly, Zhou Hankang was even more shocked and furious upon hearing this. He immediately pointed at Zhou Chun with an agitated expression and shouted angrily, "What do you mean? Are you trying to use the clan leader to pressure me? Don't you know who I am? Don't you know who I am?" However, given his previous experience, Zhou Chun wasn't surprised by his words. He simply met Zhou Chun's gaze coldly and said, "My meaning is simple, please cooperate with me to complete the task assigned by the clan leader." Without waiting for Zhou Hankang's response, he continued, "If you continue to act unreasonably, I can only assume you have something to hide, which is why you resist the investigation and will report this matter truthfully to the clan leader." "You?" Zhou Hankang glared at Zhou Chun, speechless. He did indeed have something to hide. Which was why he resisted Zhou Chun's investigation and tried to force Zhou Chun to know his place and leave with harsh words. But he wasn't entirely brainless, he understood that this was something he could do but not say. Now that Zhou Chun had laid out his intentions, if he continued to act recklessly, the person investigating him might very well be the clan leader, Zhou Daoyi. Compared to Zhou Chun, he clearly held Zhou Daoyi in far greater awe. "You're ruthless, kid. I'll remember this." He pointed at Zhou Chun with a hostile expression and threatened him, then waved his hand impatiently, saying, "What do you want to ask? Spit it out." Unexpectedly, this concession only emboldened Zhou Chun. A cold glint flashed in Zhou Chun's eyes as he stared at him coldly and said, "I now suspect you of betraying the family and colluding with outsiders to sell family secrets. I suspect your residence may contain stolen goods given to you by outsiders. I need to search your residence." This was, of course, a pretext Zhou Chun deliberately fabricated to retaliate against Zhou Hankang. Even Zhou Hankang himself could tell he was being provocative. So he immediately roared angrily, "Bullshit! What evidence do you have that I betrayed the clan? Who gave you the right to slander me like this? To slander a foundation establishment seat of a clan, whether it's slander or not, a search inside will tell. Or are you hiding something, which is why you resist my search?" Zhou Chun said coldly, his expression unchanged, as he looked at Zhou Hankang, then turned and left. As he walked, he said without turning back, "That's fine. Let's go up the mountain together to see the clan leader and tell him the truth about what happened before, and let the clan leader make a judgment." But he hadn't taken more than a few steps when Zhou Hankang's expression changed and he shouted loudly, "Wait, what? You've changed your mind." Zhou Chun paused, turned around, and looked at Zhou Hankang with a half-smile. He knew from Zhou Hankang's compromising attitude earlier that he still held considerable respect for the clan leader, Zhou Daoyi. And once compromise is made, it will happen countless times. That's why he used this method to humiliate the other party, to avenge the repeated insults he had received. Now Zhou Chun basically understood the clan leader Zhou Daoyi's attitude towards him, and knew that he now had a powerful backer. Therefore, he wasn't particularly afraid of Zhou Hankang. Mainly, his personality wasn't one to passively endure insults. His forbearance only occurred when he had absolutely no chance of winning. Otherwise, he wouldn't remain silent when someone pointed their finger at him and cursed him. As a cultivator, one must have backbone. A cultivator who constantly yields loses their spirit. How could they have the courage to challenge those critical realms where failure could mean death? Faced with Zhou Chun's teasing, Zhou Hankang's face darkened, and he clenched his teeth. But having already learned his lesson, he forcibly suppressed his anger and didn't continue arguing with Zhou Chun. He simply glared at Zhou Chun through gritted teeth and said, "Fine, I'll let you search inside and see what you find." With that, he opened the courtyard gate and strode inside. Seeing this, Zhou Chun didn't stand on ceremony and strode into the courtyard, searching each room one by one. Compared to Zhou Chun's somewhat simple courtyard, Zhou Hankang's residence was undoubtedly much more luxurious. All the furnishings were made of the finest materials, and a kind of incense with insect-repelling and calming properties burned year-round in the bedroom. After searching each room, Zhou Chun walked into the study under Zhou Zhangkang's murderous gaze, then sat down imposingly in a chair next to the desk, taking out paper and pen and placing them on the desk. Looking at him as if interrogating a criminal, Zhou Chun said, "All right, now seventh brother, you can tell me truthfully and in detail about your recent trip away from the family." Hearing this, Zhou Zhangkang's face twitched, and he glared at him angrily, saying, "Kid, you're even more arrogant than me." "I'll remember this," Zhou Chun, however, said calmly. "I'll ask, you answer." "I'll write it down too." This infuriated Zhou Zhangkang even more. But having already compromised this far, if you were to completely turn against him now, wouldn't all his previous anger have been for nothing? So he could only suppress his anger and recite his meticulously crafted, flawless story. But Zhou Chun deliberately nitpicked, finding fault everywhere, making him repeat himself in many places, pointing out every single mistake and demanding an explanation. This infuriated him so much he almost slammed his fist on the table and hit him. Basically that's it, but, Zhou Chun wrote on the paper while reaching for the teapot beside him, intending to pour himself a drink of tea. He opened the teapot, only to find it empty. "Your teapot clearly smells of tea, but there's no tea inside. Did you deliberately hide the good tea?" "Surely not. A foundation establishment seed from the Zhou family, so stingy?" Zhou Chun shook his head, teasing Zhou Zhangkang as he put the teapot back. He didn't notice that Zhou Zhangkang's tense expression relaxed considerably after he put the teapot away, and surprisingly, he didn't react to his sarcasm. At that moment, Zhou Zhangkang felt both relieved and regretful. Relieved that Zhou Chun hadn't recognized the aroma as honey flower tea, and regretful that he had forgotten to put away the teapot containing the honey flower tea before Zhou Chun entered the residence. Fortunately, Zhou Chun had finished his questioning and, seeing that Zhou Zhangkang had nothing more to say, seemed to have lost interest, so he got up, said goodbye, and left. After watching Zhou Chun leave, Zhou Zhangkang finally let out a hysterical roar, his face dark with rage. "Ah! You damned bastard, I'll kill you. Before I leave the Zhou family, I'll tear you to pieces and feed you to the wolves." He had never been treated like this before. In his entire life, he had never been treated like this by someone his own age, never. If he hadn't been genuinely guilty, and if the day for the Zhou family to distribute foundation establishment pills wasn't approaching, and if he hadn't wanted to avoid arousing the patriarch Zhou Daoi's disgust and suspicion at this crucial moment, he would never have tolerated this humiliation. So now, he had only one thought in his mind, to tear Zhou Chun to pieces as soon as he successfully established his foundation, without waiting a moment longer. As for Zhou Chun, recalling how he had manipulated Zhou Zhangkang earlier that day, he walked with a smile on his face, in a very good mood. After leaving Zhou Zhangkang's residence, he naturally didn't hand over the interrogation record from Zhou Zhangkang's place to Zhou Daoi. If he did, even if he was in the right, he would certainly be severely reprimanded by Zhou Daoi. So, he first copied down the key points into a normal investigation report, and then carefully kept the original as evidence, in case things went wrong and he could use it to exonerate himself. Although he was convinced that Zhou Zhangkang neither had the guts nor the face to leak what had happened that day. Chapter 79 Important Clues, Target Locked In. Reporting to the clan chief, "I have completed your instructions. I have thoroughly investigated everyone on the list and made relevant records." Inside this haunting hall, Zhou Chun, after investigating the last few people on his list, came here with all the investigation reports to report to clan chief Zhou Daoi. After listening to his report, Zhou Daoi immediately looked at him and asked, "So, what did you find out? Are there any suspects?" "This junior is incompetent. I didn't find anything wrong with any of the clansmen's answers." Zhou Chun lowered his head deeply and gave his answer. He was telling the truth, and it was also a helpless statement. Because Zhou Jiawei's disappearance could not be publicized, he couldn't use that as his reason for investigation, so he couldn't speak freely about many things. Naturally, the information obtained from such an investigation couldn't provide him with much reference. Under such circumstances, he naturally dared not easily designate any clansman as a suspect, lest he cause some misunderstanding. "It seems you still have quite a few concerns." Zhou Daoi looked at Zhou Chun with slightly narrowed eyes and immediately spoke his mind. Then, with a slight nod, he said, "Indeed, it's normal for you to have reservations since this is your first time dealing with such matters, but I can't blame you." Zhou Chun remained silent, which was tantamount to acknowledging this. Zhou Daowei quickly added, "Then leave your investigation records. I will review them carefully when I have time." He then looked at Zhou Chun with encouraging eyes and said, "Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Not finding anything might actually be a good thing. It might just mean there are no traitors within the clan." "Yes, I understand," Zhou Chun respectfully nodded. Seeing this, Zhou Daowei waved his hand and said, "Then go back and rest for a day or two. I'll arrange some things for you later." "Yes, I take my leave," Zhou Chun replied, then left this Hongping Hall and departed from Pagoda Peak. However, upon returning to his residence, Zhou Chun did not rest. Instead, he lay on his bed, repeatedly recalling the investigation and interviews he had conducted with the clansmen over the past few days. He still desperately wanted to find the truth. It wasn't just to avenge his 19th aunt, Zhou Jiawei, but also to protect the secret of the touch of despair. Although it seemed he wouldn't have a chance to return to the market anytime soon, the touch of despair, a poison currently selling like hotcakes, was undoubtedly a political achievement for him. If the Spirit Beast shop could maintain its market position and see a surge in sales thanks to this poison, then Zhou Chun, the one who spearheaded this effort, would certainly gain the favor and respect of the Zhou family cultivators and high-ranking members who benefited from it. Therefore, Zhou Chun was definitely the one who least wanted the touch of despair to be counterfeited. But the truth wasn't so easy to find. Zhou Chun lay on the bed thinking for a long time, his head spinning, but he still didn't have many clues. At this moment, he felt the array outside the courtyard being activated. "Oh, it's Brother Yang. What brings you here?" Outside the courtyard gate, after recognizing the person knocking, Zhou Chun immediately forced a smile and greeted the visitor. But Zhou Zhengyang frowned slightly at the forced smile on his face, and looked at him with concern, asking, "13th brother, you look a little tired. Has something happened in the family? I heard you've been very busy lately." "Nothing, Brother Yang, don't worry about it." Zhou Chun smiled, but didn't want to say more to Zhou Zhengyang, so he changed the subject, saying, "Brother Yang, tell me about why you came to see me." Seeing this, Zhou Zhengyang seemed to understand something and didn't ask any further questions. He simply nodded in agreement, saying, "I came to see you today, 13th brother, for nothing major. It's just that after learning your sister-in-law is pregnant, my parents-in-law came to visit her." He then looked at Zhou Chun with a pained expression, adding, "And to entertain them, I specially prepared some good food, so I'd like to invite you, 13th brother, to come and try it." Zhou Chun was slightly surprised upon hearing this, then smiled genuinely at him, saying, "Sister-in-law is pregnant? Congratulations, Brother Yang." "Hey, of course. We're all about efficiency." Zhou Zhengyang smiled smugly, his face beaming with joy. Zhou Chun was genuinely happy for him and immediately nodded, saying, "In that case, Brother Yang, please wait a moment. I'll get ready and go see your sister-in-law with you." After a short delay, Zhou Chun, having washed his face and tidied himself, went with Zhou Zhengyang to his home. Upon arriving at Zhou Zhengyang's home, Zhou Chun first greeted Sun Lanzhong and his wife, who had come to visit. Then, he patted his storage pouch at his waist, took out a brocade box, and handed it to Zhou Zhengyang's Taoist partner, Sun Yujao. With a smile, he said, "Hearing that you are pregnant, I am overjoyed. This box contains 7 spirit dates, which I offer to you to nourish your body. Please accept them." Hearing this, Sun Yujao was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but look at her Taoist partner, Zhou Zhengyang. Seeing this, Zhou Zhengyang immediately smiled and nodded, saying, "Since it is my 13th brother's kind gesture, Yujao, please accept it." Sun Yujao no longer hesitated and immediately said with a smile, "Then I thank you on behalf of my unborn child, 13th brother." She then took the brocade box, put it into her storage pouch without even looking at it, and invited Zhou Chun to sit down. Zhou Zhengyang had indeed gone to great lengths to entertain his in-laws, who rarely visited. On the table, many of the ingredients were of the spiritual quality, imbued with pure spiritual energy, typically reserved for special banquets held by the Zhou family. While this meal might only offer a slight benefit to one's cultivation, its taste and quality were certainly up to par. Zhou Chun could tell that although Sun Lanzhong had complained about his son-in-law's wasteful spending before the meal, he was clearly very happy and in high spirits while eating. After everyone had finished the food, Zhou Zhengyang presented a pot of spiritual tea as if it were a precious treasure. He took out 2 teacups, poured them into 2 cups of fragrant, pale green tea, and respectfully offered them to Mr. and Mrs. Sun Liantong, saying, "Father-in-law, mother-in-law, please try our Zhou family's specialty honey flower tea. This is a rare and precious tea that's almost extinct in the Zhou family. I went to great lengths to obtain a single sachet from an elder to offer to you both, Mr. and Mrs. Sun Liantong, already captivated by the aroma of the tea. Immediately turned their attention to him upon hearing his words, their eyes filled with satisfaction. Clearly, they were very pleased with their son-in-law's filial piety. Hey, then we won't stand on ceremony, Mr. Sun Liantong chuckled, immediately taking the tea and taking a small sip. Then, he closed his eyes slightly, revealing an expression of utter enjoyment. After a while, he opened his eyes with a satisfied look and praised, "Excellent tea. Truly excellent tea." He then couldn't resist taking another sip. Seeing this, Zhou Chun smiled happily. He immediately took another teacup, poured a cup, and handed it to Zhou Chun, saying, "13th brother, have a cup too. You probably haven't had this honey flower tea in a long time." This aroma, Zhou Chun stared blankly at the teacup Zhou Chun offered, not reaching out to take it. Instead, as if thinking of something, he closed his eyes slightly and fell into deep thought. This behavior puzzled Zhou Chun, who immediately asked, "13th brother, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with the tea?" "No, there's nothing wrong with the tea. I just suddenly thought of something related to this honey flower tea." Zhou Chun opened his eyes, shook his head slightly, then reached out and took the tea from Zhou Chun, taking a small sip. It was indeed good tea. This was the first time Zhou Chun had drunk honey flower tea since coming to this world, and the taste was indeed excellent, much better than the several spiritual teas he had drunk before, with the same effect. But now was not the time to savor the tea. After savoring the taste for a moment, Zhou Chun looked intently at Zhou Chun and asked, "Brother Yang, where did you get this honey flower tea? I remember that since we separated the family has been out of stock of it, right?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun sighed softly and said, "Yes, without the jade spirit bee and the azure tea tree, our Zhou family can no longer make honey flower tea ourselves. Now, only a very few elders in the family still have a little bit in stock, and they are all reluctant to drink it." At this point, he didn't hesitate to reveal his shortcomings, saying, "Today, this 1 cup of honey flower tea was obtained by me by relying on the face of my father who has been dead for many years, and by using the unborn child in Yu Jiao's womb as a plea, and begging Uncle Jiu for a long time. You child, you are really thoughtful." Sun Liantong, who was standing to the side, was also moved after hearing Zhou Chun's words, and his eyes were full of affection as he looked at his son-in-law. Zhou Chun, however, didn't pay much attention to that. After hearing Zhou Chun's answer, he immediately showed a thoughtful expression and muttered to himself, "So, even a family elder like Uncle Jiu wouldn't be able to drink a spiritual item like honey flower tea often these days. How could they drink it often?" Zhou Chun sighed and shook his head repeatedly. "Don't even mention Uncle Jiu. I reckon even the clan leader and the grand elder wouldn't be able to drink this honey flower tea often these days. They'd probably only bring it out to entertain important guests or on their own birthdays to savor it. Is that so?" Zhou Chun muttered to himself, then suddenly raised his head and bowed to Zhou Chun, saying, "Brother Yang, please forgive me. I have important business to attend to with the clan leader immediately, so please excuse me." After saying that, he bowed to Sun Liantong and his wife, saying, "Uncle Sun, Aunt Lin, please enjoy your meal. I'll take my leave now." Without giving Zhou Chun a chance to ask for a reason or try to persuade him to stay, Zhou Chun quickly left Zhou Chun's house amidst the family's astonished and suspicious gazes. After staring blankly at his departing figure for a while, Zhou Chun finally came to his senses and hurriedly explained to Sun Liantong and his wife, "Father-in-law, please forgive me. My 13th brother is always very steady and courteous. This time, he must have encountered some serious matter, and he certainly didn't mean to neglect you too." Upon hearing this, Sun Liantong immediately waved his hand and said, "Zhang, you don't need to say anything more. We all saw what happened. Nephew's Hengchen must have something important to do, so let's not disturb him." "Father-in-law, I'm glad you understand." Zhou Chun breathed a sigh of relief, then quickly picked up the teapot again and refilled the teacups for the 2 elders, serving them attentively. Meanwhile, after leaving Zhou Chun's house, Zhou Chun immediately activated his flying artifact and flew towards Pagoda Peak, not daring to delay for even a moment. Upon meeting Clan Chief Zhou Dai in this Hongping Hall, he immediately bowed and said, Clan Chief, I have just discovered an important clue and would like to ask you to enlighten me. Oh? What do you want to ask? Zhou Chun looked at him with surprise, immediately drawn in by his words. I would like to ask the Clan Chief, given your and the Supreme Elder status, are you still able to frequently enjoy spiritual teas like honey flower tea? Zhou Chun looked at Zhou Chun with a serious expression and immediately asked the question that had been on his mind. That is definitely not possible. Even back in Fen Kingdom, the Supreme Elder and I only received 3 to 5 bottles of tea pills each year. We had to give some as gifts to fellow Daoists we made outside the sect, give some to our juniors, and keep some to entertain other distinguished guests. If you really count it, the number of times we can enjoy honey flower tea on our own is only a few times a year. Zhou Chun shook his head slightly, answering Zhou Chun's question in great detail. Then, a flicker of doubt flashed in his eyes as he looked at Zhou Chun with a puzzled expression and asked, Zheng Chun, why are you suddenly asking this question? Is the important clue you discovered related to this honey flower tea? After hearing his answer, Zhou Chun became even more certain of his guess. Hearing him ask this, Zhou Chun took a deep breath and said in a heavy tone, Clan leader, I think I might know who betrayed the family secret. Who betrayed the family and murdered Aunt 19, who is it? Tell me quickly who it is. Zhou Chun's face darkened, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he stared at Zhou Chun and asked in a deep voice for the person's name. Did the clan leader just ask me why I asked about honey flower tea? Actually, there's something I forgot to mention in my previous investigation report. When I was talking to 7th brother in his study, I opened a teapot on his desk, and it faintly emitted a unique aroma of honey flower tea. However, it's been so long since I've had honey flower tea that I didn't recognize it at the time. It was only today, thanks to 10th brother, that I had a cup of honey flower tea at his place, and that's when I remembered where the aroma in 7th brother's teapot came from. Clan leader, you said that even back in Fen Kingdom, a foundation establishment cultivator like yourself in the Zhou family couldn't enjoy honey flower tea often. So how can 7th brother still enjoy honey flower tea alone in a place like his study after so long? Where does his honey flower tea come from? Furthermore, 7th brother happened to go out on the same day that 19th aunt left the clan. I dare not say that these two things are unrelated. There's something else, Zhou Chun said solemnly, looking at Zhou Chun. I once witnessed 7th brother leaving the Spirit Beast Pavilion in the market. I asked 16th uncle about it, and he can testify that 7th brother didn't visit our Spirit Beast Pavilion when he went to the market. I think that doesn't make sense. He didn't explicitly say it, but his words clearly indicated who the person was. Now it was up to Zhou Chun to decide how to interpret his theory. Chapter 80 You wicked child, your deeds have been exposed. Shock, disappointment, and disbelief, that was Zhou Chun's expression and mood at this moment. Listening to Zhou Chun's words, he never expected that Zhou Chun's suspect would be Zhou's Hankang, the foundation establishment seed nurtured and carefully cultivated by the family. This result shocked and disbelieved him. He desperately didn't want Zhou Chun's suspicions to come true. However, after carefully considering Zhou Chun's words, he found that the conclusion, combining facts and speculation, was quite reasonable and impossible to completely deny. For a moment, he stood there, stunned, speechless for a long time. Zhou Chun, observing his expression, knew that he was finding it difficult to accept that his suspicions were true, and was even more worried that he might make a decision detrimental to himself. After a slight hesitation, Zhou Chun suggested again, actually, clan leader, if you want to verify my suspicions without damaging 7th brother's trust in the clan, it's very simple. Just ask the Supreme Elder if he has recently bestowed any honey flower tea upon him. If the Supreme Elder has given 7th brother a large amount of honey flower tea, then it's perfectly reasonable for him to be drinking it alone in his study, proving that I'm overthinking it. Zhou Chun's suggestion was actually very risky. Because if the Supreme Elder, Zhou Ming, admitted to the matter regardless of whether it was true or false, and protected Zhou's Hankang, then his suspicions would be unfounded. But Zhou Chun still did it. The reason was simple, he absolutely couldn't let Zhou Chun think that he was acting out of jealousy towards Zhou's Hankang. Furthermore, based on Zhou's Hankang's previous behavior, he was already 80–90% certain that the other party was a traitor. Even if Elder Zhou Ming protected him and helped him escape danger this time, as long as the level of surveillance on him was increased in the future, there was no fear of not being able to find evidence of his collusion with outsiders. Until this point, even Zhou Chun himself had not thought that Zhou's Hankang would be the murderer of Zhou Jiahu. After hearing Zhou Chun's advice, Zhou Daoai also came to his senses and nodded repeatedly, saying, "Zhengjin, your suggestion is very good. I will verify this matter with the elder." After speaking, his expression turned solemn, and he looked at Zhou Chun solemnly and instructed, "In addition, you must not mention what you said today to anyone other than me, not even other elders or the elder. Understand?" "Yes, this junior understands." Zhou Chun's heart tightened, and he immediately agreed solemnly. He knew that Zhou Daoai was protecting him. Zhou Chun was then sent back to Bao's He Peak to await news. After sending Zhou Chun away, Zhou Daoai spent several hours alone in this haunting hall, lost in thought, before finally calming himself down. He then went to the cave dwelling of the Supreme Elder Zhou Ming atop Pagoda Peak. "Clan leader, what brings you here today? Has something happened to the family again?" Inside the cave, Zhou Ming, seeing Zhou Daoai's unusual visit, directly inquired about his purpose. This Supreme Elder usually devoted himself to cultivation and didn't concern himself with family affairs. He only consulted Zhou Daoai when faced with problems that Zhou Daoai and others couldn't solve, or when faced with decisions they couldn't easily make. Therefore, he knew that Zhou Daoai's unannounced visit meant something had happened. Faced with his question, Zhou Daoai first nodded, then shook his head and said, "There has indeed been a small matter in the family, but it's no trouble for you, uncle. I've come to see you today to ask for some honey flower tea to serve our guests." "Ask for honey flower tea to serve our guests?" Zhou Ming was slightly taken aback, then looked Zhou Daoai over carefully. He shook his head repeatedly and said, "I don't have much honey flower tea left. When we first came to Jingle, we spent all our money giving gifts and entertaining guests, which depleted most of our stock. Now I only have less than 2 bottles left." Upon hearing this, Zhou Daoai frowned. "Even you, uncle, don't have any left?" He then nodded and said, "Then I'll try to find a way from the other clansmen. I remember that Zhangkang got some honey flower tea from the clan before. He's so young, he should still have some." Unexpectedly, Zhou Ming shook his head and said, "Don't count on Zhangkang. He drank some here with me a couple of years ago and begged me to give him half a bottle. I didn't have that much to give him, so I only gave him 2 pills to satisfy his craving." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Zhou Daoai's expression suddenly change drastically. His face instantly contorted with rage as he shouted, "Then it really is him." This sudden change caused Zhou Ming's expression to shift drastically. He looked at him gravely and questioned, "What do you mean, really him? What have you been hiding?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Daoai took a deep breath and said in a heavy voice, "Uncle, it wasn't that I intentionally concealed anything earlier, but rather that I dared not let you know before this matter was confirmed. However, now that everything is clear, I can only tell you the truth." He then recounted everything from Zhou Jiawei's disappearance to how the Zhou family searched for her in vain, how they investigated the traitor, and how Zhou Chun deduced Zhou Zhangkang's prime suspect from the clue of honey flower tea. He reported all the clues and suspicions to Zhou Ming in detail. Just as Zhou Daoai reacted so strongly when Zhou Chun first mentioned Zhou Zhangkang as a suspect, Zhou Ming was also shocked and incredulous when he heard that one of his most beloved juniors was a traitor to the family. In particular, he had no direct impression of Zhou Chun, only knowing that there was such a promising junior among the younger generation of his family because of Zhou Chun's achievements in winning the top 10 in the youth group of the martial arts competition among the 5 major cultivation families and being the discoverer of the Crimson Iron Mine. Now, hearing that Zhou Daoai suspected and judged Zhou Zhangkang as a traitor to the family based solely on the speculation of such a junior in his 20s, he felt extremely absurd and angry. Just because of a teapot in Zhangkang's study that has been used to brew honey flower tea, you suspect that he betrayed the family and murdered his elders? Daoai, don't you think this is absurd? And that junior you mentioned, how do you know that he's not just jealous of Zhangkang's treatment in the family, jealous that Zhangkang is about to take the foundation establishment pill to establish his foundation, and that's why he's throwing mud at Zhangkang like this, without any actual evidence? You suspect a foundation establishment seed of the family like this, is that reasonable? Zhou Ming glared at Zhou Daoai with a face full of shock and anger, his tone very fierce. It's no wonder he was like this. After all, Zhou Zhangkang was the descendant of his elder brother, whom he had cherished since childhood and placed great hopes on. Now, hearing Zhou Daoai suspect his most beloved descendant of betraying the family without any concrete evidence, how could he not be furious? However, Zhou Daoai, having spent several hours calmly contemplating in this haunting hall, remained remarkably composed in the face of Zhou Ming's anticipated reaction. He didn't rush to argue, but instead met Zhou Ming's gaze with a grave expression, saying, "Granduncle, please calm down. I know you love Han King dearly. Over the years, my attention and support for him have been no less than yours. You wouldn't disagree with that, would you?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming opened his mouth, unable to refute. 20 years earlier, shortly after breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm, he had been busy familiarizing himself with this realm and diligently cultivating his magic, and indeed had little time to care for Zhou's Hankang, leaving him no choice but to ask Zhou Daoyi, the clan leader, to look after him. After the Zhou family settled in Jilfang Ridge, he was well aware of his importance to the family and felt a great responsibility on his shoulders. Therefore, he focused on diligent cultivation and had no time to take care of Zhou's Hankang. In addition, Zhou's Hankang had grown up by then, so he only needed to bestow some treasures upon him and occasionally call him to his side to give him some pointers. Now that he couldn't refute his own words, Zhou Daoyi felt reassured and continued, "You say we suspect Zhang Kang without any evidence, which is clearly wrong. Zhang Kang happened to leave the family on the same day Jia Wei left, and shortly after Jia Wei left, he came to me saying he wanted to go out for a walk. The timing of this walk is too coincidental. Also, the time when Zhang Chun witnessed him leaving the Spirit Beast Pavilion, wasn't that shortly after the Qinglian Temple finished recruiting disciples, and just a few days after Yuan lifted his confinement, going to the Spirit Beast Pavilion at that time, was that also a walk for a walk, and the honey flower tea that Zhang Chun smelled in his study? You and I both know that tea in a study is for one person to drink alone, and that teapot must have been used to brew tea less than a day ago, and this happened exactly 10 days after Jia Wei disappeared. You yourself said you didn't give him much honey flower tea, and the Spirit Beast Pavilion only sells spirit honey, not honey flower tea directly. So where did he get this honey flower tea? Can you explain that to him? There's another matter. Since he returned from his trip to clear his head, he's asked me several times when he can receive the Foundation establishment pill. If I hadn't suspected him before, I wouldn't have thought much of it, but now I dare not wonder what his purpose is. It was clear that with each point Zhou Daoyi spoke, Zhou Ming's expression grew increasingly grim, and his anger diminished. By the time Zhou Daoyi had finished summarizing all the information, the anger on his face had almost completely dissipated. Before Zhou Daoyi could finish speaking, he quickly continued. I believe I understand Han Kang fairly well. He has excellent talent and aptitude, but precisely because of this, he has developed an arrogant heart. He always believes that his future achievements will definitely not be limited to my level, and may not even stop at the Purple Mansion stage. Normally, this wouldn't be a problem. Young people aren't young and impetuous. Who hasn't been ambitious and unrealistic in their youth? But as you know, Uncle, the incident where we prevented him from joining the Qinglian Temple dealt him a great blow, even making him feel that we were hindering his path. Of course, you and I both know that once he reaches Foundation establishment, he will gradually understand how difficult it is to open the Purple Mansion stage, and how rare spiritual objects useful to Foundation establishment cultivators are. He will naturally understand these things then, so we haven't paid too much attention to his childish thoughts. At this point, Zhou Daoyi couldn't help but sigh deeply with a bitter smile, but now it seems that the stupid things that neither you nor I thought he would do are actually things he might actually do. Things that normal people wouldn't do, abnormal people will always do. Only Zhou Daoyi himself knew the depth of heartache and sorrow contained in those last words. If it weren't for the overwhelming clues pointing to Zhou's Hankang, Zhou Daoyi would never have believed that Zhou's Hankang, the foundation-building seed of the family, would betray them. Few members of the Zhou family would believe such a thing, let alone dare to. Zhou's Hankang's conditions were simply too outstanding: exceptional spiritual root talent and an excellent family background. With these two factors combined, he was destined to become one of the most powerful people in the Zhou family, perhaps even more powerful than that. With such favorable conditions, only a madman would consider betraying and leaving the family. Although I still find it hard to believe Han Kang would do such a thing, Daoyi, since you are so convinced of its truth, I can let you verify it. What do you intend to do? Zhou Ming looked at the complex expression on Zhou Daoyi's face, remained silent for a long time, and then made a decision befitting his status. He was able to step forward and lead the Zhou family cultivators to establish a foothold in Jilfang Ridge, demonstrating his unwavering loyalty and devotion to the Zhou family. Therefore, even if he found it hard to believe that Zhou's Han Kang would betray the family, He wouldn't forcibly stop it for personal reasons after Zhou Daoyi, the patriarch whom he also deeply trusted, had stated that he would investigate the matter. However, this investigation and verification had to be conducted under his supervision. Zhou Daoyi understood this as well, and quickly said, "It's simple. If Zhen Kang is truly such a foolish and unaware idiot, we just need to summon him for a face-to-face confrontation and search him. Under the watchful eyes of you, granduncle, and the younger generation, if the clues pointing to him are true, he can't possibly remain completely oblivious. Alright, let's do it that way." Zhou Ming's eyebrows twitched, and he immediately went to this honking hall with Zhou Daoyi, watching as Zhou Daoyi assigned the large blue parrot Lanlin to summon Zhou Zhenkang. Not long after, Zhou Zhenkang arrived at the hall. It was obvious that a hint of panic flashed in Zhou Zhenkang's eyes when he saw Zhou Ming in the hall. Although he quickly concealed it, it didn't escape the notice of Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoyi, and their hearts sank immediately. Then, Zhou Ming seemed to have completely forgotten the procedures he had discussed with Zhou Daoyi earlier, his hair and beard bristling as he glared at Zhou Zhenkang who had just entered the hall and shouted, "You wretch, you've been caught." Zhou Zhenkang was startled and stumbled back several steps, hurriedly saying, "Granduncle, what did you say? I don't understand." Still trying to argue, Zhou Ming roared, immediately raising his hand and casting a freezing spell to immobilize Zhou Zhenkang. Then, with a wave of his hand, the storage bag at Zhou Zhenkang's waist fell into his hand. He easily opened the storage bag and shook out all the contents. He quickly retrieved the jade bottle containing the remaining few honey flower tea pills. Upon seeing the relatively new pills, Zhou Ming's anger was no longer feigned. "For these mere pills, you betrayed the family and murdered your elders." He gripped the jade bottle tightly, glaring at Zhou Zhenkang with furious rage, his eyes practically radiating anger. Zhou Daoyi, meanwhile, scanned the pile of items on the ground with his divine sense, quickly spotting a money bag brimming with spirit coins. "The spirit coins are significantly more than expected," he said. "He's been cultivating within the family, I know his net worth. The amount of spirit coins in this storage bag clearly far exceeds his actual wealth." Reminded of this, Zhou Ming also glanced at the bulging money bag, his anger intensifying. With a swift movement, he delivered a resounding slap, knocking Zhou Zhenkang to the ground and simultaneously dispelling the immobilization spell. "Speak. I'm waiting to hear your sophistry. Let's see how capable you are of fabricating the origins of these things so flawlessly, without finding a single mistake." At this moment, Zhou Ming was like a furious lion, his eyes fixed fiercely on Zhou Zhenkang, quite intimidating. He was as furious now as he had previously found it hard to believe Zhou Zhenkang would betray the family. Even Zhou Daoyi, who knew him well, couldn't predict how he would deal with Zhou Zhenkang. End of today's 20,000 word update. Starting tomorrow, there will be a guaranteed 2 updates of 8,000 words per day, one at 6:30 a.m. and one at 8 p.m. Please remember the update times. Thank you to all the readers who have subscribed, thank you to all the readers who have given rewards, and thank you for your monthly tickets. Chapter 81 Mind-Bending and Soul-Stealing, Traitor Executed. At Baota Peak, in this honking hall, Zhou Zhenkang, lying on the ground, was terrified, nearly dying of fright, as he stared at Zhou Ming, who resembled an enraged lion. In all his memory, this was the first time he had seen Zhou Ming so angry, and this anger was directed at him. Looking at the jade bottle clutched in Zhou Ming's hand, and the large amount of spirit coins pointed out by Zhou Daoyi, he was utterly horrified and confused, unable to concoct a reasonable explanation. He was caught red-handed, a foolish thief caught red-handed, utterly unable to defend himself. "Spare me. Granduncle, spare me. I was foolish enough to be led astray and commit such a grave mistake. I know my error now. Please, granduncle, for the sake of my deceased great-grandfather, spare my life. I will definitely repent and start anew." Terrified, Zhou Zhenkang finally chose to admit his mistake and beg for mercy, hoping Zhou Ming would spare him this time, considering their blood relation. But he didn't notice that after he spoke those words, Zhou Daoyi's eye twitched, and he turned his head away with a hint of reluctance. Clearly, Zhou Zhenkang's understanding of Zhou Ming was far inferior to Zhou Daoyi's. He had no idea what kind of personality Zhou Ming had, and he was completely unaware of the gravity of his betrayal of the family, or the kind of blow it would inflict on Zhou Ming. He actually dared to dream of repenting and starting anew. It was utterly ridiculous. Zhou Ming's anger intensified. He strode up to Zhou Zhenkang, staring down at him intently and roaring, Honestly confess how you colluded with outsiders. If you dare to conceal even the slightest thing, I'll kill you right now." He raised his palm, its light flickering like flames. This sight terrified Zhou Chun. He dared not hesitate or conceal anything. He hurriedly recounted how the spirit beast manor had sent people to lure him, how he was furious with Zhou Ming and Zhou Daowei for preventing him from joining the Qinglian temple, and how he had agreed to their attempts to recruit him in a fit of anger. After hearing his story, not only Zhou Ming, but even Zhou Daowei was almost laughing in anger. Zhou Ming, enraged, kicked Zhou Chun away on the spot, then roared, "Fool! My elder brother was a clever and quick-witted man back then. How could such a fool be born among his descendants? That vile woman Zhou Lingayan is over 200 years old, and you still want to become her Taoist partner, and what makes you think she would even look at a fool like you? Do you know what she's done in the past? A fool like you, when you go to sleep with her after you've reached Foundation establishment, you'll probably die of exhaustion in less than 3 days." No wonder Zhou Ming was so furious. According to Zhou Chun, Zhou Lingayan, the Purple Mansion stage cultivator who orchestrated his recruitment by the Spirit Beast Manor, showed great sincerity. She promised that once he successfully established his Foundation establishment and joined the Spirit Beast Manor, they would become cultivation partners, and she would support him in opening his Purple Mansion and even reaching the Golden Core stage. As for the promised Foundation establishment pills, magic weapons, and spiritual items, those were even more extravagant, good things that ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators could only dream of. Any normal cultivator, unless they were stupid, would know this was impossible, yet Zhou Chun actually believed it. How could this not infuriate Zhou Ming? Even Zhou Daowei, his face filled with disappointment, looked at Zhou Chun and said, Zhenkang, if you betrayed the family for your own path, although I cannot forgive you, I can understand your actions to some extent, but you are so shallow as to be bewitched by that woman Zhou Lingayan, so foolishly believing her promises. This truly disappoints me. At this moment, Zhou Ming seemed to remember something and suddenly glared at Zhou Chun, saying, "So your virginity, you fool, wasn't taken by some rogue female cultivator, but by that vile woman Zhou Lingayan." Zhou Chun was so frightened he couldn't speak. But seeing his expression, Zhou Ming knew he had guessed correctly. He roared angrily, "That vile woman! How dare she humiliate my Zhou family like this? I will make her pay the price." He now understood why this fool Zhou Chun had believed Zhou Lingayan's lies. After all, Zhou Lingayan was undeniably a stunning beauty, 1 in a million, not to mention she had cultivated seductive arts. Zhou Chun, that fool, had his virginity taken by Zhou Lingayan when he was just over 20. Accustomed to arrogance and conceit, it wasn't surprising that he, in his despair, was further seduced by Zhou Lingayan and impulsively betrayed his family. And Jiawei? How is she now? If you want a lighter punishment, confess everything truthfully. Zhou Daowei stared intently at Zhou Chun and quickly inquired about Zhou Jiawei. However, upon hearing this, Zhou Chun turned his head away, avoiding eye contact and refusing to answer. Seeing this, Zhou Ming roared, "You wicked child! Confess the truth now." But how could Zhou Chun dare to confess? Even he, in his stupidity, knew that if Zhou Ming and Zhou Daowei found out he had killed Zhou Jiawei and fed her corpse to the wolves, his fate would be utterly miserable. Faced with their interrogation, he could only bite the bullet and fabricate a lie, saying, I don't know either. I just gave the information to Yu Deguang, handed over the seeking insects tracking Ant 19 to him, and then left it at that. But how could this fool these two experienced veterans of the cultivation world? Zhou Daowei immediately said in a deep voice with a grave expression, "It seems he's unwilling to tell the truth. I'm afraid the real situation is much worse than we imagine." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming coldly stared at Zhou Chun and said, "Unwilling to tell the truth, is that it? Then I'll make you tell the truth." With that, he raised his hand and knocked Zhou Chun unconscious. Then he reached into his storage bag at his waist and took out a jade box. After the jade box was opened, a small white worm crawled out from a honey-like substance inside. It looked somewhat like a maggot, but it had 2 long tentacles. As Zhou Ming's hands moved in a series of hand seals, the small white worm instantly transformed into a white thread and darted into Zhou Chun's nostril. A short while later, Zhou Chun, who had been unconscious, awakened. His eyes were dull and lifeless, his pupils unfocused, like a mindless puppet. Zhou Ming looked at the puppet before him, a strange light flashing in his eyes, and slowly asked, "How is Zhou Jiahu now?" "She's dead. Zhou Zhangkang answered Zhou Ming's question in a low voice. Hearing this, both Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoi's expressions darkened. Then Zhou Ming continued, "How did she die?" "She was pierced through the heart by my sword." Zhou Zhangkang answered every question without question, seemingly completely unaware of how detrimental his answer was to him. Zhou Ming, barely suppressing his anger, asked again, "Why did you kill her?" "Because she discovered I was following her and recognized me. I had to kill her to silence her," Zhou Zhangkang said, then fell back unconscious. It turned out Zhou Ming was too angry to ask any more questions and directly retrieved the mind-sealing insect that had been controlling his mind. "Uncle, what do you plan to do with him?" Zhou Daoi asked a most crucial question, looking at the unconscious Zhou Zhangkang on the ground. Now the truth was clear, and only punishment remained. What use is a traitorous beast? He should be publicly executed in front of all the clan members as a warning to future generations. Zhou Ming coldly glanced at Zhou Zhangkang and stated his plan in a chilling tone. The more he had doted on Zhou Zhangkang before, the more he now loathed him. He only wanted this fool who had brought him shame to atone with his death. He truly deserves to die. Zhou Daoi nodded, agreeing with the decision. He then shook his head and said, "However, I think it's inappropriate to publicly execute him in front of the clansmen. That would not only incite hatred towards the spirit beast manor and escalate the conflict, but it would also be detrimental to your reputation, uncle." He then cupped his hands towards Zhou Ming and said, "In my opinion, it would be better to execute him secretly under the pretext of his disappearance, and then send his body to Yu Jingho so he can give us an explanation." That's why Zhou Daoi was able to become the Zhou family patriarch. Zhou Zhangkang betrayed the family, and according to clan rules, he should be publicly executed to deter the clansmen and serve as a warning. Especially since the Zhou family had established itself in Jilifang Ridge, they hadn't yet used clan rules to execute any clansman. If they could publicly execute Zhou Zhangkang, the original foundation-building seed of the family, it would definitely have an excellent killing the chicken to scare the monkey effect. It would severely deter those who were not loyal enough to the family and let them know how serious the price of betraying the family was. However, the downsides of doing so are also obvious. Zhou Zhangkang, as a descendant of the Supreme Elder Zhou Ming, has always received preferential treatment and support from the entire family. Now, this foundation establishment seed, on which the family has placed high hopes, has betrayed the family. What will those Zhou family members who have long harbored resentment towards Zhou Zhangkang's extraordinary treatment think? How will they view the Supreme Elder Zhou Ming? Will they still trust the Supreme Elder's judgment in the future? It's likely that Zhou Ming's previously accumulated prestige will be greatly diminished. This is extremely detrimental to both Zhou Ming himself and the family's higher-ups. Once a crisis of trust arises, its impact on a power is almost catastrophic. Even if Zhou Ming knows this, as Zhou Zhangkang's great-uncle, he cannot bring it up himself to avoid suspicion. But Zhou Daoi, as the clan head, the supervisor and enforcer of the clan rules, and a third party, can say it, and it's perfectly reasonable for him to do so. Therefore, after hearing Zhou Daoi's words, Zhou Ming hesitated only slightly before nodding and replying, "All right, do as you say, Daoi. I will personally execute this beast." Immediately, he used magic to awaken the mentally injured Zhou Zhangkang. Then, he angrily rebuked the terrified Zhou Zhangkang, "You wicked beast, for the sake of your elder brother, get out of the Zhou family now and never set foot in Jilifang Ridge again." Hearing this, Zhou Zhangkang was first slightly stunned, then overjoyed, repeatedly kowtowing and replying, "Thank you, Grand-uncle. Thank you, Grand-uncle. I'll leave right now. I'll leave the Zhou family right now." After saying this, he hurriedly scrambled towards the hall's exit, afraid that if he was too slow, Zhou Ming would change his mind. Only after reaching the outside did he realize that his storage bag and spirit beast bag were gone. This caused his expression to change, and he couldn't help but glance back at this honking hall behind him. Then, biting his lip, he hurriedly left the mountain gate without saying a word. Clearly, compared to those external things, he knew his own life was more important. After hastily leaving Jilifang Ridge, Zhou Zhangkang chose his direction and headed straight for Hongai Market. He was still unrepentant, clinging to a sliver of hope that if he went to the Spirit Beast Manor, he would still be welcomed. Little did he know that even if he survived to reach the market, having completely lost his usefulness, he would be discarded like trash. There was no way he would be valued as he fantasized. Of course, he certainly wouldn't have that chance. Because less than 100 miles after he left Jilifang Ridge, a fiery red figure suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Fire god Jackal, seeing the giant jackal beast with fiery red fur before him, Zhou Chun's face changed drastically, and he collapsed to the ground. "No, grandfather, you broke your promise. You promised to spare my life," he howled in despair, finally realizing the significance of the fire god Jackal's appearance. But in response, he was met with blazing flames spewed from the fire god Jackal's mouth. A ball of crimson flames erupted from the fire god Jackal's mouth, instantly engulfing Zhou Chun and burning the patricide and fratricide to ashes in the blink of an eye. Without a corpse as evidence, Yu Jinghe will likely not admit to anything. Inside this haunting hall, Zhou Daowei shook his head slightly, sighing with regret as he watched the fire god Jackal return from its mission. Zhou Ming, however, said coldly, "Whether Yu Jinghe admits it or not is unimportant. What matters is that I have indeed lost a most beloved descendant because of their spirit beast manner. If he doesn't give me an explanation, the Zhou family will naturally give them one in the future." Zhou Daowei fell silent. He could see that the Supreme Elder's anger hadn't dissipated with Zhou Chun's death. On the contrary, it had grown stronger because he had personally executed his own descendant. And this anger, if not vented on the Zhou family members, could only be directed at outsiders. Soon, after giving Zhou Daowei some instructions, Zhou Ming, filled with rage, headed alone to the gates of the Spirit Beast Manor. There will be another chapter at 8 p.m. tonight. Speaking of which, the subscription drop is really serious. Yesterday's highest subscription was 79 chapters, compared to the lowest 77 chapters, a difference of over 100. A difference of 1/10. I'm so upset. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82 Ming collects debts. Daowei has a heart-to-heart talk. The gate of Spirit Beast Manor is located within Black's Oil Ridge, where the Three Absolute Sect originally planned to establish itself. Black's Oil Ridge was originally a desolate and treacherous place within Lanzhou, teeming with demonic beasts and poisonous insects. The Three Absolute Sect chose this location for their new base after their relocation because they knew it was unclaimed. Once the demonic beasts and poisonous insects were cleared away, it would become a suitable place for cultivation. Later, the Three Absolute Sects split into four. The Zhou family of Spirit Beast Manor and the Li family of Pill Manor established their gates elsewhere. Only Spirit Beast Manor and the Yu family of Array Formation each occupied the Spirit Mountains on the east and west sides of Black's Oil Ridge, establishing their gates there. Among the four forces, Spirit Beast Manor was the strongest because it absorbed most of the original disciples from outside the Three Absolute Sect. Currently, it not only has a golden core cultivator like Yu Jinghe, but also 4 purple mansion cultivators and dozens of foundation establishment cultivators. Zhou Ming arrived at Spirit Beast Manor filled with anger and quickly met with the manor's supreme elder, Yu Jinghe. Although Yu Jinghe, a golden core cultivator, was over 700 years old, he looked about the same age as Zhou Ming, or even younger, with very little white hair. Seeing Zhou Ming's furious expression, Yu Jinghe was slightly taken aback, then asked, "Wenda, why are you rushing over here in such a rage? Who has angered you this time?" Hearing this, Zhou Ming took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and said in a deep voice, "I have changed my name to Zhou Ming now. Senior Yu, please call me Ming from now on." He then showed no respect to Yu Jinghe, a golden core cultivator, and said angrily, "As for who angered me, Senior Yu, you can find out by bringing that vile woman Zhou Lingayan over to confront me." Strangely, Yu Jinghe, a dignified golden core cultivator, seemed completely unfazed by his rude tone, as if he were already used to it. He merely frowned slightly, his voice low and menacing. "Did Lingayan provoke you? That can't be. Lingayan has been cultivating within the mountain gate lately. How could she have offended you? Not only Zhou Lingayan, but also your good junior, Yu Daguang." Zhou Ming's face darkened as he met Yu Jinghe's gaze, uttering a name that made Yu Jinghe's expression change. "Even Daguang is involved," he muttered, his brows furrowed. He quickly nodded, "All right, I'll have them come over to confront you." He then sent word for Zhou Lingayan and Yu Daguang to come see him. But to his surprise, upon learning that Zhou Ming had arrived at the Spirit Beast Manor in a menacing manner, Zhou Lingayan and Yu Daguang sensed something was wrong and left the manor gates first. At this point, he couldn't summon them for a confrontation. This made Yu Jinghe realize that the two of them had likely been secretly plotting against the Zhou family. He was quite annoyed. Although he had now established the spirit beast manor and become independent, Yu Jinghe had protected the Zhou family for many years and wasn't entirely without affection for them. In fact, if the three absolute sect hadn't been forcibly dismantled by the Green Lotus Temple, he would still have been the Zhou family's protector within the sect, continuing to safeguard them. His original intention in establishing the Spirit Beast Manor was to prioritize the Zhou family. However, Zhou Ming and other direct descendants of the Zhou family didn't want to use the family's resources to support so many non-Zhou family cultivators. And the other non-Zhou family cultivators didn't want the minority of direct descendants to control most of the new sect's resources, forcing them to continue serving the Zhou family. Coupled with other factors, this ultimately led to the Zhou family's direct descendants leaving to form their own faction, completely severing ties with the Spirit Beast Manor. At the time, for the sake of the new sect's interests and to solidify his position as the founding patriarch of the Spirit Beast Manor, Yu Jinghe forcibly used his prestige and cultivation to retain most of the resources that originally belonged to the Zhou family. This always made him feel guilty towards the Zhou family, so after the establishment of the Spirit Beast Manor, he strictly forbade his sect's cultivators from becoming enemies with the Zhou family or harming them. Of course, his own guilt was one thing, but the real reason he was so tolerant of Zhou Ming now was another secret known only to very few. In short, when he learned that his disciples dared to disregard his prohibition and provoke the Zhou family, Yu Jinghe was indeed extremely angry. He was the founding patriarch of the Spirit Beast Manor, and to dare to disobey even the founding patriarch's orders was, to put it bluntly, tantamount to betraying his master and ancestors. However, despite his anger, he couldn't show it outwardly. Looking at Zhou Ming, Yu Jinghe said in a deep voice, "They're not inside the mountain gate right now." "What happened?" "Ming, just tell me directly, and I'll handle it impartially, then I'll see how you handle it impartially, Senior Yu." Zhou Ming's anger could no longer be contained. He immediately recounted in detail how Zhao Lingayan and Yu Daguang had lured Zhou Zhangkang into betraying the Zhou family, even omitting the fact that Zhao Lingayan had taken Zhou Zhangkang's virginity. Listening to his account, Yu Jinghe's brows furrowed deeper, and anger surfaced between his brows. Yu Jinghe had naturally heard of Zhou Zhangkang, this young genius of the Zhou family. If Zhao Lingayan and the others could lure this Zhou family genius to the Spirit Beast Manor and nurture him carefully, he might have turned a blind eye and not pursued the matter. But now, hearing that Zhou Zhangkang was being treated like a male concubine by Zhao Lingayan, directly causing the Zhou family to lose a cultivator of the family generation, and even forcing Zhou Ming to personally execute his most beloved junior, Yu Jinghe couldn't help but be enraged. "How dare they? How dare they?" Yu Jinghe roared, his face filled with fury. His anger was 7 parts genuine and 3 parts feigned, not an act. He immediately declared to Zhou Ming, "I understand this matter. When they return, I will severely punish them without any leniency. Senior Yu, don't try to fool me with these words. What good is severe punishment? One of them is a Purple Mansion stage cultivator, and the other is your junior. Can you kill them or cripple their cultivation? If you can't do these two things, what's the point of so-called severe punishment?" Zhou Ming looked at Yu Jinghe with a cold smile and shook his head repeatedly. His words made Yu Jinghe's eyelids twitch, and his face turned extremely ugly. Finally, Zhou Ming shouted angrily, "They might be confined to seclusion for 10 or 20 years at most, but I've lost my beloved grandson. Then what do you want? How do you want me to compensate you?" Yu Jinghe asked, his brows furrowed, already realizing Zhou Ming's purpose. Clearly, since Zhou Ming knew he couldn't kill or cripple Zhao Lingayan and the other woman, his angry arrival to demand an explanation could only be for personal gain. Zhou Ming didn't mince words, immediately offering his terms: half of the jade spirit bees and a kingning tea tree. "Only then can my anger be appeased." "That's impossible." Yu Jinghe rejected his offer without hesitation. He understood Zhou Ming's desire to gain something from this incident and was willing to offer some benefits to let it go. But that absolutely did not include such a drastic measure. He immediately looked at Zhou Ming and said in a deep voice, "I understand your grief, Ming, and am willing to offer some compensation, but please think carefully before you speak." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming immediately changed his mind and said, "Then half of the jade spirit bees, that's a must." Yu Jinghe pondered for a moment after hearing this. After a long silence, he looked at Zhou Ming and said, 100 jade spirit bees, including a queen bee, that's the maximum compensation I can offer. If that's all, Then you must also add a green condensation tea tree. Zhou Ming's eyebrows twitched, and he bargained, offering a new condition. Then let's do it this way. Yu Jinghe frowned, but finally nodded slightly in agreement. Immediately, he personally led Zhou Ming to retrieve the necessary items. After Zhou Ming left with the items, Yu Jinghe, his face ashen, summoned all the Purple Mansion cultivators and Foundation Establishment cultivators within the mountain gate and gave them a stern lecture. Through this incident, he realized that although he was a golden core cultivator, his ability to control and intimidate the cultivators below him wasn't as strong as he had imagined. Frankly, it was because the Spirit Beast Manor was hastily established. Most of the Foundation Establishment and Purple Mansion cultivators in these sects had little connection to him, Yu Jinghe, and many had even belonged to the Li or Yu families. Under these circumstances, if he didn't take direct control, disobedience was inevitable. He had already realized this problem, which was why he initially wanted the Zhou family to remain in the Spirit Beast Manor, so he could supervise and control these people through Zhou family cultivators. Unfortunately, the Zhou family was unwilling to serve someone who had betrayed them, unwilling to sacrifice the interests of the entire family for his personal gain, and actively abandoned him. Now, to make up for this, he could only rely on cultivating and supporting trusted confidants to rise to power. But did he truly have this ability? Leaving aside Yu Jinghe's efforts to secure his position as the founder of his sect. After Zhou Ming returned to the Zhou family with the gifts, he discussed the follow-up with Zhou Daoai. Although the number of these jade spirit bees is somewhat small, with a queen bee present, they can grow into a large force with careful cultivation. It's just a pity that Yu Jinghe played a trick on me. He only gave me this small sapling of the azure tea tree. It'll probably be decades before it grows up and produces a large quantity of spirit tea, Zhou Ming said, somewhat annoyed and angry. Zhou Daoai, on the other hand, remained calm and showed no regret after hearing his words. He simply shook his head slightly and said, "It's already quite good that Yu Jinghe has to give up these things. After all, the things left by our ancestors only have so much of a restraint on him. If he's really determined not to give us anything, are we really going to risk the lives of our entire clan and perish with him over this?" Zhou Ming actually knew this too, but when he thought about how those things originally belonged to the Zhou family, he sighed with great reluctance. "Alice, I only hope that the future generations of the Zhou family can be more ambitious and be able to take back what our Zhou family has lost. If I can achieve this in my lifetime, I will die without regrets." After the two of them discussed who should take care of the jade spirit bee and the azure tea tree, Zhou Ming suddenly seemed to remember something. Suddenly, Zhou Daoai looked at Zhou Ming and asked, "That traitorous beast Zhang Kang has now been executed. Who do you plan to give the Foundation Establishment pill that was originally intended for him? This junior hasn't decided yet. Do you have any suggestions, uncle?" Zhou Daoai asked Zhou Ming, without revealing his opinion. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming didn't mince words and immediately said, "I suggest giving it to Jiacheng. He achieved excellent results in the martial arts competition jointly organized by the 5 major cultivation families, and he is also the grandson of Elder Daofu, who sacrificed himself for the family. He deserves a Foundation Establishment pill, then give it to Jiacheng." This junior has no objection. Zhou Daoai nodded and readily agreed. Seeing his agreement, Zhou Ming's expression relaxed, and he immediately said, "Then that's settled. This old man will be going into seclusion for a while. I'll leave the aftermath to you, Daoai. Don't worry, uncle, this junior will handle the aftermath well," Zhou Daoai replied and then saw Zhou Ming out of the main hall. After Zhou Ming left, he gave orders to the Blue Parrot Lanlin to bring Zhou Chun over. In short, that's how it is. Now that Zhang Kang has been executed, this matter is over. You must continue to keep this a secret and not reveal the truth, understand? Inside this haunting hall, Zhou Daoai didn't hide anything from Zhou Chun, telling him everything about how Zhou Zhang Kang was discovered and executed, and instructing him to keep it a secret. After hearing this, Zhou Chun was shocked by the ruthless and decisive methods of the Supreme Elder Zhou Ming. A junior he had cherished and nurtured for decades, a junior to whom he had poured countless efforts, could be executed so easily. This ruthlessness and decisiveness were truly beyond the capabilities of ordinary people. While inwardly marveling, he quickly assured, "Clan leader, rest assured, I understand the implications and will not divulge a single word. It's a pity your cultivation is still somewhat lacking, otherwise, I would have definitely tried to secure the Foundation Establishment pill that Zhang Kang had set aside for you." Zhou Daoai sighed softly, looking at the increasingly favored young junior before him, lamenting his ill-fated birth. Then, his gaze sharpened slightly, and he looked at Zhou Chun with a serious expression, saying, "But don't be discouraged. Once your cultivation reaches the 12th level of key refining, I will do my utmost to support your foundation establishment." This was the first time he had so clearly stated his support for Zhou Chun. With these words, Zhou Chun's path to foundation establishment would undoubtedly be much smoother. Therefore, even with Zhou Chun's composure, he was deeply moved and bowed deeply to Zhou Daowei, saying, "Clan leader's kindness is deeply appreciated, please accept my bow." Second update delivered, please subscribe and vote. Chapter 83 New Foundation Establishment Cultivators, New Duties. I never expected it. I never thought that Jade Spirit Bees would return to the Zhou family. On Baozi Peak, dozens of Zhou family cultivators, including Zhou Chun, gathered outside a newly built beehive, watching the giant bees flitting about, familiarizing themselves with their new home. Their faces were filled with emotion. The giant bees were about the size of sparrows, covered in emerald green patterns, even their wings were carved from jade, and they emanated faint magical energy. These were the Jade Spirit Bees, an extremely rare and precious type of demonic bee. Although the Jade Spirit Bees, as demonic bees, possess considerable fighting power when they swarm, their greatest use for cultivators is producing spiritual honey. The spiritual honey produced by the Jade Spirit Bees is not only incredibly sweet and delicious, but also an excellent tonic. This spiritual honey has a wide range of uses. It can be diluted with water for drinking, made into honey tea, or used as an additive in elixirs. The spiritual energy and nutrients contained within the spirit honey are easily absorbed and refined by cultivators. Known uses of spirit honey include improving cultivation, healing internal injuries, replenishing ki and blood, and prolonging life. When young cultivators like Zhou Chun first began cultivating, they often suffered from internal ki imbalances and damaged meridians due to improper practice. Normally, cultivators in this situation would have to rest for 10 days to half a month before continuing cultivation. However, Zhou family cultivators could recover completely within 3 days and continue cultivating simply by drinking a spoonful of spirit honey. It is precisely because the Jade Spirit Bees are so rare and precious that Zhou Xia, the Zhou family ancestor who discovered and brought them back, although her cultivation remained at the foundation establishment stage her entire life, still has her name and deeds inscribed on the merit wall of the Zhou family ancestral hall. And that Zhou Xia ancestor actually only brought back fewer than 100 Jade Spirit Bees. It was only through the combined efforts of the entire Zhou family, generation after generation, that the bee colony grew so large that its population has now increased more than tenfold. Unfortunately, when the three absolute sects split up, these Jade Spirit Bees were forcibly left at the Spirit Beast Manor by Yu Jinghua. Not a single one was allowed to be taken by the Zhou family. At that time, many Zhou family cultivators even thought they would never see these Spirit Bees reappear in the Zhou family. Unexpectedly, only a few short years later, the family's higher-ups successfully brought these Spirit Bees back to the Zhou family. This event greatly impressed and inspired the Zhou family members unaware of the inside story, who held the patriarch Zhou Daowei and the supreme elder Zhou Mingde in high esteem and admiration. It also somewhat mitigated the impact of Zhou Zhangkang's subsequent disappearance. After the Zhou Zhangkang incident, Zhou Chun was not able to return to the market. Zhou Daowei assigned him a new position, the patriarch's personal clerk, responsible for assisting the patriarch in handling clan affairs. Furthermore, the task of collecting the venomous spiny fish slime, originally assigned to Zhou Jiahu, was also given to him. It was precisely because of this position as the clan leader's personal secretary that Zhou Chun instantly entered the side of all Zhou family cultivators, becoming a prominent figure within the Zhou family. Everyone knew that before Zhou Chun, clan leader Zhou Daowei had no secretary, and all clan affairs were decided by the clan leader alone. Now, however, clan leader Zhou Daowei had specifically created a secretary position for Zhou Chun to assist in handling clan affairs. Even the most foolish person could see through his intentions. At this time, all the merits Zhou Chun had accumulated for the Zhou family over the years were announced. When it was learned that Zhou Chun was now ranked second among the key refining stage cultivators in the family based solely on his merit points, those Zhou family cultivators who had objected to clan leader Zhou Daowei's favor and preferential treatment all fell silent. While the number of merit points did not fully represent a person's ability, it did represent the magnitude of their contribution to the family. For the family, A cultivator who had made significant contributions should rightfully receive superior rights and treatment. Moreover, Zhou Chun was merely a clerk to the clan leader, not the clan leader himself. Therefore, the news of Zhou Chun, the original foundation establishment seat of the clan, disappearing was significantly diminished in its impact. Within a few months, few people mentioned it anymore. One day, Zhou Chun was organizing account books in this Hongping hall when he suddenly heard a loud, excited laugh echoing from the mountain. Startled, he immediately stopped writing and went outside. Upon reaching the outside, Zhou Chun easily saw a gray-robed man hovering in the air, laughing uncontrollably. Hovering was a natural ability that key refining cultivators acquired after successfully establishing their foundation, a kind of innate divine power. Flying with key, true essence shields, foundation establishment true fire, these various methods of manipulating power were divine powers that cultivators could only acquire after reaching the foundation establishment stage and undergoing a transformation in their magical power. However, generally speaking, no foundation establishment cultivator would become so excited and lose control over possessing such abilities. There's only one exception. That's when, as Zhou Chun is seeing now, a key refining cultivator is using these abilities for the first time after successfully establishing their foundation. Indeed, upon seeing the gray-robed man in the sky, Zhou Chun immediately recognized him. It was Zhou Jiaru, a core member of the Zhou family, who had been in seclusion on Pagoda Peak for over 3 months, focusing on foundation establishment. Since the Li family sent the 2 foundation establishment pills that were supposed to be allocated to the Zhou family over 3 months ago, Zhou Jiaru and Zhou Jiacheng, who had already been confirmed to have taken them, directly entered the secluded chamber on Pagoda Peak to attempt the foundation establishment stage. Now it seems that at least Zhou Jiaru has successfully established his foundation. After a slight pause, Zhou Chun quickly cupped his hands in greeting and loudly congratulated, "Nephew congratulates 11th uncle on successfully establishing his foundation. May you live a long and healthy life." The blessing "live a long and healthy life" is always appropriate when used to wish a cultivator a breakthrough. Because the true meaning of cultivation is the pursuit of immortality. Every major breakthrough in cultivation significantly extends a cultivator's lifespan. Therefore, upon hearing Zhou Chun's congratulations, Zhou Jiaru in the sky laughed even more heartily. He was the 11th among the Jia generation, already 76 years old, well past his 70s. If he hadn't successfully established his foundation, he would only have 40-odd years to live, or perhaps not even that long. But now, with his successful foundation establishment, his lifespan had extended to over 200 years. At his age, he was still considered young among foundation establishment cultivators, with limitless potential for the future. "Ha ha ha, nephew Zhang Chun, you are too kind," he laughed loudly, then soared into the air, landing instantly in front of Zhou Chun. At this moment, his laughter attracted the attention of Elder Zhou Ming and clan chief Zhou Daoyi, who were cultivating in their cave. "Excellent, excellent. Jiaru, your successful foundation establishment has truly made the family's cultivation of you worthwhile," Zhou Daoyi praised Zhou Jiaru, who had successfully established his foundation. Faced with his praise, Zhou Jiaru immediately bowed gratefully and said, "My achievements today are all thanks to the family's cultivation, and the great favor and trust of the Supreme Elder and the clan chief. I will never forget the family's kindness." Hearing this, Zhou Ming nodded in approval and said, "Very good. I hope you will always remember these words and not let down the family and us who have placed our trust in you." "Yes, I will certainly not forget." Zhou Jiaru's expression hardened, and he loudly promised. Next, as is customary, the Zhou family held a foundation establishment celebration for Zhou Jiaru, with most of the Zhou family cultivators attending to congratulate him and present him with various gifts. Some independent cultivators who had good relations with the Zhou family also participated in the celebration. Amidst this lively atmosphere, another cultivator, Zhou Jiacheng, who had failed to achieve foundation establishment, quietly emerged from seclusion. A foundation establishment pill can increase a key refining cultivator's success rate in foundation establishment by about 30%, so taking a foundation establishment pill doesn't guarantee success. Zhou Jiacheng was one of those unlucky ones. Although he took the foundation establishment pill, he didn't succeed. He only survived and maintained his cultivation thanks to its effects. He hadn't dared to face his clan until Zhou Jiaru successfully established his foundation and held a grand celebration banquet. His last shred of hope vanished. He could only emerge from seclusion quietly, filled with helplessness and shame. Even so, he had to give his family an explanation. Therefore, he didn't return to his cave after leaving seclusion, but instead knelt facing the wall outside the ancestral hall. When the clan head, Zhou returned from Zhou Jiao's foundation establishment celebration, he easily discovered Zhou Jiacheng kneeling outside the ancestral hall. In fact, Zhou Jiacheng's failure to establish his foundation was no secret to Zhou Ming and Zhou Dai. The two knew Zhou Jiacheng was deeply affected by this incident and wanted him to come to his senses and move on his own, which was why they had pretended not to know. Seeing Zhou Jiacheng finally emerge on his own, Zhou Dai was actually quite relieved. He slowly walked behind Zhou Jiacheng, who was kneeling on the ground, and sighed softly, "Alice. It's normal that you didn't succeed. Foundation establishment isn't something that's guaranteed to succeed. Being able to preserve your life and cultivation is already quite good, but I can't forgive myself. The Supreme Elder and the clan chief trusted me so much, bestowing upon me the foundation establishment pills that countless clansmen yearn for. What trust it is, how hateful that I am so incompetent, failing the trust of the Supreme Elder and the clan chief, failing the cultivation of the clan. I am deeply guilty, and I have no face to see the two elders again, to see all the clansmen." By the end, Zhou Jiacheng was sobbing uncontrollably. He was over 60 years old, and supposedly had seen many storms in his life, rarely shedding tears over something so trivial. However, foundation establishment is the most important event in the life of a key refining cultivator. Zhou Jiacheng, relying on the blessings of his ancestors and his own hard work, was able to obtain the foundation establishment pill bestowed by his family to establish his foundation. Normally, he should have successfully established his foundation, living up to the expectations of his family and elders. But he failed. This failure not only disappointed his family and elders, but also let down his deceased grandfather, who had provided him with such support. Even for someone over 60 years old, this blow was difficult to bear. The fact that you think this way shows that neither I nor the Supreme Elder misjudged you. The family has strict standards for deciding who should take the foundation establishment pill. Your selection means you were more outstanding than others at the time, and no one said that taking the foundation establishment pill would guarantee success, nor did anyone say that anyone who failed would be a sinner of the family. If you succeed, that's naturally cause for celebration. Even if you fail, it's just bad luck. The Supreme Elder and I will never blame you for this, and the other clansmen will gradually understand you. Zhou Dai gently comforted Zhou Jiacheng, trying his best to enlighten this self-pitying junior. Since the loss was irreversible, a motivated key refining stage 12 cultivator was naturally more useful to the family than a self-pitying one. As the clan leader, even considering this aspect, Zhou Dai had to comfort and enlighten Zhou Jiacheng. Under his comforting guidance, Zhou Jiacheng gradually recovered, stood up, and dared to face him directly. He turned and met his gaze, then wiped away tears with his sleeve, bowed deeply, and said, "Thank you for your guidance, clan chief. I know what I should do. For the rest of my life, I will dedicate myself to serving the clan to repay their kindness." Zhou Dai smiled with satisfaction. "That's right. You're still young. As long as you serve the clan well, you might have another chance to break through to the foundation establishment stage." These suggestive words quickly ignited hope in Zhou Jiacheng's eyes. He immediately declared firmly, "Thank you for your guidance, clan chief. I will certainly not disappoint you again." After watching Zhou Jiacheng leave Pagoda Peak and descend the mountain, Zhou Dai shook his head slightly and returned to his cave. Now, with Zhou Chun assisting in handling clan affairs, he had gained considerable free time, and his cultivation time had significantly increased. In this way, Zhou Chun gained valuable experience and more time for cultivation, a win-win situation. At least for him, it was a win-win. And for Zhou Chun, he certainly didn't lose out. As the clerk of clan chief Zhou Dai, he was not only exempt from all other family duties but could also cultivate on the spiritually rich Pagoda Peak. This wouldn't hinder his own cultivation and would grant him access to many Zhou family secrets, allowing him to obtain first-hand information. For example, when a new batch of beast spirit pills had been refined on 100 Herbs Peak, and how many had been placed in the family treasury for clan members to exchange for. Few people would know this before him. This way, if he needed them, he could seize the opportunity to exchange them first. Moreover, being by clan chief Zhou Dai's side daily, he could consult him anytime about cultivation problems or questions about raising spirit pets. This was a privilege that ordinary Zhou family members never received. It could be said that, except for the Supreme Elder, Zhou Chun's current treatment was not much different from that of Zhou Zhengcan back then. Although he hasn't been officially designated as a Foundation establishment seat in the family yet, he's already practically enjoying that kind of treatment. Ugh, writing is so exhausting. I even forgot to wish my readers a happy Mid-Autumn Festival yesterday. And I forgot to report on the initial subscriptions. Here's the update, over 900 initial subscriptions. The high subscription growth is good, and the results are pretty good, even better than expected. Next, I'll roll up my sleeves and work harder. My primary goal is to reach 1,000,000 words. Chapter 84 Choosing a secret technique again, enduring hardship leads to greater strength. Flying Stone Peak, the library. Since becoming the clan chief's secretary, Zhou Chun's visits to the library have decreased significantly. He only comes occasionally when he has free time. But that's not to read books, it's to visit the Azure Wood Spirit Ape that guards the library. The experience of using the Azure Wood Spirit Ape to capture the emerald-crowned flying serpent gave Zhou Chun a great deal of inspiration. With rare beasts like the Azure Wood Spirit Ape, once a good relationship is established, asking for their help in the future is much easier than asking a Foundation establishment cultivator, and you won't owe them a favor. However, his visit to the library today to see the Azure Wood Spirit Ape is just a side effect. His real purpose is to go to the second floor to select a secret technique to cultivate. He has already mastered the 5-element spirit armor technique, which he chose a few years ago, and can use it easily. He has also successfully cultivated the forest hidden cicada breath technique, which he obtained after slaying abandoned cultivator. Now it's time to cultivate another secret technique. Secret techniques are always a valuable skill, as long as you have time to practice them. Especially since, unlike spells, the power of secret techniques isn't fixed, it increases with a cultivator's cultivation level. For example, the 5-element spirit armor technique might only be equivalent to a high-grade first-tier defensive spell when used by Zhou Chun, but when used by a Foundation establishment cultivator, its defensive effect could rival a second-tier defensive spell. Therefore, a key refining cultivator can use a secret technique, and a Foundation establishment cultivator can also benefit from it. Same as always, go up and choose a secret technique yourself, then bring it down and hand it to me. Inside the library, Zhou Daoquan opened the magical barrier leading to the second floor and waved his hand, indicating for Zhou Chun to go up. However, Zhou Chun didn't rush up after hearing this. Instead, he bowed respectfully and said, "Elder, you are wise. When I represented my family in the martial arts competition among the 5 great immortal cultivation families, I received a family reward of 1 chance to choose a secret technique. After becoming a core member, I should also receive 1 more chance to choose a secret technique. Therefore, I wish to choose 2 secret techniques at once." Choose 2 secret techniques at once? Do you have that much time to cultivate? Zhou Daoquan was slightly taken aback, looking at Zhou Chun with surprise, somewhat astonished by his words. Zhou Chun had anticipated this question and immediately replied, "I no longer need to do various chores, and I have gradually become proficient in handling various family affairs. The time I can use for cultivation each day should be sufficient to support the cultivation of 2 secret techniques." Upon hearing this, Zhou Daoquan's eyes lit up with admiration as he looked at him and exclaimed, "Good lad, it seems you really have the talent." Then he waved his sleeve and said, "All right, then you are allowed to choose 2 secret techniques to cultivate." "Thank you, Elder." Zhou Chun thanked him and immediately stepped up to the second floor. Not long after, he returned downstairs with the 2 secret techniques he had chosen. Last time, Zhou Chun chose the 5-element spirit armor technique because he lacked sufficient defensive means. This time, however, he chose 2 techniques to enhance his offensive capabilities in Metal Sword Key. An offensive technique can only be cultivated if one's spiritual root possesses the metal element. It has 2 levels. After mastering the first level, one can condense a Zin metal spiritual power in the Tayin Lung meridian of the right hand, which is then used as sword key to attack the enemy. After mastering the second level, one can condense another Zin metal spiritual power in the Tayin Lung meridian of the left hand, burning blood to transform spirit technique, an auxiliary technique, after successful cultivation, allows one to convert their own essence blood into magical power. Are you planning to fight someone to the death? Why did you choose these 2 techniques? After Zhou Daoquan finished looking at the 2 techniques Zhou Chun brought down, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. looking at him with complete incomprehension. It's no wonder he didn't understand. Because both of these techniques are self-destructive before harming others. Needless to say, the burning blood to transform spirit technique involves burning a cultivator's essence blood, which is extremely difficult to replenish. Excessive burning can be fatal, and even if one survives, their lifespan will be significantly reduced. As for the Zen metal sword key, to successfully cultivate it and maximize its power, one needs to absorb the 5 elements of metal energy from mineral veins using a secret method, transforming it into the power of Zen metal. This process not only causes intense pain, the cultivator must constantly endure excruciating agony akin to being slowly sliced to death, but also risks damaging the meridians in the right hand, potentially leaving permanent injuries. Furthermore, the most terrifying aspect of this technique is that after each use, recondensing Zen metal power in the arms requires enduring the excruciating pain of the metal energy attacking the body once more. While most cultivators are willing to endure hardships that ordinary people cannot to become stronger, Zhou Chun, who is already far ahead of his peers, has no reason to deliberately suffer like this. Therefore, Zhou Chun finds it very difficult to understand. Seeing this, Zhou Chun could only explain, "Elder, you misunderstand. The reason I chose these 2 secret techniques is simply because I value their life-saving and game-changing abilities in certain emergency situations, compared to my own life. What is a little hardship?" His face hardened with determination as he finished speaking. He wasn't afraid of hardship. As long as hardship made him stronger, that was enough. However, Zhou Chun's expression turned strange after hearing his words. "What is a little hardship?" Zhou Chun repeated Zhou Chun's words in a strange tone, then looked at him with a half-smile and said, "I hope you'll still think that way after you start cultivating." This action made Zhou Chun a little uneasy, and he began to doubt whether he had really made the right choice. But he quickly cleared his mind and became determined again. No pain, no gain. Zhou Chun believed he could do it. After finalizing the 2 secret techniques, Zhou Chun, considering that he needed to be stationed at Pagoda Peak for work, allowed him to take the copies of the secret techniques back to study and cultivate them. However, if he wanted to leave Jilfang Ridge, he had to first return the manuscript of the secret technique to the library to prevent it from being lost in case of an accident. This lenient treatment was clearly due to his newfound status. Zhou Chun was fully aware of this. Therefore, after thanking Zhou Chun repeatedly, he returned to Pagoda Peak with the manuscript, satisfied. Soon after, when Zhou Chun began to try cultivating the Zinjin sword key, he finally understood the meaning of Zhou Chun's words. At the beginning of his cultivation, he only slightly circulated the technique to absorb some of the metal energy contained within ordinary iron. Even so, the continuous, needle-like pain after the metal energy entered his body caused his forward veins to throb and him to break out in a cold sweat. After gritting his teeth and persevering for a while, he finally couldn't bear it and stopped cultivating. For a period afterward, Zhou Chun tried to cultivate the Zinjin sword key secret technique every day, but he couldn't complete a normal round of cultivation each day. Many times, the pain was unbearable, and he even considered giving up twice after his meridians were damaged by the metal energy. However, thinking of how hard won the secret technique was, the records of its power in the ancient texts, and the words of the third elder Zhou Chun, Zhou Chun gritted his teeth and persevered. He had already made his bold promise. If he gave up now, wouldn't that be a slap in the face? Moreover, if he gave up cultivating this secret technique, wouldn't it mean he couldn't endure hardship? If he couldn't endure the suffering that ordinary people couldn't bear, how could he convince his family elders that he could do what ordinary people couldn't, that he could become a superior person? For the sake of face or for the sake of substance, Zhou Chun could only grit his teeth and persevere. He was determined to master the Zen metal sword key secret technique. Hard work pays off. After 2 or 3 months of near-death experiences, Zhou Chun finally gradually adapted to the pain of the metal energy entering his body. His right lung meridian also became more resilient with each injury and recovery, and could gradually accommodate the metal energy. At this moment, he finally completed a round of secret technique cultivation, successfully sealing the absorbed golden energy within his right lung meridian. As the saying goes, everything is difficult at the beginning, and after this first success, subsequent cultivations would be much easier. To maintain secrecy, no one except the clan leader Zhou and the third elder Zhou Chun knew about Zhou Chun's cultivation of the Zinjin sword key. This secret technique, once successfully mastered, would become his greatest trump card. Spring turned to winter, flowers bloomed and faded. In the blink of an eye, 7 years had passed since Zhou Chun arrived in this world. In those 7 years, he had completely integrated into this world, thoroughly considering himself a member. Now, his every word and action was no different from that of a native of this world. The cultivators of the Zhou family had also completely adapted to him. No one cared about what he had been like before. And after 7 years, Zhou Chun had reached the age of 28. And his cultivation had broken through from the 6th level of the key refining stage to the 10th level. Zhou Chun's rapid advancement of 4 levels in 7 years astonished many Zhou family cultivators. However, those truly in the know weren't so surprised. This speed was entirely based on the accumulation of numerous pills. But because Zhou Chun had consumed so many pills in recent years, he now clearly felt their effects diminishing, developing a significant tolerance. Therefore, not wanting to waste pills, he would likely have to stop taking them. Otherwise, if his tolerance became too high, the effectiveness of the Foundation Establishment pills would be greatly reduced when he attempted to break through to the Foundation Establishment stage, a classic case of penny wise, pound foolish. On this day, Zhou Chun was invited to his 10th brother, Zhou Zhengao's, home to witness the testing of his eldest son's spiritual root aptitude. Just over half a year ago, Zhou Zhengao's Taoist partner, Sun Yujio, had given birth to a healthy baby boy, nicknamed Laner. The reason only a nickname was given was because his spiritual root aptitude hadn't been tested yet. The Zhou family was a cultivation family, and the generational names used in the Zhou family were only for cultivators. Zhou Zhengao's son could only be given a name with a generational character if he had spiritual root aptitude. Otherwise, any name would suffice. Testing spiritual root aptitude was like opening a blind box. No one knew what was inside until it was opened. Zhou Zhengaong and his wife worried that something might go wrong if only they were present, so they wanted a close friend to witness it. Furthermore, Zhou Zhengaong claimed that Zhou Chun's luck was currently good, and his presence might bring some good fortune to their son. Zhou Chun naturally wouldn't refuse. When he arrived at Zhou Zhengaong's house, Sun Yujio had quickly put their son to sleep. Looking at the sleeping baby, the anxious Zhou Zhengaong and his wife exchanged hesitant glances, unable to act for a long time. "Why don't you do it, 13th brother?" Zhou Zhengaong scratched his head, looking at Zhou Chun with a conflicted expression. As the child's father, he naturally wanted to test his son's spiritual root aptitude himself. However, he also feared that if the test results were unsatisfactory, he would regret it for the rest of his life. So he was caught in a dilemma. "Brother Yang, you're putting me in a difficult position." Zhou Chun gave a wry smile and shook his head, saying, "I can help you with other things, but as the child's father, it's best if you do this yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Yujio beside him nodded quickly and said, "13th brother is right, husband, don't hesitate. Didn't we already agree? Whether it's good or bad, we have to accept it calmly." The words of his good brother and wife seemed to give Zhou Zhengaong confidence and courage. After a slight hesitation, he nodded heavily and said, "All right, then I'll do it." Then he stopped hesitating and immediately formed a hand seal, casting the spirit testing technique, a special technique for testing spiritual root aptitude. Although the spirit testing technique had a single function, it was a true first-tier high-grade spell. If Zhou Zhengaong hadn't broken through to the 9th level of key refining last year, he really wouldn't have been able to cast this spell. At this moment, as Zhou Zhengaong made a hand seal, a magic sphere composed of countless white runes condensed in his hand, and then he flicked it into the body of the swaddled infant on the table. Wah! The sleeping baby seemed to sense something and suddenly let out a loud cry. But at this moment, Zhou Zhengaong and his wife paid no attention to this. All 4 of their eyes were fixed on the child. Soon after the white magic sphere entered the infant's body, a pure beam of spiritual light shot out from the top of the baby's head. The light was bluish-red in color, and after shooting out from the top of the baby's head, it stopped its momentum after falling to a height of 5 feet before gradually dissipating. Upon seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately smiled and cupped his hands in congratulations to Zhou Zhengaong and his wife, saying, "Congratulations. Congratulations, brother Yang and sister-in-law. My nephew not only possesses spiritual root aptitude, but it's also a mid-grade spiritual root with a wood and fire attributes. Brother Yang's lineage has a worthy successor." Hearing this congratulation, Zhou Zhengaong could no longer maintain his smile. He burst into wild laughter, shouting, "Ha ha ha ha, a mid-grade spiritual root aptitude. My son, Zhou Zhengaong's son, Has a mid-grade spiritual root aptitude. Zhou Chun also have a worthy successor. Second chapter delivered. Please subscribe and vote. Chapter 85 Gathering Golden Key, Golden Armored Pangolin. The news that Zhou Chun's son, Zhou Chun, had been diagnosed with a mid-grade spiritual root aptitude quickly spread throughout the Zhou family. Strictly speaking, a mid-grade spiritual root aptitude wasn't particularly outstanding, it merely qualified him for joining major sects and offered a chance of successfully establishing his foundation. The Zhou family currently had 20 or 30 key refining stage cultivators with mid-grade spiritual roots, a considerable number. Zhou Chun's son's discovery wouldn't warrant the entire clan's celebration. The reason the news spread so quickly was because the boy boasted about it to everyone he met. There was no other way. The Zhou family's Xin generation only numbered 7, and his son was the second among them to possess a mid-grade spiritual root aptitude. The first had parents who were mortals. Therefore, his son, Zhou Chun, was actually the first mid-grade spiritual root aptitude cultivator among the descendants of the Zheng generation of the Zhou family. This gave him the right to boast. Clan Chief Zhou Daowei was delighted with this, even hoping someone would complain to him. If anyone dared to complain, he'd simply tell them, "Go ahead and have a baby if you dare," a hardcore attempt to force them to give birth. Unfortunately, no one dared to actually complain. When little Zhou Chun turned 1 year old, Zhou Chun, after drinking his first birthday wine, quickly left Jifang Ridge. This time, Zhou Chun was leaving the clan to collect high-quality gold energy from an abandoned refined gold mine for cultivating the Xin Gold Sword Key. The refined gold mine was located in a mountain range in northwestern Lanzhou, near Lingzhou, and originally belonged to the Qinglian Temple. After all the refined gold ore in the mine was mined out, it was abandoned by the Qinglian Temple and is now occupied by a group of rogue cultivators. These rogue cultivators live around the abandoned mine and dig in whenever they have free time, hoping to find any remaining refined gold ore. In fact, many spirit gold ores sold through these rogue cultivators come from this source. It wasn't that some rogue cultivator possessed ore, or that he had discovered a vein. Handing over abandoned mines to rogue cultivators to exploit, thus squeezing out the last bit of resources, was a common practice in the cultivation world. This way, the force controlling the mine saved costs while achieving its goal, and the rogue cultivators also profited. The Crimson Iron Mine, currently being mined by the Zhou family and the other 5 major cultivation families, would likely follow the same path. From Nine Peaks Ridge to the abandoned refined gold mine was over 1,000 miles, and Zhou Chun traveled alone for 4 or 5 days before finally arriving at the foot of the mountain. To avoid suspicion, Zhou Chun had disguised himself as a slightly dark-skinned young man in blue robes. His sallow, dark complexion made him appear much older, at least 37 or 38. This age matched his current key refining stage 10 cultivation, which, while still somewhat unusual, wasn't as conspicuous as his actual cultivation level at his age. His current identity was that of the rogue cultivator Han Sanju. Sanju was a tribute to the former Three Absolutes sect. The hidden Gold Mountain range should be ahead. Although the information says the abandoned mine is large and easy to find, to save time, I'll just ask the nearby cultivators. Looking at the rolling mountains ahead from his horse, Zhou Chun quickly made a decision. He dismounted, released the horse he'd bought from a nearby city into the wilderness, and cast a wind control spell, galloping through the mountains. At the same time, a dark blue-green eagle was released from its cage on his back, circling and searching for humans in the forest. This tamed eagle was rented from his family before he left, specifically for finding humans and for surveillance. His previous red-billed sparrow had died of old age 6 months ago. Undoubtedly, compared to the smaller, lower-flying, and slower red-billed sparrow, the eagle was far superior in reconnaissance. Even thousands of feet above the ground, it could easily spot rabbits hopping about in the forest below, and its flight speed was extremely fast. After Zhou Chun released the reconnaissance eagle, it found a target in less than an hour. It was a rogue cultivator searching for herbs in the mountains, possessing only a pitiful 4th-level key refining cultivation, but appearing to be at least 40 years old. This age coupled with his cultivation level indicated that not only was his spiritual root aptitude poor, but he must have also been quite old when he embarked on the path of cultivation. Sure enough, after Zhou Chun approached and spoke with him, he learned that the man had only begun his cultivation journey after the age of 20. This cultivator, surnamed Zheng, was originally an ordinary herb gatherer who had accidentally rescued a rogue cultivator injured while gathering herbs in the mountains. It was through this encounter that he received instruction in cultivation techniques and entered the world of cultivation. However, due to his low spiritual root aptitude and lack of guidance and support, he had wasted nearly 20 years, only reaching the 4th level of the key refining stage. However, he possessed remarkable perseverance and integrity. After learning of the dangers of the turbid energy from the rogue cultivator he had rescued, he never meditated or cultivated in the wilderness, even when he wasn't actively cultivating. Otherwise, even with poor aptitude, 20 years of cultivation wouldn't have resulted in such a meager level of power. Understanding this, Zhou Chun greatly admired the Zheng cultivator's perseverance. He couldn't help but sigh, the path to immortality is elusive and difficult to attain. Fellow Taoist Zheng's persistence is admirable. Consider these 3 spirit coins as a token of my respect for your guidance. I hope to meet you again someday. With that, he forcefully placed the 3 spirit coins into the other's hand, clasped his hands in a fist salute, and took his leave. Watching his departing figure and glancing at the spirit coins in his hand, the cultivator surnamed Zheng, while pleased, also bowed deeply in gratitude, saying, "Fellow Taoist Han, take care on your journey." After parting ways with the cultivator surnamed Zheng, Zhou Chun, following his directions, found the abandoned refined gold mine within the hidden gold mountains in less than half a day. This refined gold mine was originally a medium to large-sized mine with abundant reserves, stretching for dozens of miles, with over a dozen mining tunnels already excavated. Later, after the Kinglian temple abandoned the area, a large number of rogue cultivators moved in. And the number of mining tunnels dug among the mountains increased tenfold, even dozens of times. Therefore, after arriving at the abandoned mine, Zhou Chun easily saw one abandoned mine tunnel after another. Now, most of these mines have become habitats for wild animals, while some hidden ones have been converted into temporary shelters by the cultivators still mining there. In short, this area is not peaceful. However, Zhou Chun didn't need to worry about that. With his key refining stage 10 cultivation, he could practically roam freely in this abandoned mine, and certainly no one would dare provoke him. After all, most rogue cultivators at this level could hunt demonic beasts to earn spirit coins. There was no need for them to linger in such abandoned mines. This was where the truly low-level rogue cultivators mined, where they sought their fortune. After wandering through the mountains and forests for several hours, Zhou Chun found a main mine shaft. The so-called main mine shaft refers to the one dug by Kinglian Temple when it first opened the mine. Only deep within such mine shafts, where a large amount of refined gold ore had once been nurtured, would the high-quality gold energy that Zhou Chun desired remain. Hiss hiss. A low hissing sound slowly rose within the mine shaft. Accompanying it were the faint sounds of footsteps. Zhou Chun, holding the sunshine stone, stepped along the abandoned mine tunnel, heading deeper into the earth. Several feet ahead of him, the silver lightning python, Bye-Bye, acted as the trailblazer, driving away the snakes, insects, rats, and bats that inhabited the mine tunnels. The silver lightning python was now over 3 zang long, its cultivation comparable to a 6th-level key refining cultivator. Zhou Chun gradually began to allocate more resources to it, feeding it growth-enhancing pills and spiritual items like beast spirit pills. However, for now, Zhou Chun didn't need its assistance in combat. At most, it would be used to help with minor, harmless tasks. Driving the snakes downhill, after traveling over 20 li through the underground mine tunnels, Zhou Chun finally found his target. He was currently in a branch tunnel above the main mine tunnel, and ahead lay the end of this branch tunnel. Here, Zhou Chun sensed a faint but barely adequate amount of residual golden energy. Little White, go ahead and keep watch. If you find anything, be sure to notify me immediately. With a thought, Zhou Chun immediately gave the silver lightning python a guard order, instructing it to keep watch several dozen feet away. After the silver lightning python left, he reached into his storage pouch and took out a pale golden guard magic artifact. Since the Zhou family possessed the secret technique Xinjin sword key, they would naturally consider the high-quality golden energy needed for their family's cultivators to practice the technique in the future. The guard magic artifact in Zhou Chun's hand was specifically crafted for collecting golden energy. At this moment, he opened the lid of the guard magic artifact, placed it face up in front of him, then sat cross-legged and began to gather and absorb the free-floating golden energy by activating the Xinjin sword key secret technique. Under the effect of the secret technique, after a short while, wisps of invisible golden energy were gathered in front of Zhou Chun, and then absorbed by the guard magic artifact in front of him. Actually, He possessed a purification jar, so he wouldn't have needed to go through all this trouble. He could have simply cultivated his secret technique here. However, the problem was that the existence of the purification jar couldn't be revealed. If he cultivated here, it would be difficult to explain when he returned. After all, Zhou had instructed him to collect enough golden energy to take back to his family, where the family would help purify the turbid and malevolent energy it contained before giving it to him for cultivation. It took Zhou Chun about half a day to collect all the nearby golden energy into his gourd artifact. However, he needed a considerable amount of golden energy, and he also had to consider replenishing it after using his secret technique. This time, he had to collect as much golden energy as possible. For the next half-month, Zhou Chun went in and out of several mine shafts in the abandoned mine, constantly collecting the golden energy he needed. With his tireless efforts, the golden energy reserves in the gourd artifact increased day by day, almost reaching its limit. On this day, Zhou Chun went down into another mine shaft, searching for the remaining golden energy. Then, in a branch mine tunnel, he found the golden energy he could use. But just as Zhou Chun was gathering and collecting golden energy as usual, an unexpected incident occurred. While Zhou Chun was using a secret technique to collect golden energy, a strange noise suddenly came from the mine tunnel wall about 10 zang away. Before the startled Zhou Chun could stop his cultivation and get up, a pangolin-like monster covered in golden scales burst out of the wall and pounced on him. This situation terrified Zhou Chun. He recognized the monster's origin immediately upon seeing it. It was a rare dual attribute, metal and earth, monster, the golden armored pangolin, and it was already in its fully mature form. A fully mature golden armored pangolin is no less powerful than a 12th level key refining cultivator, and its combat strength in this underground environment is something 2 12th level key refining cultivators might not be able to match. Even under normal circumstances, let alone his current immobility, he wasn't sure he could handle this monster in this underground environment. Startled, Zhou Chun hastily activated his bright cloud pendant magic artifact, releasing clusters of radiant light to protect himself. Just as he finished, the golden armored pangolin pounced on him. Only then did Zhou Chun realize that the pangolin's target wasn't him, but the gourd magic artifact in front of him. Its target was the golden energy within the gourd. A flash of insight struck Zhou Chun, and he instantly understood the pangolin's intention. He panicked. Leaving aside how much time he had spent collecting the golden energy, this gourd magic artifact was the only one of its kind remaining in the Zhou family. Losing it would make forging another extremely difficult and costly process, at least half of the family merit he had accumulated. How could Zhou Chun not be anxious? But his anxiety was futile. The golden armored pangolin opened its mouth and bit down on the gourd, then snatched it up and ran. As it fled, its flat, narrow tail slapped Zhou Chun hard, causing the protective aura released by the bright cloud pendant to shake violently. This attack failed, and the golden armored pangolin completely abandoned its plan to attack Zhou Chun, instead lunging towards the burrow it had dug to escape. But at that moment, a serpentine bolt of lightning suddenly tore through the darkness of the burrow, striking the golden armored pangolin squarely on the head. The strike caused the pangolin to shudder, and the gourd it was carrying fell to the ground. By the time it recovered from the paralysis and picked up the gourd again, Zhou Chun had already forcibly stopped his cultivation and stood up. First update of the day, please subscribe. The 5 chapters updated on the first day of release have reached a maximum of 1,100 subscriptions, but the lowest subscription is almost 200 less. I'm devastated. Please, everyone, don't skip the subscription. Chapter 86 The Treasure Seal achieves merit, treasure retrieved from the demon's nest. Bye-bye, well done. Inside the mine tunnel, Zhou Chun, who had forcibly stopped his cultivation and stood up, looked at the golden armored pangolin and praised the silver lightning python bye-bye in his heart. The serpentine forked lightning bolt just now was the lightning spell released by the silver lightning python bye-bye. Among all spells, lightning spells are undoubtedly the strongest in terms of power. Although the silver lightning python bye-bye is only a mid-grade first-tier demon beast, it still managed to interrupt the golden armored pangolin's escape with a domineering and powerful lightning spell, buying Zhou Chun crucial time. At this moment, while praising the silver lightning python bye-bye for its great contribution, Zhou Chun also unhesitatingly patted his storage bag and summoned the Moonblade Meteor Wheel to slash at the golden armored pangolin. Facing the fierce silver-black circular magic weapon, the golden armored pangolin showed no sign of panic. Its scales tightened slightly, golden light surged across its body, and it lashed out with its tail at the incoming circular magical artifact. The tail and the artifact collided in midair, producing a resounding clang like metal striking metal, sparks flying everywhere. The ever-victorious, Moonblade meteor wheel, had finally met its match. It couldn't even tear a shred through the golden armored pangolin's scales. After successfully deflecting the artifact in the struggle, the golden armored pangolin immediately unleashed a surge of yellow light through its claws, rapidly digging into the ground beneath its feet. Its claws seemed to possess some kind of magical power. No matter how hard this oil or stone, it would quickly soften and be cut into pieces upon contact. In just a few breaths, right before Zhou Chun's eyes, it had dug a 3-foot deep hole in the hard mine tunnel floor, burying half its body inside. This scene filled Zhou Chun with both shock and rage. He hurriedly activated his magical weapon, slashing fiercely at the exposed half of the pangolin's body. However, the golden armored pangolin seemed to have eyes on its tail. Every time the Moonblade meteor wheel struck, it was accurately deflected. Seeing that less and less of its body was exposed, Zhou Chun, filled with shock and anger, finally put away the Moonblade meteor wheel, and summoned another magical weapon that he had never used in actual combat since acquiring it. Grow, Zhou Chun shouted, and a small, earthen yellow seal in midair began to spin rapidly, expanding and growing larger until it reached the size of a water vat. Fall, Zhou Chun shouted again, and the enormous seal, the size of a water vat, crashed down, slamming down on the golden armored pangolin that was about to disappear completely into the mine tunnel. Rumble. A deafening roar, like an earthquake, rose within the mine tunnel. The entire branch of the mine tunnel shook, and even small-scale collapses occurred in some areas. Amidst the earth-shaking tremors, a piercing scream clearly reached Zhou Chun's ears. As the tremors gradually subsided, Zhou Chun scanned the mine tunnel with his divine sense and saw a large crater in the ground. At the bottom of the crater, the golden armored pangolin, its mouth gushing blood and countless bones broken, was swaying as it tried to stand up and continue its escape. But Zhou Chun wouldn't give it that chance. With a thought, Zhou Chun wanted to activate the Minor Thousand Mountain Seal, again to deliver a fatal blow to the golden armored pangolin, crushing the beast to death. But then he heard the soft rustling of falling gravel and suddenly realized he absolutely couldn't do that again. The previous attack had already shaken the earth. Another blow would not only overwhelm the golden armored pangolin, but the mine tunnel itself might also collapse. So he hurriedly changed to a different magical artifact, taking out the golden locking ring that he had acquired but never used. With a flick of his wrist, the pale golden ring shot out, aiming directly at the golden armored pangolin. The pangolin, still dazed, had no time to react and was easily caught by the ring. Zhou Chun, having succeeded, immediately activated the ring to shrink, tightly gripping the pangolin's head, attempting to strangle it to death. However, the golden armored pangolin was, after all, a very powerful low-level demon beast, renowned for its defense. When its life was threatened, its survival instinct quickly activated its innate magic. A blinding golden light erupted from the pangolin's body, and the ring, already shrunk to less than the size of a human head, was forcibly expanded several times larger by the golden light, finally snapping back with a loud bang. Then, the golden armored pangolin spat out a gourd-shaped magical artifact it had been holding in its mouth, its blood-red eyes glaring at Zhou Chun, and launched a fierce counterattack. With a swift movement, a beam of golden light shot out, like a spear, towards Zhou Chun. Seeing this, Zhou Chun hurriedly summoned his black iron shield magical artifact to protect himself. However, the power of the golden spear was beyond imagination, shattering the black iron shield into several pieces. This sight caused Zhou Chun's pupils to shrink, and he quickly reached for his spirit beast pouch at his waist, releasing the rock tortoise. Originally, Zhou Chun didn't want the rock tortoise to participate in the battle in the narrow terrain of the mine tunnel. Because in such a place, the already inflexible rock tortoise would find it even more difficult to move. Moreover, its magic was quite destructive to the terrain, and if not careful during the battle, it could easily collapse the mine tunnel. However, the golden armored pangolin was behaving so fiercely that Zhou Chun had no choice but to use it as a meat shield to absorb the firepower. As expected, the golden armored pangolin quickly sensed the threat upon the appearance of the rock tortoise, its attention immediately drawn to it. While their sizes differed greatly, the golden armored pangolin was actually stronger in cultivation. Zhou Chun estimated that the rock tortoise would need to consume the Cheyenne stone to reach the golden armored pangolin's level. Now he understood why the golden armored pangolin had appeared. It was most likely attracted by the dense golden energy accumulated inside the gourd, wanting to devour it to strengthen its bloodline and attempt to advance to a mid-level demon beast. Among low-level demon beasts, the golden armored pangolin's bloodline wasn't bad. Its advanced form, the golden armored earth beast, was also a very powerful mid-level demon beast. Fortunately, the golden armored pangolin had already been injured by the little thousand mountain seal, so even though the rock tortoise's cultivation was slightly weaker, its thick defense made it completely unafraid. Zhou Chun, hiding behind the rock tortoise, quickly gave it a command. The rock tortoise opened its mouth and spat out more a ball of yellow light, which flew towards the golden armored pangolin and instantly transformed into an earthen yellow light shield, trapping it inside. This was the earth prison technique, an earth elemental spell awakened and mastered by the rock tortoise after advancing to a first-tier superior grade demon beast. It could create a prison to trap enemies. The golden armored pangolin, trapped inside, naturally wouldn't sit idly by and immediately roared, swinging its sharp claws to attack the light shield. Under its sharp claw attacks, cracks quickly appeared on the earthen yellow light shield, seemingly unable to hold it for long. But at this moment, Zhou Chun seized the opportunity to use the secret technique of the 5-element spirit armor art to add an extra layer of protection for himself. Just as the golden armored pangolin tore through the earth prison technique and regained its freedom, the silver-black circular magic weapon whistled and struck it, sending it flying and crashing into the mine tunnel wall. However, the beast's defense was incredibly strong. Such an attack didn't cause any obvious injury, only aggravating its internal injuries and causing it to vomit a small amount of blood. Seeing this, Zhou Chun knew that ending the battle quickly was impossible. He could only prepare for a protracted fight. His only option was to drag it out, gradually aggravating the golden armored pangolin's internal injuries until it died. Next, Zhou Chun and the tortoise engaged in a fierce battle, fighting back and forth in the underground mine tunnels. After nearly 3/4 of an hour of this continuous fighting, Zhou Chun even consumed a rejuvenation pill to restore his mana before finally wearing down the golden armored pangolin. The dead golden armored pangolin showed no obvious external wounds. It died entirely from massive internal bleeding. Its direct cause of death was still the initial impact of the little thousand mountain seal. A single rejuvenation pill is worth 80 spirit coins, and the half-gourd of golden energy I lost is worth at least 30 spirit coins. The black iron shield magic weapon I lost would cost at least 60 or 70 spirit coins to buy back. I don't know if I made a profit or a loss this time. Inside the mine tunnel, Zhou Chun, panting heavily, looked at the corpse of the dead golden armored pangolin on the ground, a bitter smile on his face. In fact, by the middle of the battle, the golden armored pangolin had given up on the idea of escaping with the gourd magic weapon, and he could have let it escape. That way, he wouldn't have needed the rejuvenation pill. But in that situation, Zhou Chun saw that he could kill the golden armored pangolin with a little more effort, so why would he think so much? Now he only hoped that the corpse of the golden armored pangolin would be worth the price. Because the corpse of the golden armored pangolin could be curled up, Zhou Chun could put the whole thing into his storage bag after rolling it up, saving a lot of effort. After he put the corpse away, he looked at the half-gourd of golden energy left, feeling both heartache and shaking his head. Originally, he could have returned directly to his family after this, but now it seems he'll have to stay here for a while longer. By the way, the golden armored pangolin seems to have a habit of collecting various spirit gold ores. Could there be refined gold ore in its lair? Just as he was about to leave the mine tunnel, Zhou Chun looked at the hole the golden armored pangolin had broken through the wall, and suddenly his expression changed. He remembered something he had almost overlooked. After examining the hole, which was less than 2 feet wide, for a while, he called over the silver lightning python, "Bye-bye." "Bye-bye, it's up to you." With Zhou Chun's command, Bye-bye immediately burrowed into the hole the golden armored pangolin had dug, following its remaining scent to find its lair. Zhou Chun didn't know how far the golden armored pangolin's lair was from here, so he could only wait. After waiting for about 15 minutes, he finally saw Bye-bye reappear. Through his conversation with the Bye-bye, Zhou Chun confirmed that the golden armored pangolin's lair did indeed contain refined gold ore. However, obtaining the ore proved to be a problem. The hole dug by the golden armored pangolin was too small. Zhou Chun, being only a few feet tall, could barely squeeze through. The problem was that the path was 4 or 5 miles long, and the winding tunnels were extremely difficult to traverse. If he went in, and someone else happened to be there, he would be trapped. Zhou Chun couldn't afford to take that risk. Fortunately, he didn't. The commotion caused by the small Thousand Mountain Seal attack was so great that many rogue cultivators mining in nearby mines felt it. They all assumed someone had found treasure and were fighting over the spoils. Many people then began searching for the location of the incident, trying to find the person who had found the treasure. Just as Zhou Chun was about to leave the mine, he encountered 3 rogue cultivators who had entered his mine together. The two sides collided head-on not far from the mine's exit, both slightly startled. Upon realizing the other party's cultivation level, the 3 rogue cultivators' expressions changed drastically. One of them, a lean, white-haired old man who seemed to be the leader, immediately pulled his 2 companions aside and bowed repeatedly, saying, "Fellow Taoist, please forgive us. We were unaware that this place already had an owner. We will leave immediately." As he spoke, his 2 companions behind him reached for their storage pouches, clearly ready to fight. Making a living in this abandoned mine was no easy task for rogue cultivators. They had fought countless battles. Now, Zhou Chun's cultivation was significantly higher than theirs, and they couldn't afford to be careless. "Fellow Taoist, you misunderstand. I, Han, am not the owner of this place." Zhou Chun shook his head slightly, seemingly oblivious to their subtle actions, and replied calmly. Then, narrowing his eyes, he asked before the old man could speak again, "You 3, you must be here because of the commotion earlier, right?" The old man immediately shook his head in denial. "Fellow Taoist, you misunderstand. We just want to go down to the bottom of the cave to mine." "Yes, we just want to mine, that's right, that's it." Behind him, 2 young men, one tall and one short, chimed in. Zhou Chun found their seemingly prearranged answers somewhat amusing. But he didn't expose them, simply waving his hand and saying, "Never mind, whether you admit it or not doesn't matter. Now, there's a lucrative business opportunity you'd like to take." "What business?" This time, it was the short, fat young man who answered. He spoke almost reflexively, and after finishing, he noticed the old man and the tall young man turning to look at him with unfriendly eyes. He realized he had said the wrong thing again. His expression changed, and he immediately slapped himself hard across the face. Then, he quickly looked at Zhou Chun and chuckled awkwardly. "Fellow Taoist, don't misunderstand. I was just being sarcastic. If you want to do business, you should find someone in the market. The 3 of us only know how to do manual labor like mining. We can't do any business. It seems you've misunderstood me. Let me finish speaking before you consider this deal." Zhou Chun shook his head slightly, and without waiting for the 3 to hear his side of the story, he started talking about hiring the old man to search for treasure in the golden armored pandalin's lair. Originally, his intention in leaving the mine was to find a small, petite boy in a mortal town outside the mountains to help him retrieve the treasure. However, after seeing the old man's lean physique, he realized that the other party would be more suitable for his needs. After all, cultivators' knowledge of spiritual objects far surpasses that of ordinary people, so having him do this task would ensure that no treasures were lost. After hearing Zhou Chun's business proposal, the 3 old men were even more in awe of him. The 3 men made their living in this abandoned mine and had heard of the power of the golden armored pangolin beast. Now, learning that Zhou Chun had actually killed such a powerful beast, how could they not be filled with fear and awe? After hearing his words, the old man looked at him with a bitter expression and sighed softly. "Since fellow Taoist Han has even revealed such a secret to us, we have no choice but to agree." He then bowed deeply to Zhou Chun, saying, "This old man dares not ask for any reward from fellow Taoist Han. I only hope that fellow Taoist Han will spare our lives." Second update delivered. Chapter 87 Good People and Bad People, the first stages of the secret technique. In the world of rogue cultivators, rules are even less governed. In the wilderness, stronger rogue cultivators have absolute power over weaker ones. While clan and sect cultivators might worry about the reputation of their families or sects if they commit murder, bullying, or other acts of violence, rogue cultivators have no such concerns. They can simply walk away and find another place to make a living. Therefore, although Zhou Chun repeatedly promised payment afterward, the old man he approached dared not entertain any such thoughts. He only hoped that after obtaining the treasure from the golden armored pandalin's lair, Zhou Chun had spared their lives. Zhou Chun had no intention of explaining this misunderstanding. He was now the rogue cultivator Han Sanju. There was no need to explain himself. He would simply act according to his own will afterward. Acting on impulse was the most liberating aspect of being a rogue cultivator. After leading the 3 to the entrance of the mine tunnel that he had sealed off, Zhou Chun reopened the entrance and had the silver lightning python lead the way, guiding the old man to the correct golden armored pandalin's lair. These rogue cultivators, like the old man and his companions, naturally didn't recognize the silver lightning python, a rare mid-level demonic beast. They only sensed that Zhou Chun's strength was indeed unfathomable, as he even tamed such a powerful-looking demonic python spirit pet. What's the relationship between the three of you? I see fellow Taoist Zhang seems quite protective of you, Zhou Chun asked the two young men, one tall and one short, out of boredom while waiting for the old man's return. Having received instructions from the old man, the two young men dared not refuse to answer Zhou Chun's question. Besides, it wasn't a secret to hide. So, they quickly engaged in a question-and-answer session, recounting their origins. It turned out that their relationship was similar to Zhou Chun's guess, a master-disciple relationship without the title, but in reality. The old man was named Zhang Buping, a seasoned veteran of the cultivation world, now over 70 years old. The tall young man was named Luo Dong, originally a mortal swordsman, who met Zhang Buping and, after being discovered to possess spiritual root talent, began cultivating under his tutelage. The short, stout young man, Wu Yaofu, was the son of one of Zhang Buping's former friends, whom he took in after his friend's tragic death. None of the three possessed high cultivation levels. Zhang Buping himself, though over 70, was only at the 8th level of the key refining stage. Luo Dong was at the 4th level, and Wu Yaofu at the 3rd. It was precisely because of Luo Dong and Wu Yaofu's low cultivation that Zhang Buping brought him to this abandoned mine to make a living. While the area wasn't entirely peaceful, his 8th level key refining cultivation was still quite high, and the three of them traveling together would generally be safe. Unfortunately, they encountered the ruthless Zhou Chun today. After assessing the disparity in their abilities, Zhang Buping and his companions could only accept their fate. Zhou Chun wasn't sure if what Luo Dong and Wu Yaofu said was true. If it was, then the old man Zhang Buping was a kind-hearted person, a rare find. After chatting with the two for about an hour, the old man Zhang Buping finally crawled out of the cave, his face covered in dust. He didn't even bother to wipe the dust off his face and head. He immediately reached for his storage bag at his waist with a beaming smile and handed it to Zhou Chun, saying, "Fellow Taoist Han, I have fulfilled my mission and brought out all the treasures containing spiritual energy from that demon's nest. Please take a look." He then patted the bag and took off his coat, leaving only a close-fitting short shirt for Zhou Chun to inspect. Judging from his practiced manner, this was clearly not the first time he had done this. This was the awareness a seasoned rogue cultivator should have. Those family and sect cultivators might never know how miserable the lives of lowly rogue cultivators were. Their understanding of the lives of low-level cultivators was probably limited to hearsay, their homelessness, uncertainty about their next meal, and lack of security. They might not have reached the level of let them eat meat porridge, but they certainly had no idea how many tragic and humiliating things a true low-level cultivator would endure in their lifetime. Fortunately, Zhou Chun wasn't an ordinary family or sect cultivator. Although he hadn't witnessed the lives of low-level cultivators firsthand, after spending so much time in the market, he had some understanding. Furthermore, in his previous life, he had personally witnessed the poverty of the lower classes in remote rural areas, giving him a clearer understanding of the lives of low-level cultivators in this world. Therefore, while he was inwardly impressed by the old man Zhang Buping's wiseness, he showed no outward change. He simply nodded slightly and said, "Thank you for your hard work, fellow Taoist Zhang. Please sit down and have some water." Then he reached out and emptied the contents of his storage bag. A pile of things fell to the ground with a whoosh, forming a small heap. They were mostly pale gold and refined gold ore. The golden armored pangolin would also eat some refined gold ore, but its main diet consisted of various ants, insects, and small animals like mice found underground. Therefore, it brought these refined gold ores back to its lair not primarily for consumption, but to slowly absorb the golden spiritual energy contained within to strengthen itself. Zhou Chun examined the ore on the ground for a moment, then suddenly turned to Zhang Buping and asked, "Fellow Taoist Zhang, since you often make a living in this abandoned mine, you should know the value of refined gold ore. How many spirit coins do you think these refined gold ores are worth?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Buping immediately shook his head repeatedly and said, "Fellow Taoist Han, you are wise. I cannot say for sure, because even refined gold ore from the same mine can have varying levels of refined gold content. To truly know their value in spirit coins, you must take them to a shop for professional appraisal. or have the refined gold extracted. Hearing this, Zhou Chun knew he had some reservations. So he waved his hand and said, "It's alright, just give me a rough estimate." This, Zhang Buping looked at his face, hesitated for a moment, and then said in a low voice, "Based on my past experience, the refined gold ore produced by this mine is of good quality. If all of these refined gold ores are of acceptable quality, they should be worth 200 or 300 spirit coins. 200 or 300 spirit coins? That's enough." Zhou Chun nodded slightly. Immediately put all the ore into his storage bag, and then took out 10 spirit coins and threw them to the old man Zhang Buping. "I always keep my word. Consider these spirit coins as a reward for fellow Taoist Zhang. Please don't refuse." 10 spirit coins weren't much. But Zhang Buping really didn't expect Zhou Chun to actually give him a reward. In his mind, he had already made a profit by saving his own life and the lives of his 2 juniors. Therefore, when he looked at the spirit coins on the ground in front of him, he was stunned for a moment. It wasn't until Zhou Chun turned and left with a silver lightning python that he realized he wasn't seeing things. So he quickly bowed to Zhou Chun's retreating figure and said, "Fellow Taoist Han, please take care." "This old man thanks you." Zhou Chun simply waved his hand in response. After Zhou Chun had walked away, Zhang Buping picked up the spirit coins from the ground one by one, then sighed to the 2 juniors beside him, "See? I told you long ago, there are still good people in the cultivation world who keep their word." Hearing this, the tall youth Luo Dong immediately sneered, "Hey, old man, do you even believe what you say?" Then the short, stout youth Wu Yaofu shook his head repeatedly and echoed, "That's right, old man. You were worried earlier that they would kill you to cover it up." Zhang Buping, however, was not angry at the 2 juniors' rebuke, but instead smiled, quickly showing a relieved expression and chuckling, "Hey, seeing you say that, I'm relieved." Then, in a serious tone, he warned the 2 juniors, "Remember this, in the cultivation world, good people never live long. Even if we don't become bad people, we should never become good people." Seeing his formal admonition, the tall young man Luo Dong also replied solemnly, "Old man, don't worry. We've been by your side for years and have witnessed all sorts of deceit and treachery. We won't easily trust anyone else besides you." "That's right, we won't trust anyone except you, you good-natured old man." The short, stout young man Wu Yaofu also nodded firmly, indicating that he understood. Good. With you saying that, I'm relieved." Zhang Buping nodded happily, his face full of joy. Zhou Chun naturally didn't know that after he left, the old man Zhang Buping had used this incident to test and educate the 2 younger generation. Perhaps if he knew, he would just smile faintly and not care. He gave Zhang Buping spirit coins as a reward, not as a good deed, but simply because he didn't want to do anything bad. As for how Zhang Buping would view him, he couldn't care less. In the next half-month, Zhou Chun traveled to various mines to collect gold energy, finally filing the gourd again. Then he returned to his family without stopping. Upon returning to Nine Peaks Ridge, Clan Chief Zhou Daowei naturally inquired about Zhou Chun's long absence. After learning the details from Zhou Chun, Zhou Daowei was astonished that he had managed to kill a golden armored pangolin in the underground mine. He immediately asked Zhou Chun for the minor Thousand Mountain Seal, magic artifact and the golden armored pangolin's corpse to examine. After inspecting the artifact and the corpse, Zhou Daowei suddenly looked at Zhou Chun and asked, "Do you know why this magic artifact is called the minor Thousand Mountain Seal?" This junior does not know. Zhou Chun shook his head. Seeing this, Zhou Daowei explained. There's a magical artifact called the Thousand Mountain Seal. It's said that a single strike from this seal carries the weight of 1,000 mountains, enough to kill even a golden core cultivator. He then shook his head, adding, "However, while your artifact is powerful, it doesn't even possess the power of a single mountain. It's probably just a similar item crafted by a weapon refiner who heard of the Thousand Mountain Seal's fame. Such things are common in the cultivation world. A magical artifact?" Zhou Chun's eyes flickered slightly, finally understanding why the small Thousand Mountain Seal was so powerful. Magical artifacts are treasures only golden core cultivators can possess, each possessing the power to burn mountains and boil seas. Even if the small Thousand Mountain Seal was just a replica crafted by a weapon refiner out of admiration, its power exceeding that of an ordinary first-grade high-quality magical artifact wasn't surprising. However, this replica had obvious flaws. Not only did it consume a great deal of magical power, but it also had irreparable defects. Like his minor Thousand Mountain Seal, Not only does it require a period of charging before attacking, but its speed is also slow. If the golden armored pangolin's body hadn't been mostly buried in the ground, avoiding the falling giant seal wouldn't have been difficult. Therefore, this item is only suitable for attacking targets that are immobile or slow-moving, like the rock tortoise. Just as Zhou Chun was thinking about this, Zhou Daoyi pondered for a moment, then nodded to him and said, "Since you've lost one of your defensive artifacts, then give me this golden armored pangolin corpse and the refined gold ore you obtained. I'll see if I can find someone to forge a defensive artifact for you." Hearing this, Zhou Chun was overjoyed and quickly bowed in thanks. This junior thanks the clan leader for his kindness. "Alright, now that you're back, continue to manage the clan affairs. The matter of cultivating secret techniques can be dealt with slowly later." Zhou Daoyi waved his hand and left with the items. Half a month later, the gourd of golden energy, purified of its turbid and malevolent aura, returned to Zhou Chun's hands, ready for him to use in cultivating the Xinjin sword key. A collective gasp filled the quiet room. Cultivating the Xinjin sword key secret technique with the high-quality golden energy nurtured within the refined gold mine was far more painful than he had anticipated. Having already adapted to the pain of the golden energy entering his body, he now felt as if he were just beginning to cultivate this secret technique, sweating profusely and struggling to maintain his practice. However, at this point, Zhou Chun could not possibly consider giving up. Giving up now would mean all the suffering he had endured would be for nothing. So, no matter how painful it was, he could only grit his teeth and persevere. Fortunately, with his previous experience, he no longer needed to be so impatient or overthink things. If he couldn't achieve immediate results, he would proceed slowly, gradually adapting to the pain and pressure brought by the high-quality golden energy, until finally he could successfully absorb and seal the golden energy into his body. After gradually adapting to cultivation, nearly half a year later, Zhou Chun finally mastered the first level of the secret technique Xinjin sword key, successfully storing and transforming enough Taibai Xinjin power for one use within his right Taine lung meridian. This Taibai Xinjin power was transformed from high-quality metal energy, and Zhou Chun himself wasn't sure how powerful it would be once unleashed. However, according to the clan leader Zhou Daoyi, it should be enough to pose a certain threat to even Foundation establishment cultivators. In other words, if Zhou Chun were to launch a surprise close-range attack now, even a Foundation establishment cultivator could potentially be ambushed. This greatly satisfied his sense of security. Just as Zhou Chun was brimming with confidence, considering whether to continue cultivating the second level of Xinjin sword key and seal another Taibai Xinjin power within his left Taine lung meridian, a breeding achievement by Zhou Daoquan, the third elder of the Zhou family, caused a sensation throughout the entire Zhou family, attracting a large number of Zhou family cultivators to the Beast Garden to watch the spectacle. "I'm riding. I'm working day and night like a donkey pulling a millstone. Seeing the average daily subscription steadily increasing gives me a lot of motivation. I've just reached the 300 guaranteed monthly votes. If I get 600, I'll need to add an extra chapter. I need to prepare that chapter's drafts first. Oh, and there seems to be double monthly votes at the end of the month. Let me mention that in advance, during the double monthly vote period, we still need to calculate based on the non-doubled monthly vote count, otherwise I can't afford to add extra chapters even if you kill me." Chapter 88 The Crimson Flame Vajra Monkey obtains another treasure. 9 Peaks Ridge, Beast Garden. The Beast Garden is a key stronghold of the Zhou family, renowned for its beast-taming techniques. Located between Flying Stone Peak and 4 surrounding peaks, it covers an area of tens of thousands of acres. Many kinds of demonic beasts raised by the Zhou family inhabit the Beast Garden. Normally, apart from Zhou family cultivators working in the Beast Garden, other Zhou family cultivators would not easily come here, lest they provoke the demonic beasts. But today was different. When news spread that Zhou Daoquan, the third elder of the Zhou family, had used 2 types of demonic monkeys in the Beast Garden's monkey enclosure to breed a hybrid demonic beast with benign bloodlines, many Zhou family cultivators who heard the news rushed to the Beast Garden to see the spectacle. Zhou Chun was one of these cultivators, and he arrived at the monkey enclosure of the Beast Garden before most of the Zhou family cultivators. While the other Zhou family cultivators were still on their way, he had already seen the hybrid monkey. The hybrid monkey's fur except for its tail was golden, while its tail was crimson red. Its father was a low-level demon beast, the Vajra monkey, and its mother was a low-level demon beast, the red-tailed monkey. That's right, both its parents were the demon monkeys that Zhou Chun, Zhou Zhengang, and Zhou Jiapeng had seen in Red Peach Ridge several years ago. At that time, they had all been captured and brought back to the Zhou family by the third elder, Zhou Daoquan. Now, several years later, the once unruly Vajra monkey had been tamed by Zhou Daoquan and had become the Monkey King of the Beast Garden's monkey enclosure. At this moment, the hybrid demon monkey was being made to stand on a large rock by the Vajra monkey, accepting the observation of Zhou Chun and the others. This hybrid monkey is not even 2 years old yet. I named it the Crimson Flame Vajra monkey. It has fully inherited the bloodline abilities of the Vajra monkey clan and awakened the fire elemental magic mastered by the red-tailed monkey, possessing both metal and fire attributes. Based on my observations and experiments, under the same cultivation level, its combat power can completely surpass that of the Vajra monkey. As for whether it can advance to the second tier and become a mid-level demon beast in the future, that remains to be seen. In front of Zhou Chun, the third elder, Zhou Daoquan, pointed to the hybrid monkey on the large rock, explaining the situation to the clan leader, Zhou Daoyi, the second elder, Zhou Chongshan, and the fourth elder, Zhou Jiaru, who had already been granted elder status. It turned out that the hybrid monkey had been born for over a year. However, because its Vajra monkey bloodline had not yet awakened and manifested, no one had suspected it was a hybrid monkey. After all, the number of demon monkeys in the monkey park was limited. It wasn't that just because the Vajra monkey became the Monkey King, all the female monkeys were its private pets. Under the intervention of cultivators, other male red-tailed monkeys could still mate with females during their mating season. This was to ensure the continued growth and development of the red-tailed monkey population. It wasn't until a few days ago that the hybrid demon monkey awakened its innate magic, its Vajra monkey bloodline suddenly becoming dominant, forcibly altering its hair color and body shape. This led the Zhou family cultivators to discover its hybrid demon monkey identity, attracting the attention of the third elder, Zhou Daoquan. After listening to Zhou Daoquan's explanation, the clan leader, Zhou Daoyi, pondered for a moment before asking, does the Vajra monkey have offspring with other female red-tailed monkeys? Is this Crimson Flame Vajra monkey a unique product of chance, or a hybrid that can be replicated? Zhou Daoquan shook his head, saying, whether there are other Vajra monkey offspring is currently unclear. Then, he changed the subject, continuing, however, the Crimson Flame Vajra monkey is most likely a hybrid that can be replicated. Oh, how so? This time, it was the second elder, Zhou Chongshan, who asked the question. It's very simple. I asked Zhang Yuang, the manager of the monkey park, and he said that before the Crimson Flame Vajra monkey awakened its Vajra monkey bloodline, it hadn't consumed any special spiritual items, nor had it encountered any life or death crises or other external stimuli, and the family's records of hybrid demon beasts clearly state that most of those unreplicable hybrid demon beasts mutated with the help of external objects or were stimulated by external forces, Zhou Daoquan said, his eyes fixed intently on the hybrid demon monkey on the rock. Moreover, hybrid demon beasts like this one, which have completely inherited their father's bloodline abilities, are extremely rare. Usually, such demon beasts can leave behind their own bloodline descendants, so even if the Vajra monkey can no longer produce Crimson Flame Vajra monkeys with other crimson-tailed monkeys, once this Crimson Flame Vajra monkey grows to adulthood, it can be used to breed and cultivate a new Crimson Flame Vajra monkey population. So there's such a thing about hybrid demon beasts? Zhou Chun, listening from the side, was also broadened in his horizons, gaining a lot of new knowledge. As for whether he would need it in the future, that remained to be seen. If that's what the third elder says, then it seems this Crimson Flame Vajra monkey can only stay in the monkey garden for breeding. Fourth elder Zhou Jiaru's eyes flashed with a strange light, and he suddenly sighed with regret. Zhou Chun understood why he sighed. The Vajra monkey itself was an extremely strong demon beast among low-level demon beasts, and with careful nurturing, it had a good chance of breaking through to the second tier. Since the third elder Zhou Daoquan believed that the Crimson Flame Vajra monkey was stronger than the Vajra monkey, if it could be nurtured to break through to the second tier, it would definitely be another extremely strong mid-level demon beast. And Zhou Jiaru had only recently successfully established his foundation, and his original contracted pet beast didn't show any potential for advancement. If the Crimson Flame Vajra monkey could be contracted, he would definitely fight for it, and most likely he could win the spot. Then let's do it this way. Explain the situation to the other clansmen as well, so they don't have any other ideas. Zhou Daoyi glanced at fourth elder Zhou Jiaru and made a decision in a deep voice. Then, turning his gaze to the third elder, Zhou Daoquan, He said, "As for the expansion of the Crimson Flame Vajra monkey population, I'll trouble you to put in your best effort, Third Elder. If you need any resources, just let the clan know, and the clan will certainly provide full support." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately replied solemnly, "Rest assured, clan chief, I will do my utmost to accomplish this." After setting the tone, the Foundation establishment cultivators of the clan dispersed. Zhou Chun, however, did not rush to leave. Instead, he took the opportunity to wander around the Beast Garden. As the clan chief's secretary, he had read the relevant records and knew which demonic beasts were kept in the clan's Beast Garden and how many there were. However, he rarely came to the Beast Garden and had never personally inspected it. This was a sort of inspection. According to the plan and the actual situation, the Zhou family's Beast Garden now consisted of 6 large gardens: a monkey garden, a snake garden, a bear garden, a wolf garden, a fox garden, and a cattle and horse garden, as well as several smaller gardens where smaller groups of demonic beasts were kept. Each enclosure has a designated Zhou family cultivator as its steward, responsible for caring for and supervising the tamed demonic beasts. For example, the steward of the monkey enclosure is Zhou Chun's good brother, Zhou Zhenggaiwang. These stewards typically train their own demonic beasts, enabling them to communicate effectively with and appease the beasts within the enclosure, preventing them from causing trouble or harming people. Of course, the real reason the demonic beasts remain obediently in the enclosures and dare not cause trouble is the deterrent effect of several mid-level demonic beasts. Zhou Chun's mid-level demonic beast, Zuyan, is the true head steward of the beast enclosure. It immediately suppresses any beast that dares to cause trouble. Additionally, the clan leader Zhou Daoi's Azure Cloud Python, Zhou Chun's other mid-level demonic beast, the Earth Armor Bear, and even the Azure Wood Spirit Ape guarding the library, all frequently stroll through the beast enclosures to intimidate their fellow beasts and prevent them from causing trouble. Taming beasts with humans is unacceptable. Controlling beasts with beasts will surely bring them submission. The Zhou family, with its long history of taming and raising these demonic beasts, has developed effective methods and accumulated considerable experience. When Zhou Chun arrived at the snake garden, he saw the emerald-crowned flying snakes he had brought back nesting on a huge trellis, the emerald green vines providing excellent camouflage. Besides the emerald-crowned flying snakes, the snake garden also housed golden-ringed pythons, rock-armored earth pythons, 7-step soul-chasing snakes, and other demonic snakes. In fact, the Zhou family, with its 1,000-year history, once kept dozens of different kinds of demonic beasts in the 3 absolute sex beast garden, totaling 2,000 to 3,000. However, due to the hasty evacuation, most of the beasts couldn't be taken with them and had to be killed or released. The majority of the beasts taken were taken by the spirit beast manor, leaving the Zhou family with only a pittance. Now, the Zhou family can only follow the path their ancestors once walked, slowly expanding the variety and number of monsters in the beast garden by capturing and domesticating them from the wild. After touring all the gardens and checking the number of monsters, Zhou Chun returned to Pagoda Peak. Another half-month passed, and after the clan leader Zhou Daoi went out to visit the family, he returned with 2 exquisite magical artifacts for Zhou Chun. The 2 artifacts were a vest-style defensive inner armor and a square shield 2 feet long and 1 foot wide. The first-tier superior-grade magic artifact, Golden Scale Soft Armor, is made primarily from the scales and hide of the golden armored pangolin. It offers extremely strong defense against piercing attacks from flying swords and needles. The first-tier superior-grade magic artifact, Golden Scale Shield, is made primarily from refined gold, with the tail scales of the golden armored pangolin as a secondary material. It can circle and protect the wearer at will, providing extremely strong defense against both spells and attacks from the artifact itself. Inside this haunting hall, Zhou Daoi took out 2 magic artifacts from his storage bag and explained their names and uses to Zhou Chun. Then he handed the magical artifacts to him, patted him on the shoulder with a smile, and said, "Zheng Chun, you're very lucky. These 2 magical artifacts are rare and exquisite." Even the weapon refiner said that being able to refine 2 such artifacts was an extraordinary achievement, and it has further improved his weapon refining skills. After speaking, he looked at the inner armor artifact in Zhou Chun's hand with some emotion and said, "Especially this, Golden Scale Soft Armor, this kind of inner armor artifact that can be worn close to the body is extremely rare and hard to come by. Even for a Foundation establishment cultivator, obtaining an inner armor artifact of this level depends entirely on luck, with it protecting you closely, plus the bright glow pendant you're wearing as a supplement. You can be very at ease when you go out in the future." The reason he said this was because, as the head of the Zhou family, he also wore such an inner armor artifact, and its quality was much higher than the golden scale soft armor in Zhou Chun's hand. However, those were ancestral treasures of the Zhou family, not his personal property. They were only given to him for protection because of his important position as clan leader. "Clan leader, your kindness is too much for me. I am truly unworthy." Zhou Chun held the two magical artifacts, looking at Zhou Daoyi with gratitude, feeling both delighted and somewhat overwhelmed. Just as Zhou Daoyi had said, these two magical artifacts were truly rare and exquisite, each more precious than the last. An inner armor like the golden scale soft armor, which could save lives in many situations, could easily fetch over 1,000 spirit coins. To obtain these two artifacts, Zhou Daoyi probably had to pay the craftsman 1 or 200 spirit coins for their crafting fee. These are all things you earn through your own abilities. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Zhou Daoyi waved his hand, sighing with emotion. "If every descendant of the Zhou family had your abilities, I would be happy even if I gave away all my wealth." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun was immediately filled with respect, deeply admiring Zhou Daoyi's noble character of selflessness. He knew he couldn't do that, at least not yet. But that didn't diminish his respect and admiration for such a person. It was a blessing for the Zhou family to have such a patriarch. After obtaining the golden scale soft armor and golden scale shield, two defensive magical artifacts, Zhou Chun finally resolved to continue cultivating the second level of the Xin metal sword key. His defense was already extremely strong. If he could cultivate the second strand of Tai Bai's Xin metal power, his offense and defense would be unparalleled in the key refining stage. Even if his cultivation level was slightly lower, then he would be virtually invincible within the key refining stage. But just as Zhou Chun was halfway through cultivating his second strand of Tai Bai's Xin metal power, an unexpected guest suddenly visited the Zhou family, specifically to see him. "So it's fellow Taoist Liu. I was wondering who had come all the way to visit me at the Zhou family, outside Jilfang Ridge." Zhou Chun, having received the notification, arrived and, upon seeing the cultivator who had come to visit him, his face showed a look of realization. It turned out that the cultivator who had come to visit him was none other than Liu Shiyan, a rogue cultivator who had joined the Qinglian temple a few years ago. "I apologize for my unauthorized visit and for disturbing fellow Taoist Zhou. I hope you will not take offense," Liu Shiyan said, her beautiful eyes meeting Zhou Chun's lightly before she lowered her head slightly. Seeing this, Zhou Chun chuckled and said, "Fellow Taoist Liu, you're too kind. I'm overjoyed to have friends coming from afar. How could I possibly find it strange?" He then glanced at the two middle-aged cultivators dressed in Qinglian temple robes beside Liu Shiyan and gestured, "This isn't the place to talk. Fellow Taoist Liu, please come inside with me for a chat." After leading Liu Shiyan and her companions into a reception area within the Zhou family's mountain gate, Zhou Chun only briefly mentioned it, and Liu Shiyan immediately explained her purpose. "I've come to visit fellow Taoist Zhou for two reasons. First, to thank you for your care of Shiyan and her father. We've always remembered your life-saving kindness. Second, while inside the mountain gate, I happened to learn some information that might be useful to you, and I'm taking this opportunity to share it with you. Good news. The average daily subscription has reached 1,000. In just 4 days since its release, the average daily subscription has increased by over 300. Amazing. I'm trying to improve my typing speed every day now. Let's see if I can improve it further. I remember I once wrote 10,000 words a day for a whole month straight. Results really are the biggest motivation for an author to keep writing. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89 Liu Shiyan's Fortuitous Encounter, The Mystery of the Dragon's Shadow. Fellow Taoist Liu, may you have a safe journey. We shall meet again someday, outside Nine Peaks Ridge. Zhou Chun bowed to Liu Shiyan and her companions as they departed, bidding them farewell. Fellow Taoist Zhou, please wait. We shall meet again someday. Liu Shiyan returned the bow, and then, along with her two fellow disciples, rode away on two ink-scale steeds, from Nine Peaks Ridge. After watching the three and their horses disappear into the distance, Zhou Chun turned back to Pagoda Peak, pondering the news Liu Shiyan had brought. The news Liu Shiyan brought him was simple: the lower reaches of the Kangayan River in Yunzhou, Jingguo, had been spotted with the presence of several dragons, reportedly more than one. High-ranking cultivators from the Qinglian Temple, observing the scene, concluded that dragons were likely nesting there, preparing to lay their eggs. Therefore, some high-ranking cultivators from the Qinglian Temple were already preparing to kill the dragons and seize their eggs after they laid them. This news was originally a secret within the Qinglian Temple, circulating only among high-ranking cultivators. Liu Shiyan had only learned of this by chance from her master. Liu Shiyan relayed this news to Zhou Chun because she had learned by chance while working at the Spirit Beast Pavilion that Zhou Chun was searching for spiritual items such as dragon bloodgrass and dragon bloodstone. At the time, wanting to repay Zhou Chun for saving her and her father's lives, she kept this in mind. Therefore, upon learning that a high-level cultivator from the Qinglian Temple was going to slay a dragon in Jingguo Yunzhou, she rushed to the Zhou family to tell Zhou Chun so he could prepare. After all, if a high-level cultivator really did slay a dragon, the dragon's blood spilled into the river and on the land would definitely give rise to spiritual items like dragon bloodgrass and dragon bloodstone. Zhou Chun would then have a chance to obtain these items, whether he searched for them himself or had someone buy them. The prerequisite was that he was prepared. And Liu Shiyan was right. Zhou Chun was indeed tempted after hearing the news. Bye-bye, the silver lightning python, was now Zhou Chun's main spirit pet, and its growth rate was rapid after he started feeding it beast spirit pills and other cultivation-enhancing pills. It's highly likely that Liu Shiyan will advance to the second tier earlier than Zhou Chun himself even reaches foundation establishment. If she could consume dragon bloodgrass and dragon bloodstone before advancing to the second tier, it would help purify the dragon bloodline within her. This would not only make her advancement to the second tier easier, but also make her stronger afterward. However, Zhou Chun also knew that since this matter involved high-level cultivators of the Azure Lotus Temple, he absolutely could not act on his own. He had to explain the situation to the clan leader, Zhou Daoyi, and listen to the elder's advice. Everyone has their own opportunities. I never expected that Liu Shiyan, a female cultivator whose spiritual root aptitude wasn't particularly outstanding, would be so highly regarded after joining the Azure Lotus Temple, becoming an inner disciple and surpassing many family cultivators in status. Recalling Liu Shiyan's account of her experience after joining the Azure Lotus Temple, Zhou Chun was amazed and full of emotion. According to Liu Shiyan herself, less than a year after she joined the Azure Lotus Temple, she was noticed by a female Taoist with a cultivation level of Purple Mansion and taken in as a disciple. Because her master was a Purple Mansion stage cultivator, she, who was originally just a newly initiated outer disciple, directly became an inner disciple, her status and treatment instantly changing. The two outer disciples of the Azure Lotus Temple who accompanied her this time were actually her bodyguards. After leaving the Zhou family, her next stop was Honggaya Market to bring her father, Liu Qingshan, to the Azure Lotus Temple. This was a benefit of being an inner disciple of the Azure Lotus Temple, allowing close relatives to cultivate in their own cave within the temple grounds. However, while Zhou Chun was impressed by Liu Shiyan's fortune, he wasn't particularly envious. Although he didn't have a Purple Mansion stage master, he was essentially slated to become the next patriarch of the Zhou family, and his future achievements wouldn't be lacking. In his words from his previous life, they both had bright futures. After pondering for a while, Zhou Chun waited until Patriarch Zhou Daoyi returned from his cultivation and then relayed the news Liu Shiyan had told him to him. If the information is correct, then this matter truly deserves our attention. Zhou Daoyi's expression immediately turned serious upon hearing Zhou Chun's words. The Zhou family possesses more than just Zhou Chun's silver lightning python with dragon bloodline, they also have his spirit pet, the Azure Cloud Python. According to records in ancient texts and his own research, for the Azure Cloud Python to evolve into dragon, it either needs to consume a dragon transformation pill made from the rare spiritual herb dragon transformation grass, or risk consuming the inner core of a third-tier dragon. Unlike cultivators who form the golden core at the golden core stage, demonic beasts form an inner core similar to golden core at the third tier. This inner core is also called a demonic core. A demonic beast's inner core is a product of its bloodline essence, used not only for alchemy and weapon crafting but also for enhancing the cultivation of other demonic beasts. Some demonic beasts with the same bloodline can even purify and advance their own bloodline level by consuming the inner core of a higher level demonic beast. However, The power contained within the inner core of a demonic beast is extremely strong and violent. For a low-level demonic beast to consume the inner core of a high-level beast is quite risky. One wrong move and its body could be burst open by the violent power contained within, resulting in its death. Therefore, after hearing the news that the high-level cultivators of the Kinglian Temple were going to slay a dragon, Zhou Chun was thinking about how to obtain some scraps. Zhou Daoyi, on the other hand, was considering whether he could get his hands on a dragon's inner core. But Zhou Daoyi knew in his heart that this idea was probably just wishful thinking. Even if the high-level cultivators of the Kinglian Temple succeeded in slaying the dragon, given the rarity of dragon inner cores, he simply couldn't offer anything in exchange that would tempt them. But one must always have some ideas, right? Therefore, after pondering for a long time, Zhou Daoyi nodded to Zhou Chun and said, "Well then, since you discovered this matter, Zheng Chun, you should take some people to Yunzhou to settle down and gather information. If there really are high-level cultivators from the Kinglian Temple preparing to slay the dragon, then send the news back to the family as quickly as possible. At that time, I will personally lead a trip to Yunzhou to see if we can gain anything, arrange for people to scout and gather information first, and then decide whether to participate in this matter." Zhou Daoyi's arrangement was similar to what Zhou Chun had expected. After hearing Zhou Daoyi's words, he immediately replied, "This junior understands, but I wonder who the clan leader would like to go with me. Let Jiapeng and Zhengaiyu accompany you." Zhou Daoyi thought for a moment and then named two Zhou family cultivators. Uncle 27 and fourth brother. Zhou Chun's mind clicked, and he instantly understood Zhou Daoyi's meaning. Uncle 27's spirit pet, the iron feather eagle, could carry people in flight, making it perfect for transmitting messages. Although fourth brother Zhou Zhengaiyu's cultivation level was low, he was eloquent and shrewd, making him ideal for dealing with local rogue cultivators and gathering information. These two were indeed very suitable to accompany him on his scouting trip to Yunzhou. Having finalized the selection of those to accompany Zhou Chun on the scouting trip to Yunzhou, Zhou Daoyi's expression shifted. He suddenly looked at Zhou Chun and said, "And that Miss Liu, since you saved her life, and she is a grateful person, you two should keep in touch and maintain this relationship. After the family's jade spirit bees produce honey, I will save some for you to give as gifts. At that time, you can also see if you can use Miss Liu as a connection to get in touch with her master. If there are people of sufficient status in the Kinglian Temple willing to speak on behalf of our Zhou family, then in the future, the family won't need to be so hesitant to act." His words sounded somewhat opportunistic, but they were the words of a clan leader. As the clan leader, he should consider the big picture and make the most of the clan's connections to benefit the family. For example, when he helped Zhou Chun commission someone to forge a magical artifact, he used his connections. Therefore, Zhou Chun didn't object to Zhou Daoyi's words. There are many kinds of friends. Just because two people have an exchange of benefits doesn't mean they can't be friends. A healthy exchange of benefits can actually strengthen friendships, and might even evolve into a bond of life or death loyalty. Therefore, he quickly nodded and replied, "I understand. I will pay more attention to this in the future." "It's good that you understand." Zhou Daoyi nodded with satisfaction, pleased with Zhou Chun's answer. He understood the bigger picture and considered the overall situation. His efforts in cultivating him had not been in vain. Immediately, Zhou Daoyi summoned Zhou Jiapeng and Zhou Zhengaiyu, informing them that they would accompany Zhou Chun to Yunzhou to scout locations. At this time, Zhou Chun was no longer the unknown young man in the clan. Neither his elder Zhou Jiapeng nor his cousin Zhou Zhengaiyu had any objections to his decision to lead the scouting trip to Yunzhou. He had already earned the recognition of many family cultivators through his own efforts and achievements. With the plan settled, Zhou Chun and his two companions quietly left Jiufang Ridge, heading straight for Yunzhou. Back when Zhou Chun first transmigrated to this world, his low cultivation level and limited abilities, coupled with the various dangers he remembered from long journeys in the cultivation world, made him extremely cautious when traveling from Yunzhou to Laozhou. He preferred to travel slowly among mortals rather than venture alone on the desolate roads. Thinking back now, he often sighed with regret. This time, however, the situation was completely different. The three of them were riding well-bred great horned blue sheep, capable of traveling 200 to 300 li a day. Furthermore, among the three, Zhou Chun and Zhou Jiapeng were both key refining stage cultivators with extremely high cultivation levels, so they didn't need to worry about encountering any highway robbers or taking detours. Thus, after a rapid journey, The three of them traveled over 1,000 miles across mountains and valleys in just 5 days, arriving at the lower reaches of the Cangyang River in Yunzhou. The Cangyang River is the largest river system in southern Jingguo. It originates in the Jianzhou mountainous area in northwestern Yunzhou, flowing south into Yunzhou, and its width and depth within Yunzhou are much greater than within Jianzhou. The final destination of this great river is the Longyidun Marsh in southeastern Jingguo. The Longyidun Marsh has been a place teeming with demonic beasts since ancient times, inhabited by the Jiaolong clan and many dragon-blooded demonic beasts, including many powerful demons with strength comparable to nascent soul-stage cultivators. The lower reaches of the Cangyang River within Yunzhou are actually 1,000 miles away from the Longyidun Marsh. Theoretically, there shouldn't be any Jiaolong nesting there. After all, within human territory, demonic beasts are prey, and demonic beasts like the Jiaolong, whose entire body is a treasure, are especially coveted by human cultivators. A Jiaolong capable of building nests and laying eggs is at least a third-tier Jiaolong. Their intelligence is considerable, and they couldn't possibly be unaware of this. However, the information from the Qinglian temple is certainly accurate. Even though Zhou Chun harbored these doubts, he kept them buried in his heart. After arriving in the lower reaches of the Cangyang River with Zhou Jiapeng and Zhou Sangyu, they immediately split up. Under Zhou Chun's arrangement, Zhou Jiapeng took Zhou Sangyu to the strongholds of some cultivation families and independent cultivator organizations in nearby Yunzhou to inquire about the appearance of Jiaolong. Zhou Chun himself traveled down the river, gathering information from mortal towns. The Jiaolong of this world were basically the same as those recorded in his previous life. Wherever a Jiaolong appeared, floods were sure to follow, because these demonic beasts were naturally fond of flooding. Therefore, if a Jiaolong appeared in the lower reaches of the Cangyang River, mortals would find out relatively easily. Of course, without the news from Qinglian Temple, Zhou Chun wouldn't have believed it even if he heard mortals spreading such rumors. Mortals, with their limited knowledge, easily mistake water demons for dragons. Furthermore, without first-hand experience, they're more likely to spread misinformation to show off their supposed knowledge. However, listening to mortals' reports could be quite helpful in finding the dragon. The investigation yielded results as Zhou Chun expected. The news of a dragon appearing in the lower reaches of the Cangyang River had indeed spread along the riverbanks of Yunzhou, and many towns were discussing it. However, the location of the dragon's appearance was a matter of much debate, making it difficult to determine the truth. It was possible that the dragon had indeed appeared in those locations, but its true lair was unknown to mortals. After all, a third-tier dragon could escape by using water. If it didn't want to show itself, it could disappear underwater for miles without anyone noticing. After gathering information on the locations where the dragon had appeared, Zhou Chun left the mortal realm and went directly to the pre-arranged meeting place to meet Zhou Jiapeng and Zhou Sangyu, to see what they had found. The three met at a cultivation stronghold established by a group of independent cultivators in Yunzhou, called Silverstone Mountain. Similar to the Azure Cloud Valley Zhou Chun had visited in Lanzhou, Silverstone Mountain was also established by several Foundation establishment stage cultivators. Besides providing for their own cultivation, they could also collect rent-to-earn spirit coins, and incidentally, it served as a place for trading and exchanging information among nearby key refining stage cultivators. Such places were common throughout the cultivation world. Upon arriving at Silverstone Mountain, Zhou Chun easily found Zhou Jiapeng and Zhou Sangyu, who were waiting there. The three of them rented a private room in a tea house and began sharing the information they had gathered. Let me tell you what we've gathered. According to our investigation, the news of the dragon appearing in the lower reaches of the Cangyang River has already spread throughout the cultivation world of Yunzhou, and many local cultivators are searching for it. However, the news of the dragon nesting and laying eggs hasn't spread. We don't know if it's because no one has noticed, or if those who have noticed don't want more people to know. Here are some locations where the dragon has appeared. Zhangjin, you can take a look. Inside the private room, Zhou Jiapeng explained the information they had gathered while handing Zhou Chun a list and a map. First update for today. Chapter 90 Searching for the Dragon at the Three Rivers Estuary, Su Caishan's Invitation. Since the news of the dragon appearing in the lower reaches of the Cangyang River couldn't be kept secret, the cultivators of Yunzhou would definitely have something to say about it. This was exactly what Zhou Chun had expected. However, there was something that puzzled him. Since the high-level cultivators of Qinglian Temple had realized that the dragon had appeared here to build a nest and lay eggs, and were preparing to kill the dragon and seize the eggs, Why didn't they warn these local Yunzhao cultivators to prevent them from disturbing the dragon and ruining their plans? Or were they confident that no matter what the local Yunzhao cultivators did, they wouldn't disturb the dragon? But despite his doubts, Zhou Chun knew that this wasn't his place to interfere. He just needed to do what he was supposed to do. So, after studying the map Zhou Peng had handed him and the location of the dragon's appearance, and comparing it with the locations of the dragon's appearance that he had gleaned from the mortal world, he circled several important locations on the map. Then, looking at Zhou Peng and the other man, he said, "We don't know where the dragon is nesting right now, and we can't just go looking for it blindly, so my suggestion is to have one person stationed in each of these 3 locations, spending time each day gathering intelligence from passing cultivators and nearby mortal towns. If any news of a new dragon's appearance comes from anywhere, they should immediately rush to the scene to observe, make relevant records, and then we can all discuss the situation together." His suggestion was very reasonable and posed no danger, so Zhou Peng and the other man readily agreed. After discussing and agreeing on their contact methods, the 3 parted ways again. Leaving aside Zhou Peng and the other man, Zhou Chun, after separating from them, disguised himself and resumed his identity as the rogue cultivator Han Sanju, traveling the cultivation world. He chose a location called Sanjiankao, where 2 tributaries of the Kangayan River converge into the main river, a place where a dragon had previously caused a flood. Upon arriving at the confluence of the 3 rivers, he easily spotted several other cultivators also stationed there. Their cultivation levels varied, some were clearly from powerful families, while others appeared to be independent cultivators. Undoubtedly, their reasons for being there were similar to his. "Fellow Taoist, are you also here to search for the dragon? Would you mind chatting and exchanging our views?" On the riverbank, Zhou Chun sat cross-legged on a large rock, gazing at the surging river in thought, when suddenly a loud shout came from dozens of feet behind him. He turned around and saw a middle-aged man in gray robes and a young man in black robes looking at him. Upon seeing him turn around, the middle-aged man even smiled and greeted him. Seeing this, he thought for a moment, then stood up and slowly walked towards the 2 men. He stopped about 10 feet away, cupped his hands in a salute, and said, "I am Han Sanju. May I ask your names, fellow Daoists? I am Su Caishan, and this is my friend Ding Yizhan." The middle-aged man returned the salute and introduced himself. Then he looked at Zhou Chun and said, "I have been observing fellow Taoist Han for a while now. I can tell that you are also a rogue cultivator, which is why I have taken the liberty of coming to disturb you and wish to get to know you." "Oh, fellow Taoist Su and fellow Taoist Ding are also rogue cultivators." A strange light flashed in Zhou Chun's eyes, and he immediately asked, "May I ask where you 2 usually cultivate?" "We 2 are wanderers, with no fixed abode. As for where we cultivate, we probably go to the Zhang family in Shilin Ridge more often." Su Caishan did not hide anything and answered Zhou Chun's question in a very easy manner. Then, taking the opportunity, he looked at Zhou Chun and asked in return, "And you, fellow Taoist Han?" Zhou Chun, without blinking, replied, "I am not a native cultivator of Yunzhao. I only arrived in Yunzhao from Lanzhou a few months ago and currently do not have a fixed place to stay, so fellow Taoist Han is from Lanzhou? My apologies for not recognizing you." Su Caishan's heart tightened, and he immediately became even more polite. Low-level rogue cultivators in the cultivation world generally don't travel too far. Rogue cultivators from Yunzhao rarely go to Lanzhou to make a living, and vice versa. Those who do so are either confident in their skills and daring, or they have offended powerful figures in their locality and are forced to leave their homes. Either way, they are not to be trifled with. After exchanging their true and false origins and names, and testing each other out, at Su Caishan's invitation, Zhou Chun accompanied the 2 to a nearby mortal town. The 3 of them discussed the appearance of a dragon in the Kangayan River in a local tavern. During this exchange, Zhou Chun learned that Su Caishan was actually a witness to the flood caused by the dragon. At that time, torrential rain fell, causing widespread flooding. Countless people on both banks were displaced, and countless people and livestock perished in the flood, many of whom were devoured by that evil dragon. Because the rain obstructed the view, I could only see fragments of the dragon's form from my vantage point on the mountainside. In the private room of the restaurant, Su Caishan recounted his experience that day with great excitement, as if it were something to boast about. His words showed no sympathy for the mortals who perished in the flood, completely disregarding their lives. This indifference to the lives of mortals made Zhou Chun frown slightly, and he felt a growing dislike for him. Generally speaking, Cultivators are accustomed to witnessing life and death, and should feel empathy and anger when they see many of their fellow mortals harmed by demonic beasts. There are no rules that require cultivators to risk their lives to save mortals harmed by evil dragons. If one lacks the ability, they don't have to save anyone. However, to show no compassion whatsoever, or even to use the incident as a topic of conversation, is utterly cold-blooded. And such a cold-blooded person is clearly not someone to befriend. Sucation didn't notice Zhou Chun's subtle movements, or rather, even if he did, he wouldn't be able to guess his thoughts. He was immersed in his own rhythm. After recounting what he had witnessed that day, he couldn't help but smile wryly at Zhou Chun. To be honest, I'm not afraid of being laughed at by fellow Taoist Han, but I've always prided myself on being a daring person, and I've experienced many dangerous things in my life, but after seeing the dragon's figure that day, I was completely overwhelmed by its dragon might. Unable to move an inch. For the next half-month, I had nightmares filled with horrifying scenes of being devoured by the dragon. The dragon might of a third-tier dragon is already close to some kind of soul-attacking spell. It's normal for low-level cultivators to be overwhelmed by it. Moreover, this was only because Sucation was far enough away at the time. If he had come into close contact with that flood-causing evil dragon, it wouldn't have been as simple as having nightmares for half a month afterward. He might have been instantly annihilated by the dragon's aura, or like a demonic beast, submitted to the evil dragon and become its puppet. The Zhou family had an ancestor named Zhou Tong who had slain a fourth-tier dragon, and the records he left behind about the dragon's supernatural abilities were very detailed. Almost every Zhou family cultivator had read the relevant texts, and Zhou Chun was no exception. Therefore, after hearing Sucation's account, he wasn't surprised at all, but simply asked with concern, "Did fellow Taoist Su see what that evil dragon looked like? Do you know what kind of dragon it was?" Dragon is a general term for a species. Just as there are many kinds of dogs, there are also many kinds of dragons. For example, there's the fire dragon that breathes fire and flames, the ice dragon that spits ice and snow, the green dragon that manipulates wind and gathers clouds, the black dragon that summons wind and rain, the thunder dragon that controls lightning, the poison dragon whose entire body is covered in venom, and so on, each different. And naturally, the strength of different types of dragons also varies. Upon hearing Zhou Chun's words, Sucation simply shook his head repeatedly, saying, "I can't recognize what kind of dragon it is, but I vaguely see that its scales seem to be black, and it's surrounded by black clouds." Black scales, accompanied by black clouds? Zhou Chun's expression shifted, as if deep in thought. As far as he knew, there were probably 3 or 4 types of dragons that match this appearance, with a black dragon and the ink dragon being the most likely. The black dragon and the ink dragon look very similar, and their abilities were also quite similar. Cultivators who didn't have a deep understanding of dragons could easily confuse them. However, the black dragon actually belonged to the water element and might possess wind and thunder magic. The ink dragon, although also belonging to the water element, was poisonous, and it was said to possess some of the abilities of the poison dragon. Both types of dragons are ferocious and violent, typical evil dragon species. However, to avoid arousing Sucation's suspicion, Zhou Chun didn't press the matter further. He immediately said, "But I seem to have heard that there was more than one dragon appearing in the Kangayan River this time. It's said that someone even saw a blue dragon." Fellow Taoist Han, you've heard of this too? A strange look flashed across Sucation's face, then he nodded slightly and said, "That's right, I've also heard that someone saw a blue dragon near Ziffin Ferry, but I don't know if it's true or not." At this point, Sucation suddenly fixed his gaze on Zhou Chun and asked softly, "Please forgive my impertinence, but what are your plans for coming to the Three Rivers estuary to search for dragons? The real show is about to begin." Zhou Chun's heart skipped a beat, knowing that Sucation was about to lay his cards on the table. From the beginning, he knew that the real purpose of Sucation and Zhou Chun coming to him wasn't to exchange information about dragons. It was just a pretext to get close to him. He wanted to know more, and confident in his own strength and intelligence, which was why he hadn't refused the invitation. Now that he'd been given a little sweetness, Sucation was clearly ready to lay his cards on the table. But he wasn't going to follow Sucation's script. He didn't avoid the other's gaze, but instead stared intently at him and asked, "So, what are your plans, fellow Taoist Su? The dragon is ferocious and powerful. We low-level cultivators should avoid it at all costs. Why are you two actively seeking it out?" This question startled Sucation, who frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. However, remembering Zhou Chun's 10th level key refining cultivation and his background of coming to Yunzhao alone from Lanzhou, he managed to control his emotions. He quickly replied, "We, Su and my companion, know our cultivation is too low, so of course we wouldn't dare to covet the dragon. We only wish to get a share of this feast." "This feast? What makes you say that, fellow Taoist Su?" Zhou Chun looked at Su Keishan with surprise, his attention completely captivated by his words. "It seems fellow Taoist Han is unaware." Su Keishan sighed softly, then said solemnly, "The dragon is a divine beast of heaven and earth, its entire body a treasure. It's rare for a dragon to appear in Yunzhao. Those high-ranking cultivators from various sects and families certainly won't stand idly by. As far as I know, many powerful families in Yunzhao, including those at the Purple Mansion stage and even Golden Core stage, are currently networking and plotting to slay the dragon. I'm afraid it won't be long before they finalize their profit-sharing arrangements and take action." Hearing this, Zhou Chun breathed a sigh of relief. He had assumed that the news of the high-level cultivators of King Lian Temple preparing to slay the dragon and seize its eggs had already spread, even reaching the ears of a rogue cultivator like Su Keishan. As for what Su Keishan was saying about the high-level cultivators of Yunzhao conspiring to slay the dragon, Zhou Chun didn't need to hear it, he could guess it. But he knew even better that once the high-level cultivators of King Lian Temple intervened, all their schemes would be in vain. Perhaps those high-level cultivators of King Lian Temple were even planning to reap the benefits, sending these people ahead to test the dragon's strength and deplete its magical power. At this moment, as these thoughts raced through his mind, Zhou Chun feigned confusion and said, "I still don't understand. Even if those high-level cultivators are preparing to slay the dragon, regardless of success or failure, there will definitely be many Foundation establishment cultivators from various families and sects present. Even if any dragon blood or scales fall, it won't be our turn to pick them up, will it?" Hearing this, Su Keishan immediately smiled. He said with a rather smug look, "Fellow Taoist Han, you don't know this, do you? As far as I know, dragons usually have the habit of keeping other water demons as servants and backup food, when those high-level cultivators fight and battle with the dragons. Their water demon servants will definitely come out to protect their masters. At that time, the Foundation establishment cultivators of those families and sects will definitely go to eliminate the water demon servants, and that's when our opportunity will come." At this point, he added enticingly, "Fellow Taoist Han, think about it. As long as we can pick up a few fallen dragon scales or collect some dragon spirit blood, we can earn at least 100 or even several hundred spirit coins. Isn't that more profitable than searching for spirit herbs all over the mountains?" "I see. If it's as fellow Taoist Su says, then this matter is indeed very promising." Zhou Chun nodded slightly with a look of realization, and his face also showed interest. Seeing this, Su Keishan immediately pressed his advantage, saying, "If fellow Taoist Han feels that the three of us are not safe enough, I also have some friends nearby. If we can gather a dozen or so people to enter together, even if some family cultivators discover us, they should hesitate to attack us." Since he had said this much, Zhou Chun felt there was no need to pretend any longer. Besides, Zhou Chun wanted to see if Su Keishan was a good person or a bad guy, and what kind of person he was backing. He also wanted to use him to gather more information about the dragon. So he nodded slightly and said, "In that case, then count me in." He then remembered that he had written a dragon-slaying plot back in the desert, but at that time it was just for the sake of the plot and wasn't very well written. This time, by laying the groundwork and participating in such a major event from a different perspective, while also depicting some grand scenes, it should be much more exciting. Chapter 91 Sword Slaying the Dragon, Su Keishan's Secret. After accepting Su Keishan's invitation, Zhou Chun did not leave the Sanjiang estuary with him. According to Su Keishan, no one knew where the dragon would appear, or where the high-level cultivators from the sects and families of Yunzhao would be slaying it. Gathering together now would only increase their chances of being exposed, offering no benefit. Therefore, he only gave Zhou Chun a contact method, agreeing to use it to communicate if the dragon was discovered. Although Su Keishan's explanation seemed reasonable, Zhou Chun immediately saw through the rogue cultivator's scheme. Clearly, Su Keishan didn't trust him, a hastily invited rogue cultivator. He didn't want him around to spy on his secrets. Preventing these hastily invited rogue cultivators from meeting each other also avoided the risk of them swindling Su Keishan and colluding on their own. A clever plan indeed. However, for Zhou Chun, it wasn't a loss. Having another channel to know about the dragon's whereabouts was a good thing. As for Sukation's suggestion to scavenge for dragon scales and blood, Zhou Chun certainly wouldn't participate. A wise man avoids dangerous situations. With his mere key refining stage cultivation, he had no desire to engage in something where the risks and rewards were completely disproportionate. For the next 2 months, while staking out for information, Zhou Chun didn't forget to cultivate the second level of the Xinjin sword key secret technique. He had already completed half of the second level while still in his family. Now, through diligent daily practice, he had actually mastered it outside. With a strand of Taibai's Jin power sealed in each of his hands, Zhou Chun became even more confident in his strength. Within the key refining stage, there might be some who could withstand one strike of his Xinjin sword key. But those who could withstand 2 strikes were extremely rare. And on the 5th day after Zhou Chun successfully cultivated the Xinjin sword key secret technique, the dragon, which hadn't appeared for 2 or 3 months, finally reappeared. This time, the dragon appeared less than 100 miles downstream from the confluence of the 3 rivers. At that time, the river was flooded, affecting even the confluence of the 3 rivers. Upon noticing the anomaly at the confluence of the 3 rivers, Zhou Chun hurriedly used his flying artifact to rush downstream to the area where the dragon had appeared. Many other cultivators were doing the same, and from higher up, one could even see Foundation establishment cultivators flying past at breakneck speed. After flying for about 50 or 60 miles, Zhou Chun dared not proceed further. He saw that within a few dozen miles ahead, the sky was already overcast with dark clouds and torrential rain. In contrast, the area where Zhou Chun was located, several dozen miles away, was clear and sunny with blue skies and white clouds. Undoubtedly, the abnormal celestial phenomena were due to the influence of the dragon's supernatural powers. Any cultivator who stepped into that area would be affected and detected by the dragon. Even those who hadn't entered that area felt a slight tremor in the spirit beast pouch at Zhou Chun's waist. The silver lightning python by inside, even through the pouch, was awakened by the oppressive bloodline aura emanating from afar and was restless. Seeing this, Zhou Chun was both shocked by the dragon's divine power and hurriedly tried to calm his frightened spirit pet through telepathy. After finally managing to soothe the startled silver lightning python, a sudden change occurred in the area shrouded in dark clouds ahead. A silver-white sword light tore through the clouds, like a divine sword falling from the heavens to the mortal realm, slashing towards the river. Illuminated by this silver-white sword light, amidst the wind, rain, and waves, the silhouette of a black dragon, several dozen feet long, could be vaguely seen swimming. Because of the great distance, Zhou Chun couldn't determine whether it was a black dragon or a dark dragon from this fleeting glimpse. Moreover, his attention was completely drawn to the silver-white sword light. The sword light entered the water, cleaving through the waves, striking the black dragon's body floating in the water. It hit, in the sky. A cultivator who witnessed this scene exclaimed in surprise, his tone filled with joy. But the ensuing change caused the man to quickly shut his mouth, his eyes filled with fear. The dragon in the water flicked its body slightly, and the silver flying sword was flung away with a mournful cry. There wasn't a single drop of blood on the blade, clearly indicating that the dragon hadn't been truly injured. But this sword strike seemed to enrage the dragon. Instantly, a jet of black water shot into the sky, piercing the heavens. Then, a deafening roar erupted from the clouds, followed by a wary voice, "You beast, quite the temper." As the voice faded, the silver flying sword also flew into the sky and never reappeared. It seemed that the person behind it had suffered a loss and retreated. And perhaps because of the appearance of a high-level human cultivator, the dragon in the water quickly withdrew its powers, disappearing into the riverbed. Without the dragon's magical power, the dark clouds and heavy rain quickly dispersed, and sunlight once again shone upon the land. The villages and towns along the riverbanks were now a scene of utter devastation, littered with corpses. Soon, the cries of survivors echoed everywhere. This sight filled Zhou Chun with a profound sense of unease, his chest heaving. Having lived in this world for over 8 years, this was the first time he had witnessed such a massive loss of life due to a demonic beast. Faced with a ferocious and powerful dragon, the mortals were as insignificant as ants. A mischievous child could wipe out an ant colony by pouring a bowl of hot water. A single dragon could destroy multiple villages and towns in a single act of violence. At this moment, Zhou Chun felt a mixture of sympathy for the innocent victims, anger towards the malevolent dragon, and a profound fear, a fear of the power of the strong. Before a being like the dragon, he, a key refining cultivator, was nothing more than a larger ant, easily crushed. Is this the power of a Purple Mansion stage expert? The difference is truly enormous. The Purple Mansion stage and the key refining stage are only separated by the foundation establishment stage. However, the level of power they wield is worlds apart. Using the weapon power of Zhou Chun's previous life as a comparison, a key refining stage cultivator is at most a humanoid tank. But judging from the power displayed by that evil dragon's scales and claws, its power is at least to the level of a missile cruiser. In reality, the gap might be even greater. Soon, news of the evil dragon, suspected to be a black dragon, reappearing in the lower reaches of the Three Rivers estuary spread rapidly in the surrounding area. Zhou Chun also shared the news with Zhou Jiapeng, Zhou Zhangyu, and Su Keishan. Although he saw the dragon's figure from afar this time, he didn't actually get much useful information. He didn't even know who the person who tested the dragon's strength was. However, what Zhou Chun didn't expect was that after learning about his news, Su Keishan came to find him in person not long after. The information fellow Taoist Han provided this time is crucial. I've been contacting fellow Taoists everywhere these past few days, including an elderly senior who is nearly 100 years old. After reading the information provided by fellow Taoist Han, he recognized the origin of the Purple Mansion cultivator who made the move. If that senior is not mistaken, that person should be Lu Jiankyu, the supreme elder of the Lu family of Mingjian Mountain, with a mid-stage Purple Mansion cultivation. In the private room of the restaurant, Su Keishan was chatting with Zhou Chun about the appearance of the dragon a few days ago when he suddenly said something that surprised him greatly. To recognize the owner of a magic weapon just by looking at it is something that only cultivators who have interacted with the owner of a magic weapon can usually do. Although Su Keishan attributed it all to a 100-year-old rogue cultivator, Zhou Chun didn't believe it. After a series of shifts in his expression, he looked at the other party with surprise and sighed softly. Fellow Taoist Su is truly all-knowing. To even know such things is truly astonishing. This surprise was genuine, not feigned. Su Keishan, however, stopped there, not responding to his words. Instead, he changed the subject, continuing, since Senior Lu Jiankyu of the Lu family of Mingjian Mountain tested the strength of that dragon, presumably the next time the dragon appears, those high-level cultivators will make their move. At that time, our opportunity will arrive. Therefore, I have come here this time to invite fellow Taoist Han to meet the other fellow Taoists, so that we can all get to know each other and avoid fighting alone when the actual operation begins. Meet the other cultivators? Zhou Chun fell silent after hearing Su Keishan's words. He had only cooperated with Su Keishan to have more channels for obtaining information, not to truly get involved in the other party's schemes. However, Su Keishan's words today made Zhou Chun realize that the power behind Su Keishan might be beyond his imagination. He was now very curious about which force was behind Su Keishan and what his purpose was in colluding with other cultivators. But he also knew that curiosity could easily kill the cat. If he went with Su Keishan to meet the other fellow cultivators Su Keishan mentioned, could he really cause any trouble with his current strength? Thinking of this, Zhou Chun immediately shook his head and refused, saying, "There's no need to meet the other fellow cultivators. I'm used to acting alone. If we really need to take action, fellow Taoist Su only needs to send a message, and I will naturally go to participate." As soon as he said this, Su Keishan's expression changed immediately. He immediately glared at Zhou Chun with a dark expression and rebuked him. "Fellow Taoist Han, you're foolish. The reason we rogue cultivators are repeatedly bullied by those family and sect cultivators is because we always think only of ourselves, like a heap of loose sand, unable to exert any strength. Now, I, Su, have traveled extensively to persuade a group of fellow Taoists to join us in this grand undertaking, willing to unite and accomplish something great. Fellow Taoist Han, yet you now say you want to act alone? What's the point of all that I've done?" He feigned deep sorrow, as if he were truly acting entirely for Zhou Chun's benefit. Zhou Chun's choice was utterly ungrateful. But Zhou Chun had long known his ill intentions. How could he be deceived? He simply said calmly, "Everyone has their own ambitions. Fellow Taoist Su, there's no need to persuade me further. I must take my leave." With that, he rose to leave. Seeing this, Su Keishan's expression changed again, and he sighed, "Alice. Since fellow Taoist Han is so determined, then I, Su, will not force you. I will see you off." He then rose and followed Zhou Chun towards the door, seemingly intending to see him off. But just as he approached within 3 steps of Zhou Chun, His expression suddenly turned ferocious, a pale golden light appearing in his pupils, which contracted into vertical pupils like those of a reptile. "Damn bastard, die!" A low growl, like a beast's roar, erupted from Su Keishan's throat. He lunged forward, appearing behind Zhou Chun, his right hand viciously stabbing towards Zhou Chun's back. But just as he thought he could immediately rip out the heart of this rogue cultivator who had toyed with him, a hazy yellow light suddenly burst forth from Zhou Chun's chest, instantly blocking his outstretched claw. Yes, a claw. Su Keishan's right hand, from the wrist down, had completely transformed into a beast's claw covered in blue scales, resembling an eagle's talon. This claw gripped the protective aura released by the bright cloud pendant, tearing and shaking the aura as if it had been subjected to an extremely powerful attack. This forced Zhou Chun to repeatedly charge forward, simultaneously channeling his magic power into the bright cloud pendant, to enhance its defensive capabilities. What kind of secret technique is this? Inside the restaurant lobby, Zhou Chun, having temporarily escaped Su Keishan's close quarters attack, summoned the golden scale shield to circle around himself for protection, while staring in astonishment at Su Keishan's vertical pupils and beast claw right hand, utterly shocked by the transformation. He could still sense the aura of a cultivator emanating from Su Keishan, albeit a slightly violent and savage one. This indicated that Su Keishan wasn't some kind of anomaly, he had simply used some kind of secret technique to transform himself into this form. However, what surprised Zhou Chun was that Su Keishan, who had previously only been at the 9th level of the key refining stage, now possessed an aura comparable to 12th level key refining cultivator. He wondered if Su Keishan had used some secret technique to conceal his cultivation, or if his current form allowed him to significantly increase his magical power. However, Su Keishan offered no explanation in response to Zhou Chun's questions. He gave Zhou Chun a cold glance, turned and left without a word, showing no intention of continuing the fight. "Where do you think you're going?" Seeing Su Keishan flee through the door, Zhou Chun wasn't about to let him escape so easily. He immediately shouted and gave chase. Putting aside Su Keishan's earlier ambush, the current unusual change in Su Keishan had piqued his curiosity greatly. If possible, he naturally wanted to capture him and interrogate him. Zhou Chun chased after him only to discover that Su Keishan, in his current state, was incredibly fast, even faster than when he normally used the wind control technique to travel. Seeing this, he hurriedly summoned his flying artifact and, in front of many ordinary people in the town, took to the sky to give chase. However, after chasing Su Keishan out of the town, before Zhou Chun could even use his artifact to attack, Su Keishan suddenly plunged into the Kangayan River outside the town, quickly escaping his divine sense lock. So fast even in the water, Zhou Chun's face paled in shock, staring at the river with astonishment, truly stunned by Su Keishan's display of skill. He didn't know if Su Keishan's secret technique had any serious side effects or costs. But he knew it must be an extremely powerful and rare technique. How did Su Keishan, a self-proclaimed rogue cultivator in the key refining stage, obtain such a powerful technique? And who is the person who taught him this technique? The first update of the day is here. Please subscribe and support us by subscribing to all chapters. Chapter 92 Black Dragon Envoy, Human Dragon Battle. On the edge of a deserted section of the Kangayan River, Su Keishan, soaking wet, emerged from the water, breathing in the fresh air. He quickly swam ashore. His eyes and right hand had fully recovered, making him appear normal. Only his aura had reverted to the 11th level of key refining. His face was pale, indicating significant energy depletion. I was really careless this time. I didn't expect that kid to have so many excellent magical artifacts. If I hadn't retreated in time, I'm afraid that if the fight had continued, I wouldn't have gained any advantage and might have even attracted nearby Foundation establishment cultivators. On the riverbank, Su Keishan recalled the events in the town, his face turning grim. He hadn't expected that he, who always prided himself on his keen judgment, could be so mistaken. Not only had he been completely deceived, but he had almost been defeated by his opponent. If it weren't for the secret technique he used, which granted him certain abilities related to pupil techniques, he might not have even been able to see through Zhou Chun's makeup. That kid not only disguised himself, but also possesses a powerful weapon. His true identity is definitely not some rogue cultivator he claims to be. He must be a young talent from some cultivation family or sect. Now that I've exposed the dragon transformation technique to him, for the sake of the sect's grand plan, I must immediately report to the envoy and eliminate him. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Thinking this, Su Keishan immediately stopped hesitating, took out a dark red incense stick from his storage bag, lit it, and silently waited. After waiting for about half an hour, when the incense stick had burned about halfway, a black-clad old man holding a dragon-headed cane suddenly appeared before Su Keishan. This black-clad old man was robust, with a ruddy complexion, sharp and bright eyes, and remarkably healthy and vigorous spirit. If it weren't for his graying hair and the numerous crow's feet around his eyes, no one would guess that this was an old man whose lifespan was over 200 years. Upon seeing the old man in black, Su Keishan was immediately startled. He quickly extinguished the incense stick in his hand and knelt down, bowing deeply. Disciple Su Keishan greets the Black Dragon Envoy. May the envoy enjoy eternal bliss and live as long as the immortals. The old man in black smiled and nodded. Young Su, you are an elder in the sect. With your accumulated merits, you will have the opportunity to enter the dragon pool to establish your foundation in 10 or 8 years. There's no need for such formality, Su Keishan replied respectfully. Etiquette cannot be disregarded. Besides, I was discovered and nurtured by the envoy, who treats me like a son. How could I be disrespectful in front of the envoy? Hey, not bad, not bad. It's rare to see such filial piety. Please rise and speak. The old man in black's smile widened, and he immediately raised his cane, indicating that Su Keishan could rise. After Su Keishan stood up as instructed, he looked at him and said, Speak, what has happened that you so hastily summoned me here with the incense? Your Excellency, I have been traveling far and wide, following orders from the sect, trying to recruit rogue cultivators and find suitable members to join the sect. Unexpectedly, I made a mistake and targeted a family cultivator disguised as a rogue. Because that person clearly rejected my offer, I became angry and used the sect's dragon transformation technique to ambush him. However, that person possessed an item that automatically protected its master. My ambush failed, and I inadvertently revealed the sect's dragon transformation technique to him. Fearing that a Foundation establishment cultivator might notice the commotion and arrive, I had to abandon my plan to silence him and escape by water. Fearing that he would spread the news and ruin the sect's plans, I had no choice but to ask your Excellency for help in preventing future trouble. Su Keishan, head bowed, recounted the whole story in a low voice. The black-clad elder, who had been all smiles, instantly turned grim upon hearing his words. He stared at Su Keishan with a dark expression and said coldly, Young Su, I just said you were a senior member of the sect, all was reliable. How could you make such a basic mistake? Do you know what will happen to you if your mistake hinders the sect's grand plan? Thump. Su Keishan's legs went weak, and he immediately knelt on the ground. He kowtowed repeatedly, saying, Your Excellency, please forgive me. I know I was wrong. Please, Your Excellency, consider my years of service to the sect and help me out. I will be eternally grateful. HMPH, quickly tell me the details about that person. The black-clad elder snorted coldly and immediately pressed for details. After obtaining detailed information from Su Keishan, he quickly left the riverbank and mobilized men to search for Zhou Chun. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun, after confirming he couldn't find Su Keishan, also quickly left the Three Rivers estuary. He knew very well that behind Su Keishan was a mysterious and powerful hidden force. And after his falling out with Su Keishan, he would inevitably face retaliation from that hidden force. Therefore, after leaving the Three Rivers estuary, he quickly changed his attire, this time disguising himself as a middle-aged man with a scour on his face, and changing his name to Li Hong. Even so, Zhou Chun still felt uneasy. So, while organizing the information he had gathered over the past few days into letters and having his 27th uncle, Zhou Jiapeng, send them back to the family, he himself deliberately went into hiding, no longer showing himself or contacting other cultivators. He relied entirely on his fourth brother, Zhou Zhangyu, to obtain information from the outside world. This action undoubtedly saved him from disaster. Because the old man in black, after mobilizing a large number of people without finding him, ultimately dared not delay other important matters while searching for him, and could only send those people back to their original posts to continue secretly looking for him. Meanwhile, on the Zhou family's side, after reading the letter he had Zhou Jiapeng take back, Zhou Daowei quickly had Zhou Jiapeng deliver a reply to him. In the reply, Zhou Daowei instructed Zhou Chun to take the mysterious force behind Su Keishan seriously and not to easily deal with this mysterious force again. He told Zhou Chun to hide himself as much as possible and secretly direct Zhou Jiapeng and Zhou Chun to gather information. After reading the letter, Zhou Chun felt that the clan leader, Zhou Daoyi, seemed to know something. The mysterious force behind Sucation might not be as mysterious as he imagined. However, since the clan leader wouldn't say, Zhou Chun could only follow his advice and hide himself. More than a month later, what Sucation had predicted finally happened. When the dragon's figure reappeared somewhere in the Kangain River, several high-level cultivators from Yunzhou, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately rushed there to slay the dragon. At full speed, a cultivator in the Purple Mansion stage could travel hundreds of miles in an hour, and traversing an entire prefecture would only take a few hours. By the time the news reached Zhou Chun, the great battle had already begun. Above a section of the lower reaches of the Kangain River, 5 Purple Mansion stage cultivators from Yunzhou hovered in the sky, their bodies radiating magical power, besieging a dragon in the river below. The dragon in the river was not the black dragon Zhou Chun had seen before, but a very easily recognizable azure dragon. Its aura was roughly equivalent to a mid-stage Purple Mansion cultivator, a mid-grade third-tier demonic beast. Now, surrounded by 5 cultivators of the same level, even as a dragon, it quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. Roar, a high-pitched and long roar from the dragon rose through the water and sky, filled with fury. It's calling for its companions. Fellow Daoists, quickly unleash your full power. We must kill it before that black dragon arrives. In the sky, an old man in green robes continuously formed hand seals, desperately activating a cyan gold ring-shaped magic artifact to firmly bind the green dragon's neck. He loudly urged the others to intensify their attack. The reason the green dragon was trapped and unable to escape was because he had previously bound it with a powerful trapping magic artifact. However, it was clear that binding a dragon was a significant burden for the old man in green robes. This was evident from the fact that he, a late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator, was now only fully activating that magic artifact. His urging quickly took effect. A middle-aged man in white robes formed sword seals, and the silver flying sword he controlled suddenly shone brightly, shooting towards the green dragon on the water's surface like a shooting star. Roar! The azure dragon seemed to sense the danger, letting out a furious roar as its azure body blazed with light, transforming into a blue wind barrier in front of it. However, this hastily cast protective spell was utterly ineffective against the ultimate attack of a swordsman of the same level. The silver flying sword, only slightly hindered by the blue wind barrier, quickly tore it apart under its master's control, crashing down upon the azure dragon's body. Instantly, a shrill cry of agony emanated from the azure dragon's mouth. Its dragon scales shattered and crumbled, dozens of pieces instantly sliced and torn away by the silver flying sword, leaving a bloody, mangled wound on its body. Before it could react, the attacks of the others rained down. Driven by a middle-aged man in red, a crimson firebird emerged from a crimson banner, leaping towards the azure dragon with raging flames. Even before it reached it, the intense heat had already boiled the river water below. Another woman in a green dress formed a hand seal and used some kind of secret technique to condense a blue lightning ball, which crashed down on the azure dragon in the water. A man in yellow robes of indeterminate age flicked his sleeve and conjured a long, earthen yellow staff-like magical artifact. Driven by his magic, the staff rapidly expanded in midair, eventually transforming into a gigantic stone pillar several dozen feet long, which slammed down on the azure dragon's head. Faced with this ferocious attack, the azure dragon's eyes flashed with a human-like fear. It slammed its tail against the river's surface, creating giant waves that formed a water curtain to protect itself. At the same time, its claws danced, summoning swirling water clouds around its body. But these methods were utterly ineffective against the combined attacks of several beings of equal power. Soon, the water curtain and water clouds were torn apart by the lightning and fire, leaving scorched marks on the azure dragon's body. Without the protection of the water curtain and water clouds, the gigantic stone pillar that struck the azure dragon's head became the fatal blow. The reflection of the giant stone pillar in the azure dragon's eyes filled with intense terror. In this extreme fear, it couldn't help but open its mouth and spit out its inner core. A demon beast's inner core is both its essence and its last weapon. Because it contains the essence and power of the entire beast, its inner core is incredibly powerful, whether used for attack or defense. However, demon beasts generally won't spit out their inner cores for attack unless absolutely necessary. Damage to the inner core is a fundamental blow, and recovery can take an unknown amount of time. In severe cases, the inner core might even shatter, causing its cultivation to regress to the second tier. The Azure Dragon had even spat out its inner core, showing it had exhausted all its means. However, it must be said that the power of the inner core was immense. A flash of azure light appeared, and a fist-sized azure inner core flew out of the Azure Dragon's mouth, radiating intense azure light and colliding with a crashing giant stone pillar. The result was that the giant stone pillar was sent flying backward, rapidly shrinking back to its original size. The Azure Dragon's inner core only dimmed slightly before being swallowed back into its belly. As expected of a celestial spirit beast, its inner core is far more powerful than other demonic beasts of the same level. In the sky, the owner of the long staff let out a muffled groan, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. The others, seeing this, also tense up, quite surprised. Although it was their first time working together, their cultivation and strength were undeniable. They had already strategically used their treasures to trap the Azure Dragon, and even with the combined efforts of the remaining four, they hadn't been able to defeat it in one go, which was quite embarrassing. HMPH, its inner core is strong, but it can't be used too often. Don't be intimidated by it. A cold snort came from the old man in green robes, who, seeing his four companions somewhat dejected, quickly spoke up to encourage them. Hearing this, the middle-aged swordsman in white robes immediately replied in a deep voice, Elder Guo is absolutely right. Everyone, continue the attack. Today we must slay this beast and avenge the Yunzhao cultivators. Slay the dragon today. Attack together, the woman in the green dress said, and she was the first to unleash a jade-green wooden ruler, striking the Azure Dragon. Seeing this, everyone immediately rallied their spirits and launched another fierce attack on the Azure Dragon. But just as the Azure Dragon was being overwhelmed and its injuries were becoming increasingly severe, an angry roar suddenly rang out from afar. Dozens of miles away, a black cloud was rolling towards the battlefield, and the figure of a black dragon within the cloud was churning and dancing incessantly. Not good, the black dragon is coming. On the battlefield, several human cultivators at the purple mansion level all changed color. Compared to the Azure Dragon, the black dragon was undoubtedly stronger, a third-tier high-grade demon beast comparable to a late-stage purple mansion cultivator. Moreover, the black dragon belonged to the water element, and the riverbank was its home ground, where its strength would greatly increase. 5 human cultivators at the purple mansion level were already going all out against a single Azure Dragon. If a black dragon were added, their chances of victory would be nil, and they themselves would be in danger. However, seeing the Azure Dragon so close to being killed, they were extremely unwilling to give up now. Second update for today. Chapter 93 The power of the flood dragon causes moments of intrigue. A gentle breeze blew across the river, its waters surging. Above the Kangain River, several cultivators at the Purple Mansion stage from the Yunzhao cultivation world found themselves in a dilemma. They had painstakingly planned and schemed, finally seizing the opportunity to defeat the lone Azure Dragon. They had believed this battle would be a resounding success, bringing them fame and fortune. But just as their victory seemed imminent, the situation suddenly changed, and the Black Dragon appeared out of nowhere. If they retreated now, all their previous efforts would be in vain. Furthermore, having learned their lesson, finding such an opportunity again would be incredibly difficult, perhaps even impossible. But if they didn't retreat, their combined strength was no match for the Black and Azure Dragons working together. Fortune favors the bold. Let's take a gamble, everyone. After some hesitation, the old man in green who had trapped the Azure Dragon, unwilling to leave empty-handed, gritted his teeth and voiced his thoughts. As soon as he spoke, the middle-aged swordsman in white robes said in a deep voice, 30 breaths. If you can't succeed within 30 breaths, retreat. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Then let's take a gamble, fight it out. Let's do it. The remaining few were also unwilling to return empty-handed, and they all gritted their teeth and agreed. Instantly, the group activated their magical artifacts and launched a fierce attack, while also taking out various magical talismans to strike the Azure Dragon. However, after receiving the Black Dragon's response, the Azure Dragon also displayed an extremely strong will to survive, and relied on the powerful vitality of the dragon race to withstand all kinds of attacks. Moreover, what made the Purple Mansion cultivators change color was that the 30 breaths they had estimated for their final gamble were actually not that long at all. Only a dozen breaths had passed, and the Black Dragon, which was still 30 or 40 miles away, was already able to intervene in the battlefield. Suddenly, the river water around the Azure Dragon surged into the sky, forming a huge water sphere that enveloped the Azure Dragon. Most of the attacks from the Purple Mansion cultivators were blocked by this water sphere. Even more remarkably, the water sphere seemed to possess healing properties. The wounds on the Azure Dragon's body visibly began to heal immediately after the water sphere appeared. This scene filled the eyes of the several Purple Mansion cultivators with both shock and anger. This is hopeless. Retreat immediately, the white-robed middle-aged swordsman shouted, immediately raising his hand to retrieve his flying sword and turning to leave without hesitation. Seeing this, the others also retrieved their magical artifacts and turned to flee. However, while they wanted to leave, the two dragons wouldn't allow it. As the old man in green retrieved the Azure Gold Ring magical artifact that had bound the Azure Dragon, the free dragon let out a joyful hiss, then glared angrily at the old man in green. Of the 5 Purple Mansion cultivators, if one were to ask who it hated most, it certainly wasn't the white-robed swordsman and the others who had inflicted various wounds on it, but rather the old man in green who had imprisoned it. If it hadn't been trapped by the old man in green's magical artifact from the start. With its supernatural abilities, even if it couldn't defeat 5 Purple Mansion cultivators head-on, it certainly wouldn't have been surrounded and beaten. Therefore, now that it was free, the person it most wanted to take revenge on was the old man in green. Its dragon tail swayed, its body soaring upwards, stirring up the wind and clouds in midair. In the blink of an eye, it rode the wind, flying through the clouds, appearing directly in front of the old man in green who had gone first. Then, it opened its mouth and spat out more a ball of azure light, instantly transforming into a huge tornado that enveloped the old man in green. "You beast, how dare you!" The old man in green roared in shock and anger, hurriedly waving his sleeve to summon an azure flying sword to slash at the tornado. But the wind was unpredictable and ever-changing. Under the control of the Azure Dragon, the tornado was easily pierced by the azure flying sword, then sucked him in. Caught in the eye of the storm, the old man in green was powerless to resist, instantly experiencing the same predicament the Azure Dragon had suffered. The Azure Dragon, seizing the opportunity after its successful attack, deliberately flew into the tornado to attack the old man in green at close range. "Fellow Daoists, save me!" A short while later, the old man in green cried out for help from within the tornado. But by then, the other 4 had already traveled 20 or 30 miles, and the black dragon had arrived on the battlefield riding a rolling black cloud. Who dared to turn back to rescue the old man in green at this time? Soon, as the black dragon engulfed the tornado with its black cloud, the old man in green fell silent. By the time Zhou Chun arrived at the scene, the battle had long since ended. He could only learn parts of the situation from some cultivators who had witnessed a battle from afar. When he learned that 5 Purple Mansion cultivators had failed to defeat the Azure Dragon, and one of them had been killed in the process, Zhou Chun was extremely shocked. Generally speaking, under the same cultivation level, human cultivators are stronger than demonic beasts. Only some demonic beasts with bizarre supernatural abilities or exceptionally powerful bloodlines are exceptions. The Flood Dragon is naturally one of those exceptions. But for 5 Purple Mansion cultivators to besiege a 3rd-tier Azure Flood Dragon, and even have one of them killed, is simply too exaggerated. Is the strength of a 3rd-tier Flood Dragon really that great? Zhou Chun only regrets not being there to witness that battle firsthand. However, this also gives him even more expectations for his Silver Lightning Python. Bye-bye. If the Flood Dragon is truly that powerful, then if he could one day transform Bye-bye Silver Lightning Python into a Flood Dragon, wouldn't it be invincible among those of the same level? Thinking this way, Zhou Chun's heart burns with excitement. Especially after he learned that the Azure Flood Dragon had lost a lot of blood and scales due to its injuries, he became even more eager. No longer caring about concealing their presence, Zhou Chun, along with many other cultivators who had rushed to the scene, used their water avoidance technique to dive into the river, searching for any possible dragon blood artifacts. However, this was like finding a needle in a haystack, entirely dependent on luck. The Kangayan River was dozens of feet deep, and the current was swift. Once the dragon's blood and scales fell into the river, even if they weren't washed away, they would sink to the bottom of the riverbed, making them difficult to find. Moreover, there were many fish, shrimp, and crabs in the river, and these aquatic creatures could potentially consume the dragon's blood and transform into demons. Of course, in most cases, they would simply explode and die. In short, after searching in the river for a while, Zhou Chun decided he didn't want to do this needle in a haystack anymore. He directly asked his 27th uncle, Zhou Jiapeng, who had also rushed to the scene, to set up a stall by the river to buy dragon blood artifacts at high prices. He himself, however, stayed temporarily in a nearby mortal town, reflecting on the impact of the recent battle between humans and dragons. According to intelligence, apart from a few Purple Mansion stage cultivators, no other cultivators participated in this battle with the dragon, and the water demon servants that Sucation mentioned are nowhere to be found. This shows that his statement that day was just a ruse to deceive people into believing him, but if he wasn't deceiving people to seize those dragon blood treasures, what was he deceiving them for? Inside the room, Zhou Chun leaned against the table, his right hand supporting his chin, his head slightly tilted as he fell into deep thought. Although Clan Chief Zhou Daowei forbade him to delve into the forces behind Sucation, his curiosity, already piqued, couldn't be completely extinguished. These past few days, he had recalled Sucation's unusual state that day countless times. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Sucation's pupils resembled the vertical pupils of a snake, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that the claw of his right hand had transformed into resembled the claw of a dragon. If this was true, then Sucation and the forces behind him were probably inextricably linked to the dragon. They might also have their own ideas about the two dragons that appeared in the Kangayan River. It's pretty much confirmed now. The reason the high-level cultivators of King Lian Temple aren't in a hurry to show themselves is probably because the dragon hasn't laid eggs yet. They're definitely planning to wait until the dragon lays eggs before making their move. After this battle, those high-level cultivators in Yunzhou are probably either completely disheartened or unwilling to give up and are contacting more powerful figures, even asking Golden Core cultivators to slay the dragon. Plus, with a mysterious force behind Sucation, it's really hard to say who will ultimately prevail. Zhou Chun felt a headache coming on. After learning about the dragon's appearance in Yunzhou, he only wanted to come here to get some dragon blood spiritual items. But later, the clan leader Zhou Daowei's reaction made him feel that his purpose was probably not just to get some dragon blood spiritual items. But now he realized that even getting some dragon blood spiritual items wasn't as easy as he thought. This was fully confirmed by the fact that his 27th uncle, Zhou Jiapeng, hadn't made any progress in the following days. Hundreds of cultivators searched the entire length of the river, spanning over 100 miles, but no one had reported finding any dragon blood artifacts. If it weren't for the numerous eyewitness accounts confirming that the Azure Dragon had bled profusely and lost many scales, even Zhou Chun might have doubted whether these things had ever appeared. But where had the dragon blood and scales gone? While Zhou Chun and many other cultivators were puzzled, downstream of the Kangayan River, beneath a section of the river that cut through the mountains, various water demons were digging with their mouths and claws, gradually excavating a deep underwater cave. Whenever a water demon grew tired and exhausted, it would rest and feed in a nearby patch of aquatic plants. And their food was none other than the rotting corpses of humans. Within the dense patch of aquatic plants lay no fewer than 1,000 human corpses of varying sizes. Not far from where these human corpses lay, there was another underwater sandpit, piled high with broken blue dragon scales and much mud stained with the blood of a dragon. Aquatic creatures, such as loaches, eels, turtles, crocodiles, and water snakes, were fiercely fighting around the pit, only the victors allowed to enter and feast on the dragon scales and blood. However, most of them would die from ruptured blood vessels after consuming even a small amount of the dragon scales and blood. Those lucky enough to survive would rapidly generate magical energy and demonic power, and their bodies would undergo rapid growth and mutation. Some turtles would grow horns on their heads and scales on their bellies. Some loaches and eels would grow enormously, developing fine scales and sharper teeth. Some crocodiles would grow even larger, their entire bodies covered in dragon scales, and their claws becoming even sharper. These water demons, transformed from ordinary creatures, would soon join the ranks of water demons digging the cave. The masterminds behind these water demons digging the cave were naturally the two dragons. At this moment, the green dragon was slumbering, its body mostly buried in the riverbed silt. The black dragon watched over it, constantly spewing streams of water essence onto the green dragon, nourishing and healing its wounds. Clearly, the two dragons were using their own spiritual blood to create water demon servants to dig the cave, intending to build a nest here. Once the dragon nest was completed, the female green dragon would soon lay dragon eggs and reside in the nest to incubate them. Only after the young dragons hatched would the female dragon resurface. The green dragon's attack and injury had undoubtedly served as a great warning to the two dragons, making them much more restrained. Furthermore, after their previous flooding, They had accumulated enough food for their water demon servants and no longer needed to do such things. Now, they only needed to focus on building the dragon nest and training the dragon servants to guard it. Now, let's return to Zhou Chun. After waiting for many days without acquiring any dragon blood spiritual items, Zhou Chun completely gave up on the idea. He judged that if he really wanted to obtain dragon blood spiritual items, he would probably have to wait until the high-level cultivators of King Lian Temple started to take action. Only when a real dragon-slaying war broke out would enough dragon blood spiritual items appear. And if the high-level cultivators of King Lian Temple succeeded in slaying the dragon's corpse would definitely be divided and sold. At that time, as long as one was willing to spend spirit coins, there would be no shortage of dragon spiritual blood and flesh. In view of this, Zhou Chun was not in a hurry to search for any dragons, but simply asked his 27th uncle Zhou Jiapeng and 4th brother Zhou Zhengaiyu to keep an eye out for news and maintain frequent contact. After waiting in Yunzhao for almost 3 months, a piece of news suddenly shook the entire Yunzhao cultivation world. A message that had spread from an unknown source said that the nest of 2 dragons was located below the Fima mountain section of the lower reaches of the Kangayan River, and that the female dragon had already laid dragon eggs. This detailed news quickly attracted many cultivators to go and investigate. Immediately afterward, many water demons were discovered in the Fima mountain section of the river, many of which clearly possessed dragon-like characteristics. The cultivators who had previously harbored doubts were now free of any further hesitation, and in an instant, almost half of the cultivation world in Yunzhao rushed towards the previously unknown Fima mountain. After confirming this, Zhou Chun quickly found his 27th uncle, Zhou Jiapeng. Uncle Peng returned to the clan immediately as quickly as possible and informed the clan leader of the appearance of the dragon's lair. Hearing Zhou Chun's words, Zhou Jiapeng immediately nodded solemnly and replied, "I understand. Zheng Chun, you also need to be careful and not put yourself in danger, Uncle Peng." "Don't worry, I'll take care of myself," Zhou Chun replied, then watched Zhou Jiapeng ride his iron feather eagle into the sky. After seeing Zhou Jiapeng off, he also hurried towards Fima Mountain. He knew very well that regardless of which faction spread the news, once it was confirmed, the high-level cultivators of King Lian Temple would have to take action. Fima Mountain would soon be famous throughout Yunzhao, and even the entire Jing Kingdom. First update of the day. Chapter 94. Surrounded by enemies, no one will have an easy time. Yunzhao, Fima Mountain. Fima Mountain was originally an obscure little mountain in Yunzhao. Occasionally, some rogue cultivators might go there to search for medicinal herbs, but it was by no means a blessed land. Such a small mountain had never held any appeal for cultivators in the past. But now, because of the widespread rumor that the dragon's nest was located in the Kangayan River section within the mountain, countless cultivators have gathered there. Most of the cultivators gathered there didn't care who spread this news. They only cared about one thing, finding the dragon's nest and then fighting for the dragon eggs mentioned in the news. If ordinary cultivators didn't have a concrete impression of how powerful the dragon was before, after the 5 great purple mansion cultivators of Yunzhao failed to slay the dragon and even lost one of their own, everyone knew how powerful the dragon was. Under such circumstances, knowing that there were dragon eggs in the dragon's nest, which cultivator wouldn't be tempted? People love to fantasize, even cultivators are no exception. Every rogue cultivator has dreamt of one day receiving the inheritance of a golden core or even nascent soul cultivator, then using the elixirs and magical treasures left by their predecessors to rapidly advance their cultivation, forming a golden core within 100 years and living a carefree life for millennia. While a dragon egg cannot compare to the inheritance of a high-level cultivator in their dreams, obtaining it would still be enough to change the fate of a low-level cultivator. If one could have a dragon as a spirit pet, who among their peers could rival them? With the assistance of a fully grown dragon, would they still fear not being able to obtain foundation establishment pills or treasures to help them open their purple mansion? Therefore, even though they knew the hope was extremely slim, it still couldn't stop the cultivators from Yunzhao from coming to Fima Mountain. When Zhou Chun arrived at Fima Mountain, he saw that the once desolate mountains and wilderness were filled with cultivators. Most were key refining stage cultivators, but there were also quite a few foundation establishment stage cultivators moving about. Previously, when searching for the dragon, Zhou Chun had seen very few foundation establishment stage cultivators. These foundation establishment cultivators probably knew that while they possessed some strength, they were far inferior to the dragon, so they hadn't bothered to join the fray. But now things were different. They now knew the location of the dragon's lair and the existence of dragon eggs inside. Faced with such enormous profits, some Foundation establishment cultivators couldn't help but be tempted to act. Of course, they didn't have the ability to fight the dragon, but stealing a dragon egg, or taking advantage of the dragon's absence to smuggle some dragon blood and spiritual items from the lair, should be a problem, right? There were quite a few Foundation establishment cultivators on Fima Mountain with similar thoughts. Because so many cultivators had gathered here, and since this wasn't a market or the gate of any particular family or sect, there was no one to maintain order. As a result, Zhou Chun had witnessed several battles between cultivators in less than an hour since arriving. He even personally saw a rogue cultivator burned to ashes by another cultivator's magic. Zhou Chun had never seen such a chaotic scene before. He became even more cautious, even going so far as to take out the Moonblade meteor wheel and carry it on his back. This was both to deter those who might harbor ill intentions towards him and to ensure he could immediately use his magical artifact to deal with any danger. Of course, most cultivators still focused their attention on the right path. Along the banks of the river stretching for hundreds of miles around Fima Mountain, cultivators risked their lives to jump into the river in search of the dragon's lair. Even Zhou Chun didn't need to deliberately inquire. He could often hear cultivators discussing the discovery of water demons and the deaths of several cultivators. At this point, no one doubted that the dragon's lair was located within the Fima Mountain section of the river. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain why so many water demons, especially those related to the dragon, existed in this previously unremarkable section of the Fima Mountain River. However, the dragon's lair was likely hidden by some kind of magic, making its exact location difficult to find for the time being. Zhou Chun certainly had no intention of searching for any dragon's lair. Even if someone told him where it was, he wouldn't bother to verify it. With 2 dragons guarding the lair, only someone with a death wish would consider raiding it. He simply found a high peak along the river and waited there. Zhou Chun was now almost certain that the high-level cultivators of the Azure Lotus sect would soon begin slaying the dragons, and they would definitely find the lair. So now he just needed to look down from his high vantage point and wait for the high-level cultivators and dragons to appear. However, to Zhou Chun's surprise, he encountered trouble shortly after settling on the mountain. "Hey you, we brothers have this mountain. If you know what's good for you, get lost." Suddenly, 3 men with late-stage key refining cultivation appeared on the mountaintop where Zhou Chun was, demanding he leave. Seeing this, Zhou Chun frowned and looked at the leading man, saying, "You're being a bit too domineering. This mountain was originally unclaimed land, and I arrived here before you. Why should I, the first to arrive, be forced to leave unexpectedly?" Upon hearing this, the man retorted arrogantly, "That's just how domineering I am. What are you going to do about it?" Without waiting for Zhou Chun's response, the man's face hardened, and he shouted, "Looks like you don't want to leave on your own. Then let us brothers give you a hand." Before the words were even finished, the 3 men, as if they had planned it beforehand, simultaneously unleashed their magical artifacts and attacked Zhou Chun. One of them was at the 11th level of key refining, and the other 2 were at the 10th level. All 3 were quite powerful. Fortunately, Zhou Chun was also on guard. As soon as the 3 attacked, he immediately reacted. He first used the Moonblade meteor wheel to block the attacks of 2 magical artifacts, and then activated a bright cloud pendant to block another attack. Then, he quickly patted his storage bag at his waist, summoning the golden scale shield for protection, and at the same time released the rock tortoise. The appearance of the enormous rock tortoise startled the 3 who attacked Zhou Chun. They hurriedly retreated, creating some distance between themselves and Zhou Chun, and cast protective spells on themselves. Almost as soon as they finished doing this, sharp stone spikes burst from the ground beneath their feet, knocking them to the ground. At the same time, the rock tortoise opened its huge mouth, and a ball of yellow light transformed into a boulder that fell towards one of them. "Who exactly are you people? I have no grudge against you. Why do you want to kill me right away?" Taking advantage of the fact that the 3 were shocked by the appearance of the rock tortoise and their attacks slowed down, Zhou Chun finally had a chance to look at the 3 and angrily asked the question that had been bothering him. He wasn't stupid. If the 3 had tried to drive him away and monopolize the mountain, it could be attributed to their domineering nature. But to attack without warning, and with such intent to kill, was clearly a deliberate act against him. What he couldn't understand was that he had never seen these 3 before, nor had he offended any cultivators in Yun's Hao. Why were they so determined to kill him? However, when he questioned them, the three didn't answer. They simply reorganized their battle plan. One would distract and attack the rock tortoise, while the other two would launch a fierce attack on Zhou Chun using talismans. But dealing with only two wasn't so difficult for Zhou Chun. His resources were far beyond those of ordinary cultivators. He immediately focused his mind and calmly fought back, using the Moonblade Meteor Wheel to parry and intercept their magical weapons while simultaneously employing the 5-element spirit armor technique to enhance his defenses, occasionally casting a talisman as supplementary means. At the same time, he would command the rock tortoise to cast spells to interfere with the two, preventing them from focusing on attacking him. As for the rock tortoise's own safety, there was no need to worry. The enemy couldn't possibly break its shell. However, to Zhou Chun's utter surprise, just as he was fighting three opponents single-handedly, neither gaining the upper hand, a middle-aged man and woman, seemingly a couple, arrived on the mountain. Judging from their headlong rush towards the battlefield, they were unlikely to be there to help him. He didn't recognize them. If they weren't there to help him, and were heading straight for the battlefield, the outcome was easy to guess. This further confirmed Zhou Chun's earlier suspicion. These people were specifically there to deal with him. You are Su Keishan's accomplices. Suddenly, Zhou Chun seemed to realize a crucial point, his expression changing drastically as he shouted at his opponents. Hearing this, the men's expressions changed drastically, their eyes flashing coldly, and their attacks became even more ferocious. This instantly confirmed Zhou Chun's suspicions. Then, he was both shocked and furious, and a strong desire to retreat arose in his heart. If the enemy was from the same force as Su Keishan, then there must be Foundation Establishment cultivators or even Purple Mansion cultivators behind them. These people had come to kill him and silence him. Just as Zhou Chun's intention to retreat arose, his opponent seemed to have seen through his thoughts of retreating, and immediately shouted for the middle-aged couple who had come to support him to go and surround and intercept him from behind. Obviously, they did not intend to let him leave alive. Seeing this situation, Zhou Chun knew that he could no longer hesitate or be reluctant. He immediately put away the rock-earth turtle, then withstood a wave of attacks from the three opponents, and took out the second-tier magic talisman wind travel talisman that the clan leader Zhou Daowei had bestowed upon him and activated it. Instantly, azure spiritual light surrounded Zhou Chun's body, and with just a thought, his body quickly floated into the air. He's trying to escape. Stop him! The angry shout came from the man who had spoken to Zhou Chun at the beginning. He waved his hand and threw a first-tier high-grade magic talisman fire serpent talisman at Zhou Chun. But he was undoubtedly dreaming. A gentle breeze enveloped Zhou Chun, and he quickly soared hundreds of feet into the air, then rapidly flew away from Pegasus Mountain, his speed far exceeding that of an ordinary early Foundation Establishment cultivator. Under these circumstances, unless the Foundation Establishment cultivator pursued him, even a key refining cultivator with a flying artifact would be quickly left far behind, disappearing without a trace. Those who had besieged Zhou Chun clearly realized this quickly, so they didn't take to the air to chase him, but simply watched him disappear into the distance with grim expressions. Little did they know that Zhou Chun, who was leaving, also had a very unpleasant expression. He had been ambushed by Su Keishan earlier, almost disemboweled. Now, before he could avenge this attack, he was surrounded and attacked by a group to silence him, forcing him to use his trump card for survival. How could someone who had always been accustomed to smooth sailing swallow this insult? What frustrated him even more was that, until now, he didn't even know the name of the force behind Su Keishan. He was nearly surrounded and killed, yet he didn't even know where his enemies came from. What a humiliating situation. Since you refuse to let this go, then none of you will have an easy time. You brought this on yourselves. In the desolate wilderness, Zhou Chun, after landing, had a cold glint in his eyes, already devising a plan for revenge. Originally, with a warning from clan leader Zhou Daowei, he didn't want to cause any more trouble. But now that they had bullied him and were threatening to kill him, wouldn't he be emboldening them if he didn't retaliate? Did they really think he could be bullied at will? No sooner said than done. After resting for a while and recovering his magical power, Zhou Chun began to act. He once again used his disguise skills to conceal himself, spreading the news to the cultivators coming to Fima Mountain under multiple identities. I'm telling the truth. That man was about to be killed by the water demon when suddenly he used some secret technique. His eyes turned into beastly pupils, scales grew on his face and body, and his hands became dragon claws. He instantly turned the tables and tore the water demon apart, then devoured its flesh. How tragic. My friend Wang only had a little argument with that bastard, and he turned into half-human, half-dragon beast and tore my friend apart, even eating his heart and liver right in front of me. Fellow Taoist, you must be careful since you've just arrived. It's said that some cultivators in Fima Mountain have been enslaved and controlled by dragons using magic. They'll act as accomplices, deceiving other cultivators to gain their trust and then sending them to the dragons. By the way, it's said that these guys have also been given special abilities by the dragons, allowing them to transform into half-dragon, half-human monsters. After transforming, they need to eat the hearts and livers of living people to regain their human form. One rumor after another, both true and false, spread rapidly among the cultivators of Fima Mountain, causing many to become wary. Although rumors are said to stop with the wise, for the general public, believing a rumor makes them safer is irrelevant. They won't care whether it's true or false. Just like the rumors Zhou Chun is fabricating now, it's hard to distinguish between truth and falsehood. But choosing to believe them makes them more vigilant. So many people, even if they don't completely believe them, will still pay attention. And because the cultivators in the Fima Mountain region are a mixed bag, with all sorts of backgrounds, these rumors spread quickly, reaching even some Foundation establishment cultivators and some Purple Mansion cultivators. In a secluded valley in Fima Mountain, a middle-aged Taoist in blue robes heard several rumors from a junior who had gone out to gather information, and his expression changed slightly. He seemed to recall something, muttering to himself, a cultivator capable of transforming into half-human, half-dragon monster through secret techniques? This reminds me of a certain hidden sect that was expelled from Jing Kingdom long ago. Are they preparing to make a comeback? At this point, the blue-robed Taoist's eyes turned cold, and he said coldly, in that case, the one who leaked the information about the dragon's nest this time is probably them. Then, a look of doubt flashed across his face, and he muttered to himself in a puzzled tone, but who leaked their information now? Could there be other forces involved? Thinking of this, the blue-robed Taoist's face darkened. Yunzhao was King Lian Temple's territory. To send high-level cultivators to snatch food from the tiger's mouth without their consent, they wouldn't hesitate to retaliate. Immediately, the blue-robed Taoist quickly sent messages to several friends, urging them to come to Fima Mountain to meet him, and also inform the sect about the hidden sect's re-entry into Jing Kingdom, requesting a thorough investigation. On the other side, Zhou Chun, though unsure of the extent of the effect his rumors would achieve, knew full well that such rumors were something Su Caishen's backers definitely didn't want to see. Therefore, he was quite pleased when he discovered the rumors were spreading rapidly. For him now, as long as his enemies were unhappy, he was happy. After all, he truly had no other means of retaliating against them. He even had to worry about his enemies finding him again to silence him. Fortunately, he wasn't without support. After staying in the Fima Mountain region for about 4 days, Zhou Chun finally received the arrival of Clan Chief Zhou Daowai, who had come all the way from Jilfang Ridge. Second update delivered. Please subscribe. Chapter 95 Tacit Understanding, Grand Scene. Zhou Daowai arrived alone. According to him, since he was there was no need for Zhou Chun and the others to remain in such a dangerous place. They could all leave. As for the dragon blood spirit item that Zhou Chun longed for, he said he would keep an eye out for it for Zhou Chun, and Zhou Chun would only need to provide him with spirit coins. However, Zhou Chun had been busy in Yunzhao for over half a year, and now that the grand spectacle was about to begin, how could he be willing to leave like this? So, after much pleading and revealing that he had cultivated the second level of the Xinjin sword key, Zhou Daowai finally agreed to let him stay and watch the battle. You can stay and broaden your horizons, but you must promise me that no matter what happens, you will not get involved in this matter. Can you do that? Zhou Daowai looked at Zhou Chun with a solemn expression, his tone very serious. Seeing this, Zhou Chun replied with a serious expression, Clan leader, rest assured, this junior knows his own limitations and will never do anything beyond his capabilities. Then put on this bamboo hat. With this covering, that mysterious force you mentioned shouldn't be able to find you anymore, Zhou Daowai said, patting his storage pouch at his waist and taking out a bamboo hat with a black veil, handing it to Zhou Chun. This bamboo hat was clearly a magical artifact. Wearing it would block the divine sense and gaze of outsiders, while leaving one's own vision and divine sense unaffected. After putting it on, Zhou Chun added another layer of cotton clothing to make himself appear fuller, making it difficult even for those familiar with him to recognize him before he spoke. He then followed Zhou, quietly waiting for the grand spectacle to unfold. This wait didn't last long. On the third day after Zhou arrived at Fima Mountain, 5 cultivators at the Purple Mansion stage from King Lian Temple appeared in the sky above Fima Mountain, openly heading straight for the dragon's lair. Behind these 5 Purple Mansion stage cultivators follow 12 Foundation Establishment stage cultivators from King Lian Temple. When Zhou Chun saw the scene from afar on the mountaintop, he took the opportunity to ask Zhou beside him, "Clan Chief, I have a question. Why is the dragon causing such a ruckus here, yet no golden core cultivators have come to slay it?" Because this is a tacit understanding shared between high-level human cultivators and high-level demon races, Zhou sighed softly and immediately explained to Zhou Chun, high-level demon races like the dragon have vast influence, with countless powerful 3rd and 4th tier demon beasts, and even quite a few 5th tier great demons. If a golden core cultivator dared to bully the weak and slay the dragon, a 5th tier great demon would surely retaliate personally afterward, making it a losing proposition. Of course, the reverse is also true. If a 4th tier demon beast dares to attack a human cultivator's territory wantonly, slaughtering human cultivators outside its own territory, then an ancestral cultivator, upon learning the news, can openly come to kill the demon and take its core. At this point, seemingly fearing that Zhou Chun might misunderstand and bring trouble upon himself, he looked at him seriously and warned, "However, you must also remember that this is just an unwritten agreement between the two sides, and often, unless it escalates to such a large extent as it is now, the news may not reach the ears of higher-level demons or nascent soul cultivators. Also, if you don't have a strong backer, sometimes even if you are bullied, there may not be anyone willing to stand up for you. Is that so?" Zhou Chun nodded thoughtfully, feeling that this explanation was quite reasonable. But he quickly frowned again and asked, "But Yunzhao is human territory. 2 dragons are causing havoc on the Kangayan River, killing no fewer than 10,000 mortals on both banks. Doesn't that count as breaking the rules?" "Of course not." Zhou shook his head slightly and replied with a sigh, "Let alone mortals, even if key refining cultivators and Foundation Establishment cultivators like you and me were killed by dragons, it wouldn't count as breaking the rules. The so-called tacit understanding between the two races only applies to cultivators above the Golden Core stage and demon beasts above the 4th rank. There's such a restriction?" Zhou Chun frowned, unsure how to judge the matter. He didn't know if those higher-ranking human and demon beings reached this tacit understanding because they were evenly matched and couldn't gain more advantage. Or was it simply because they didn't want to take on more responsibility or go through more trouble? In any case, this restriction was undoubtedly very unfriendly to low-ranking cultivators. "Let's go, let's get closer and see what dragon-slaying methods those senior cultivators from the Azure Lotus Temple have prepared." Before Zhou Chun could think further, Zhou quickly announced their plan. He then led Zhou Chun towards the location of the dragon's lair. They were only halfway there when they heard the noisy roars of a dragon. Rumble. Soon, a deafening roar echoed across the distant river. Along with it rose various magical lights. Seeing this, Zhou quickly increased their speed. After traveling a further distance, the situation dozens of miles away became clear to Zhou Chun and Zhou. On the river, a black dragon, surrounded by black clouds, was fighting alone against 5 Azure Lotus Temple Purple Mansion cultivators. Although there were 5 of them, these 5 Purple Mansion cultivators from the Azure Lotus Temple were naturally far stronger than the local Yunzhao cultivators. Moreover, compared to the 5 native Purple Mansion cultivators of Yunzhao, the 5 Purple Mansion cultivators from King Lian Temple were undoubtedly better prepared. They had a clear division of labor. Some used wind magic to dispel the dark clouds summoned by the black dragon, preventing it from summoning wind and rain. Others used fire to burn away the protective black clouds surrounding the black dragon and boil the river water. 2 others were responsible for defense, intercepting and defending against the black dragon's attacks. Finally, the one who truly carried out the killing was a black-robed Taoist. He was also a sword cultivator. However, he wielded not 1 flying sword, but 2, 1 black and 1 white. Under the black-robed Taoist's sword techniques, the 2 flying swords, 1 black and 1 white, resembled 2 black and white dragons, relentlessly circling and slashing at the black dragon. The black dragon's body, which had once rendered the Purple Mansion cultivator Lu Jiankyu of Mingjian Mountain helpless, was now being ravaged by the 2 flying swords. Its scales shattering and flowing with streaks of crimson dragon blood. This clearly defined division of labor in the battle was incredibly pleasing to the eye. like watching a spectacular combat performance rather than a life-or-death struggle. Compared to the dragon-slaying battle launched by the 5 Purple Mansion stage cultivators of Yunzhao a few months ago, it was simply a case of comparing apples and oranges. At least a few Purple Mansion stage cultivators from Yunzhao who had arrived at Fima Mountain now looked ashamed and inferior upon witnessing this scene. This was probably the difference between a regular army and a ragtag army. Even Zhou Chun, a key refining stage cultivator, could see from afar that the battlefield was completely dominated by the Kinglian Temple cultivators. The black dragon was like a bird caught in a spider's web, struggling desperately but unable to escape. The most likely outcome was that it would eventually exhaust its strength and die silently. He couldn't help but whisper, completely powerless to resist. Judging from this, if nothing unexpected happens, the black dragon probably won't last long before it's defeated. Zhou Daowei shook his head upon hearing this, his tone slightly lecturing. What else do you think? How could the strength of a Purple Mansion stage cultivator from a major sect like Kinglian Temple be compared to that of an ordinary Purple Mansion stage cultivator? They've been meticulously preparing for this for nearly a year. If they can't win decisively, wouldn't that be a disgrace to their own reputation? Zhou Chun understood his meaning and quickly defended himself. That's not what I meant. It's just that the Azure Dragon's previous record was so astonishing that I assumed today's battle would be equally perilous. I've heard about that battle. If the Black Dragon hadn't arrived in time, the Azure Dragon, which had even used its inner core, would have been defeated and killed very quickly. We can't blindly exaggerate the dragon's strength based on that. Zhou Daowei sighed softly. Actually, the strength of the Flood Dragon is already quite formidable. Under normal circumstances, very few human cultivators can defeat a Flood Dragon of the same level in a one-on-one fight. Usually, it requires the help of several cultivators of the same level. He was undoubtedly very qualified to speak on this matter. In the previous battle between the 5 major cultivation families and the Kian Alliance, he had used a secret technique to activate the Flood Dragon bloodline within his spirit pet, the Azure Cloud Python, allowing it to transform into a Flood Dragon. In that battle, he easily killed 3 Foundation establishment cultivators, gaining immense fame. After exchanging a few more words, the two stopped talking and continued to watch the battle intently. As time passed, the Black Flood Dragon's wounds multiplied, its injuries worsened, and its mental state became increasingly volatile and furious. Roar! Suddenly, the Black Flood Dragon let out a high-pitched roar, and thick columns of water exploded from the river surface, shooting straight towards the Purple Mansion cultivators in the sky. Then, with a swift turn of its head, it plunged into the riverbed. Watch closely, the most exciting part is coming, and this is the most difficult part of slaying a dragon in rivers and lakes. Beside Zhou Chun, Zhou Daowei's expression hardened as he saw the Black Dragon enter the water. And he whispered a reminder. Before Zhou Chun could even ask, the 5 Kinglian Temple cultivators made a new move. Instead of risking entering the water to pursue the Black Dragon, they called out to the 12 Foundation establishment cultivators watching from the outside. Instantly, as if rehearsed beforehand, the 12 Foundation establishment cultivators swiftly flew to both banks of the river, each taking out metal pillars engraved with intricate spiritual patterns from their storage bags and driving them into the ground. Then, each took out a small blue flag, held it in their hand, and infused it with magical power. Soon, as the small blue flags in the hands of the 12 Foundation establishment cultivators transformed into large flags, they gripped them tightly and worked together to activate the formation they had just set up. 2 blue spiritual dragons materialized in the sky and plunged into the surging river. Then, a miraculous scene unfolded. The once flowing river, guided by a mysterious force, rapidly changed course, tearing through the mountains on both sides and altering its course. As the river changed course, a section stretching over 10 miles in the middle quickly saw its water level drop, exposing the silt at the bottom. This transformation, akin to moving mountains and filling seas, stunned Zhou Chun and many other cultivators on Flying Horse Mountain who witnessed it. Before this, aside from a few, probably no one could have imagined witnessing such a feat. Moreover, those who displayed this supernatural power were not ancient golden core cultivators with 1,000-year lifespans, but rather a dozen or so Foundation establishment cultivators. Just as Zhou Chun was stunned into silence by the scene, Zhou Daowei beside him spoke up. This formation is called the 2 Dragons Dividing Water Formation. It's an essential formation for slaying dragons in rivers, lakes, and marshes. Only by diverting the water with this formation, neutralizing the dragon's geographical advantage, Can you successfully slay the dragon at a relatively low cost? Don't underestimate this formation's simplicity. In reality, neither the equipment for setting it up nor the 12 foundation establishment cultivators required are things that ordinary forces can gather and prepare. Is this formation really simple? Zhou Chun looked at the changed course of the surging river and was speechless at Zhou Daoi's words. He knew that the Kangayan River before him was no less powerful than the Yangtze River in his previous life, and even had a larger flow. Such a great river had been easily diverted and its course changed. How powerful was that? Before Zhou Chun could recover from his shock and offer any opinion, the 5 purple mansion cultivators from the Azure Lotus Temple made their move again. The Taoist priest, brandishing a blue banner, waved it, and a massive, heaven-piercing tornado appeared on the exposed muddy riverbed, scooping up countless silts and transporting them elsewhere. Then, one of the Taoists guarding the area made a hand seal, and a beam of yellow light struck the riverbank, causing a deafening roar that shook the entire mountain. Amidst this violent tremor, the entrance to the dragon's lair, previously concealed by the black dragon, was finally revealed. The pitch-black cave, large enough to accommodate 7 or 8 people walking side by side, was of unknown depth, with a gurgling river water visible within. Gazing at the dark cave, the Taoist who had shaken the mountain roared, "You beasts, if you don't come out, don't blame me for destroying the mountain and burying you alive." He wasn't bluffing, he genuinely possessed the power to destroy mountains. Of course, even if he could destroy the mountain, he probably wouldn't be able to crush the dragon inside. Otherwise, why would he bother with all this talk? But the black dragon certainly didn't understand any of this. Seeing the river water diverted and its nest exposed, facing imminent destruction, how could it possibly remain hidden there peacefully? A dark shadow darted about inside the cave, and soon the black dragon, which had previously fled to the bottom of the river, reappeared. And in the short span of less than half an hour, its hideous wounds had healed almost completely. Such a regenerative ability was truly terrifying. Seeing the black dragon emerge from its cave again, the black-clad Taoist priest, wielding a sword, immediately roared, "You beast, you have caused floods and committed atrocities. Tens of thousands of people have died because of you, and countless others have been displaced. Today is the day you are beheaded and executed." Before he finished speaking, he again wielded his black and white swords, attacking the black dragon, a bit tired. "It's been a long time since I've written at this intensity, my cervical spine seems to be giving out. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels." Chapter 96: The Wisdom of Monsters, the Dragon Transformation Cult. This was probably the black dragon's last struggle. On a mountain peak, Zhou Chun watched the battlefield from dozens of miles away, no longer doubting the outcome. He saw the black dragon emerge from its cave and besieged by 5 purple mansion cultivators from the Azure Lotus Sect. This time, it even lost its home field advantage, its strength not as great as before. After about 2 hours of fighting, the black dragon was covered in wounds, its previous ferocity gone. Roar, accompanied by a reluctant hiss, the black dragon glanced back at its lair with reluctance, then suddenly spat out its inner core. Compared to the inner core the Azure dragon had spat out, the black dragon's inner core was much larger and brighter, and its power was naturally much greater. When it spat out its inner core, the Azure Lotus Sect cultivators tensed, quickly slowing their attacks and focusing their attention on the inner core. The power of a demon beast's inner core attack was no joke, it could even destroy their magical artifacts. More importantly, there's an extreme use for demonic beast inner cores: self-destruction. If a demonic beast were to self-destruct its inner core, the power would surpass any spell or supernatural ability. A cultivator at the Purple Mansion stage would almost certainly die if struck head-on at close range. Now, the black dragon needs to protect the Azure dragon inside its nest, and it's hard to say it won't do that. The Purple Mansion stage cultivators naturally didn't want to gamble their lives on the other side's decision. Just then, the black dragon used the powerful force of its inner core to clear a path, blasting away several magical artifacts and instantly breaking through the encirclement. Yes, breaking through. The black dragon completely exceeded the expectations of the 5 Purple Mansion stage cultivators from the Azure Lotus Temple, directly breaking through and escaping into the surging waters of the Kangayan River. This unexpected scene left the Azure Lotus Temple Purple Mansion stage cultivators slightly stunned. Immediately, one of the Taoists seemed to realize something and shouted, "Not good. We can't let it get away. The dragon egg is likely on it." Hearing this, the others immediately understood and hurriedly chased after the fleeing black dragon. After such a long battle, the black dragon still carried the power they had left behind, so they naturally had a way to track it, and there was no need to worry about losing it for the time being. What is it doing? Is it using itself as bait to create an escape opportunity for the green dragon? On the mountain peak, Zhou Chun, after seeing the black dragon break through and enter the water, was slightly taken aback and expressed his guess with surprise. As for the words of the several Purple Mansion stage cultivators from the Azure Lotus Temple, he naturally couldn't hear them because of the distance. Zhou Daowei, after hearing his words, said with a deep look, "Whatever it's doing, if the green dragon wants to escape, it won't be so easy." Sure enough, it seemed to echo Zhou Daowei's words. After the 5 Azure Lotus Sect Purple Mansion cultivators chased the black dragon away, several Purple Mansion cultivators from Yunzhao who had been watching from the shadows revealed themselves, unleashing their magical artifacts and spells to bombard the dragon's lair, attempting to force the Azure Dragon out. The earth shook violently. Under the bombardment of the 3 Yunzhao Purple Mansion cultivators, the mountain where the dragon's lair was located trembled and shook violently, with large amounts of rock shattering and crumbling, appearing on the verge of collapse. In this situation, the water demons hidden inside the dragon's lair couldn't hold back any longer and rushed out in large numbers. One after another, strangely shaped water demons swarmed out of the dragon's lair, their cultivation levels varying greatly. The stronger ones were already second-tier demon beasts, equivalent to Foundation Establishment cultivators. The weaker ones were even only comparable to mid-stage key refining cultivators. In less than a quarter of an hour, over 100 water demons had rushed out of the dragon's lair. After emerging, these water demons fled towards the distant river. However, with so many cultivators gathered in the Fima mountain area, how could they possibly watch these water demons re-enter the water? Immediately, Foundation Establishment cultivators and late-stage key refining cultivators who had been watching the battle from various mountain forests took to the air. Once the water demons were some distance away from the dragon's lair, they directly intercepted and slaughtered them. Seeing this, Zhou Chun couldn't help but look at the clan leader Zhou Daowei beside him and said, "Clan leader, why don't you give it a try? Those dragon-descended water demons have some dragon blood in them. Your Azure Cloud Python should benefit from consuming them, right?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Daowei shook his head disdainfully and said, "They are merely inferior dragon-descended water demons spawned with dragon spiritual blood. In time, without the nourishment of dragon aura, most of them will degenerate into ordinary water demons. What's the point of fighting over them?" Hearing his words, Zhou Chun didn't say anything more. Looking back at the dragon's lair, even though its numerous water demon servants had all fled, the Azure Dragon inside remained completely still, showing no sign of emerging. "Not coming out, huh? Then I'll bury you alive." In the sky, the yellow-robed man who had participated in the attack on the Azure Dragon's lair flashed with a cold light. He immediately unleashed the full power of the long staff magic weapon that had been blasted away by the Azure Dragon's inner core, transforming it into a giant stone pillar that slammed into the mountain peak above the dragon's lair. Rumble. A deafening roar echoed through the mountains. A mountain peak 100 feet high was instantly shattered by the yellow-robed man's blow, cracking into countless fissures. Rocks and mud collapsed, burying most of the entrance to the dragon's lair below. But even so, the Azure Dragon still didn't show its face, remaining incredibly calm. Something's wrong. There might be a trap. Beside Zhou Chun, Zhou Daowei suddenly changed his expression and shouted. Hearing this, Zhou Chun was taken aback and quickly asked, "Clan leader, what have you discovered?" "What's wrong?" Unexpectedly, Zhou Daowei kept him in suspense, shaking his head repeatedly. "It's hard to say, hard to say. You'll find out as you watch." This left Zhou Chun feeling rather bored. But he dared not ask further and could only suppress his doubts and continue watching. At the dragon's lair, the man in yellow was still relentlessly attacking the mountain, quickly collapsing and destroying most of the peak, completely blocking the entrance to the dragon's lair. It seemed he truly intended to bury the Azure Dragon inside alive. But just then, in a pool dozens of miles behind the dragon's lair, the water level suddenly dropped sharply, quickly emptying out. Then, the Azure Dragon's massive body flew out from underwater and into the air. It turned out that the dragon's lair had another secret passage leading directly to this pool. First, the black dragon broke through to lure away the 5 purple mansion cultivators from the Azure Lotus Temple. They would stall for time, waiting for the hidden cultivators from Yun's house purple mansion to reveal themselves. Finally, while their attention was focused on the entrance to the dragon's lair, they would drive away the water demon servants to distract them, while secretly clearing a waterway and using a feint to escape the lair. Who says demonic beasts lack intelligence? Who says they don't understand strategy? High-level demonic beasts, especially those as powerful and intelligent as dragons, are far superior to ordinary beasts. If nothing unexpected happened, this feint by the Azure Dragon would be a perfect tactical performance. But an unexpected event occurred. Or rather, it wasn't an unexpected event, but another part of the plan. Someone had already anticipated the Azure Dragon's intentions and found it the moment it appeared. At that moment, the Azure Dragon had just soared into the sky from the pool, preparing to escape on the wind and clouds. Suddenly, a dark blue chain flew out from the nearby forest. Like a venomous snake that had been lurking for a long time, it coiled around the Azure Dragon's body. In an instant, the Azure Dragon felt its body tighten, its strength and magical power inexplicably suppressed and weakened by a strange force, rendering it powerless. Terrified, it immediately unleashed its full power, struggling violently to break free of the chains binding it. However, having recently laid its dragon eggs, its body was weak, and both its magical power and physical strength were far inferior to their previous state. How could it possibly break free of these chains specifically designed for the Azure Dragon race? The commotion quickly attracted the attention of the several purple mansion cultivators from Yun's house. Over there. Someone beat us to it. The yellow-robed man, still struggling to shatter mountains and split the earth, was enraged. He hurriedly retrieved his long staff and flew towards the Azure Dragon's location. But since the entity behind the Azure Dragon had made its move, it wouldn't give them a chance. A figure flashed through the forest, and 2 figures, one in green and one in red, soared into the air, swiftly launching an attack on the Azure Dragon. Both women wore dragon masks, obscuring their faces and ages. However, judging from the curvaceous figure of the woman in red robes, she was likely a female cultivator. Like the other Kinglian temple cultivators, the woman in blue robes controlled a chain-like magical artifact to restrict the Azure Dragon's movements and power. The woman in red robes took on the primary offensive role. Her weapon was a crimson gold decapitating blade. The first strike tore a massive wound into the Azure Dragon, nearly cleaving it in 2. Such ferocious power sent chills down the spines of not only the Azure Dragon, but also the several Yun's Hao purple mansion cultivators rushing towards them. Their speed involuntarily slowed. Unexpectedly, after nearly killing the Azure Dragon with a single strike, the woman in red robes did not follow up with a second strike. Instead, she held the blade suspended above the Azure Dragon, while the woman in blue robes communicated with it in animal language. It seemed their goal wasn't to kill the Azure Dragon. But just as the blue-robed cultivator and the Azure Dragon were communicating, another unexpected event occurred. Or rather, it wasn't an unexpected event, but another pre-planned scheme. Suddenly, 3 purple mansion cultivators from the Azure Lotus Temple, who had been waiting in the mountains, took to the air and quickly arrived near the battlefield. The appearance of these 3 immediately caused the Azure Dragon and the 2 cultivators wearing dragon masks to change color and abruptly stop their conversation. Junior brother Chen was right after all. You remnants of the dragon transformation sect have indeed returned to cause trouble in my Jing kingdom. In the sky, a red-robed Taoist with ring hair coldly stared at the 2 people and the dragon opposite him, his words filled with anger. The dragon transformation sect? Upon hearing the red-robed Taoist's words, the several purple mansion cultivators from Yun's Hao who had arrived nearby were slightly taken aback. Then, Lu Jiankyu, the supreme elder of the Lu family of Mingjian Mountain, seemed to have realized something, and his expression changed drastically as he blurted out, "Wasn't the dragon transformation sect destroyed more than 800 years ago? How can anyone still exist in the world?" His tone was full of surprise, mixed with a hint of fear. Hearing his words, the other cultivators who hadn't yet grasped the meaning of dragon transformation sect instantly understood. Instantly, their gazes towards the 2 wearing the dragon masks became strange. Because these people weren't trying to hide their conversation, many cultivators nearby heard them. But even some Foundation establishment cultivators were completely baffled, not understanding what kind of riddle these purple mansion cultivators were speaking of. Zhou Chun and Zhou Daoyi, being too far away, didn't hear the discussion in time. However, when the two people wearing dragon masks appeared, Zhou Daoyi seemed to recognize them by their unique attire, muttering, "It really is them." "What? It really is them? Clan leader, do you know those two seniors?" Zhou Chun looked at his clan leader with a puzzled expression, his eyes full of curiosity. "It's nothing, I'll tell you after this is over." Zhou Daoyi shook his head, showing no intention of satisfying Zhou Chun's curiosity now. Before Zhou Chun could ask any more questions, he grabbed him and said, "Come on, let's get closer." Then he led Zhou Chun towards the new battlefield. Meanwhile, after revealing the identities of the two cultivators wearing dragon masks, the three Kinglian Temple cultivators quickly invited the three Yunzhao Zifu cultivators to help them deal with the two Hulong Sect cultivators. Of course, the invitation was just a polite way of putting it. In reality, it was a recruitment. At this moment, the three Purple Mansion cultivators from the Azure Lotus sect had already used their sect's wartime conscription rights over cultivators from subordinate immortal families within their territory to recruit family cultivators to deal with powerful external enemies. The three Purple Mansion cultivators from Yunzhao were also aware of the dark history of the Dragon Transformation sect and did not object to this conscription. Soon, the 6 Purple Mansion cultivators surrounded the two people and the dragon, preparing to wipe them out in one fell swoop. This change, however, quickly prompted the Azure Dragon and the 2 Dragon Transformation sect cultivators to compromise. The Azure Dragon and the blue-robed cultivator exchanged a few hurried words, after which the blue-robed cultivator retrieved the chains binding the Azure Dragon and even took out a jade bottle from his storage bag, throwing it at the Azure Dragon, which swallowed it whole. Then, the 2 Dragon Transformation sect cultivators and the Azure Dragon broke through in a certain direction. "Where do you think you're going?" the white-haired, red-robed old Taoist shouted sharply, raising his hand and unleashing a flaming collar magic weapon at the Azure Dragon. At the same time, the other Purple Mansion cultivators also unleashed their signature magical artifacts, attacking the two people and the dragon to prevent them from breaking through. Soon, the sky was filled with flashes of various spiritual lights as a fierce battle ensued. Chapter 97, The Dragon Transformation and Ascension Technique, The Secret of Dragon Transformation. Like the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. First, the Kinglian Temple cultivators surrounded and killed the black dragon, then the green dragon played a feint with several Yunzhao Purple Mansion cultivators. Thinking it had succeeded, the green dragon was ambushed by the Hulong Sect cultivators, who had already seen through its plan. But no one expected that the Kinglian Temple had also laid an ambush of 3 more Purple Mansion cultivators at Fima Mountain, specifically waiting for the Hulong Sect cultivators to appear. This series of events broadened the horizons of the cultivators gathered at Fima Mountain, providing them with a thrilling spectacle. Above the mountain forest, 6 Jinguo Purple Mansion cultivators attacked simultaneously, pairing up to separate the 2 Hulong Sect cultivators and the green dragon, each fighting one-on-one. In this battle of numbers, the Jinguo cultivators naturally had the upper hand. Especially the 3 Kinglian Temple cultivators, coming from a major sect, whose magical artifacts and supernatural abilities were superior to ordinary cultivators. After a brief exchange, the 2 Dragon Transformation sect cultivators were the first to succumb, forced to unleash the sect's unique secret technique. The red-robed female cultivator let out a sharp cry, her robes ripping apart to reveal skin covered in crimson dragon scales. In the blink of an eye, she transformed into a half-dragon, half-human creature, her entire body covered in crimson dragon scales. With a flick of her wrist, the crimson decapitation blade appeared in her hand, and she used the sharp blade to parry and slash at her opponent's magical weapons. Her crimson dragon scales also provided her with powerful defense, allowing her to withstand the spells and magical weapon attacks of cultivators of the same level with her bare body, like a dragon. Furthermore, she could even breathe fire like a true fire dragon, unleashing various fire-based spells. At this moment, she was practically a dragon in human form. With this powerful secret technique, she quickly overpowered the 2 opponents, launching a strong counterattack that forced them to retreat repeatedly. Don't be afraid. The Dragon Transformation technique places a tremendous strain on the body. She can't maintain this state for long, and she'll definitely be weakened afterwards, the Taoist from Kinglian Temple shouted to encourage the Yunzhao Purple Mansion cultivator and his group while desperately resisting the opponent's attacks, fearing that his companion would be frightened and let her escape. But he underestimated the strength and ferocity of his opponent. The female cultivator from the Dragon Transformation Sect, relying on the enhancement of her secret technique, fought against the two of them single-handedly and then, instead of trying to break through, quickly went to help another male cultivator from the Dragon Transformation Sect. At this time, the male cultivator from the Dragon Transformation Sect had also transformed into a dragon man covered in blue dragon scales, but because his offensive methods were not as fierce as the female cultivators, he was unable to gain any advantage. It wasn't until the female cultivator rushed over and joined him that he was rescued. The female cultivator wielded her long sword, unleashing several crimson sword energies that forced back the opponent's magical weapon. Then, she transmitted her voice to the male cultivator, saying, "Protector Lin, things are beyond saving. Let's retreat." Unexpectedly, the male cultivator replied in a deep voice, "Protector Lin, go help the Azure Dragon. Escort it to safety. I have a way to escape." "Are you sure?" The female cultivator looked at the male cultivator with surprise, not expecting him to say that. "Sure," the male cultivator nodded emphatically, his eyes filled with determination. Seeing this, the female cultivator, though still somewhat doubtful, didn't ask any further questions, simply nodding and saying, "All right then, take care." With that, she drew her sword and charged straight towards the Azure Dragon, which was being attacked by the two Kinglian Temple Daoists. Strictly speaking, the Azure Dragon should be the strongest single entity on the battlefield, and shouldn't be performing so poorly. However, the damage inflicted by the Dragon Transformation Sect female cultivator's earlier strike was too severe. Even with the healing pills given by the male cultivator, it wouldn't recover in a short time. Therefore, when faced with a combined attack of two Purple Mansion cultivators from the Azure Lotus Temple, its performance was quite poor, unable even to break through on its own. It wasn't until the female cultivator from the Dragon Transformation Sect rushed to its aid that it saw a chance to escape. Surrounded by Azure light, it seized the opportunity while the female cultivator forced back one of the Azure Lotus Temple Daoists, swiftly taking flight and transforming into a streak of Azure light, breaking through the battlefield. "You beast, don't run!" The white-haired old Daoist from the Azure Lotus Temple's expression changed, and he hurriedly raised his hand, striking the fleeing Azure Dragon with a green hairpin. The hairpin flashed through the air, arriving before the dragon, instantly piercing its body, causing it to tremble and momentarily interrupting its escape technique. However, it immediately activated the power of its inner core, forcibly expelling the hairpin from its body, then flicked its tail and continued its flight. Meanwhile, the white-haired elder was forced back by the sword energy unleashed by the female cultivator from the Dragon Transformation Sect, leaving him no time to use any more methods to capture the Azure Dragon. Watching the heavily injured Azure Dragon slip away right before his eyes, the white-haired elder was filled with rage and immediately unleashed his fury upon the female cultivator. "You shameless woman, you're courting death," he roared, his hands rapidly forming hand seals, and a crimson fire lotus quickly condensed before him, which he then casually pushed towards the female cultivator. Boom! A loud explosion resounded in the sky, caused by the female cultivator's sword energy striking the incoming fire lotus. Relying on the formidable defense of her dragon scales, she withstood the aftershocks of the exploding fire lotus, forcibly breaking out of the blast zone, attempting to kill or severely injure the white-haired Daoist first. However, she clearly underestimated the trump cards possessed by this cultivator from a major sect who had lived for hundreds of years. Even after she closed the distance to within 100 feet, the white-haired Daoist showed no sign of panic. With a casual pat of his storage pouch, he retrieved a crimson gold bronze bell-shaped magical artifact. Under his magical power, the bell rapidly expanded, enveloping him completely. The female cultivator's longsword strikes only left a trail of sparks on its surface. Instead, the female cultivator herself was shaken by the sonic shockwaves emanating from the bell, her blood surging in her chest height. Meanwhile, the other three Jinguo Purple Mansion cultivators, equally enraged by the escape of the Azure Dragon, unleashed their fury on her. Despite her armored physique, she was quickly beaten, coughing up blood and covered in wounds. Even so, she eventually managed to break through the encirclement, using a secret escape technique to transform into a streak of fire and escape. Meanwhile, the male cultivator from the Dragon Transformation Sect, seeing the female cultivator successfully escape, immediately showed a relieved expression behind his mask. Then, a fervent glint flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly pulled a black bead from his storage bag, tilting his head back and swallowing it. At the same time, he shouted, "With my body, I feed the dragon's soul," It seemed to be some kind of prayer, or perhaps some kind of evil incantation. In any case, after the male cultivator from the dragon transformation sect finished chanting the string of words, his body underwent another drastic change. A clear, resonant dragon's roar rang out from within him, and he, originally half dragon, half human, instantly transformed into a dark blue-green dragon several dozen feet long. However, unlike a normal dragon, his eyes showed no intelligence whatsoever, only endless madness. Damn it, it's the dragon transformation sect's dragon ascension technique. This guy's gone mad. A Taoist priest from the Azure Lotus Temple seemed to recognize the secret technique used by the male cultivator. He cursed and hurriedly turned to flee. After using the dragon ascension technique, the male cultivator would soon truly ascend to heaven. There was no need for him to fight someone who was doomed. And no one who could cultivate to the Purple Mansion stage was a fool. Moreover, the dragon transformation ascension technique was a signature secret art of the dragon transformation sect, and most of the Purple Mansion cultivators present had heard of its power. Therefore, not one of them dared to stay and fight the dark blue-green dragon. But how could the dragon, driven by its insane lust for slaughter, allow them to leave? With a hiss, the dragon lashed its tail and lunged at a Kinglian Temple Taoist. Perhaps in the mind of that dragon transformation sect male cultivator, his life-risking technique should at least take a Kinglian Temple Taoist down with him. How dare you, you beast! The remaining two Kinglian Temple Taoists, both shocked and enraged, hurriedly attacked the dark blue-green dragon to aid their comrade. They could ignore a Purple Mansion cultivator from Yunzhou, but if they didn't help a fellow disciple in danger, they wouldn't be able to explain themselves to their sect elders. What kind of secret technique is this? Clan Chief, do you know? Outside the battlefield, Zhou Chun, witnessing the male cultivator of the dragon transformation sect transform from a human into a dragon, finally couldn't contain his shock and turned to Zhou Daowei to ask. He had personally witnessed a transformation of Sucation before, so he had remained calm when he saw the two dragon transformation sect cultivators become half dragon, half human. He was just shocked that such a powerful figure existed behind Sucation. But now, seeing a living person transformed into a dragon, he couldn't remain calm no matter what. Fortunately, this time, Zhou Daowei didn't evade his question. He spoke in a low, complex tone. This is the forbidden secret technique of the dragon transformation sect, the dragon transformation ascension technique, an extremely domineering and evil technique. Only a dragon transformation sect protector level expert who has cultivated the dragon transformation technique to the 3rd level can unleash it, just as you see now. After using the dragon transformation ascension technique, the dragon bloodline within the person will be completely stimulated and out of control, transforming them into a dragon of the same level, possessing dragon-like power and supernatural abilities. However, this method will also completely annihilate the cultivator's self-awareness and bloodline. After the technique's duration ends, they will explode and die, turning to ashes. After hearing this explanation, Zhou Chun's doubts were resolved. However, even more questions arose. This forced him to look at Zhou Daowei and press further. What kind of force is the dragon transformation sect? Why have I never heard of it? What level of secret technique is the dragon transformation secret manual? Are those people able to transform into half-dragon, half-human monsters because they have cultivated this secret technique? At this point, perhaps feeling that his previous answer had broken some taboo, Zhou Daowei no longer avoided Zhou Chun's questions. He then answered in a low voice, the dragon transformation sect is a secret sect not accepted by orthodox cultivators in the cultivation world. It can even be considered an evil sect. I don't know exactly when they appeared, only that 1,000 years ago their power reached its peak, almost becoming the overlord of Jing Kingdom. However, more than 800 years ago, the major sects of Jing Kingdom, such as the Moon Wheel Sect, the Flame Sun Sect, and the Azure Lotus Temple, suddenly joined forces to besiege the Dragon Transformation Sect, massacring and slaughtering its members. After several years of fierce fighting around the Dragon Transformation Sect's main altar, the sect was ultimately defeated by the combined forces. Its main altar was destroyed, and its high-ranking members were almost entirely killed or wounded. Since then, the various sects have repeatedly purged the remaining Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators in Jing Kingdom. All cultivators who practiced the Dragon Transformation secret technique were found and executed, and all scriptures related to the Dragon Transformation sect were banned from sale and dissemination. So now, apart from the long-established sects and families in Jing Kingdom that still retain relevant texts and know that such a sect once existed in Jing Kingdom, Ordinary cultivators are basically unaware of it. Moreover, for some unknown reason, back then, all the major sects in our Fen Kingdom cooperated with Jing Kingdom to control information about the Dragon Transformation Sect, strictly ordering each sect to destroy and ban any texts or records related to the Dragon Transformation Sect. At this point, Zhou Daowei hesitated slightly, then continued, as for what level of secret technique the Dragon Transformation Secret Manual is, I can't say for sure. It's just that it's said to have 5 levels, and even nascent soul stage cultivators can cultivate and use it. After saying this, he shook his head, his eyes filled with a warning as he warned Zhou Chun, don't even think about the Dragon Transformation Secret Manual. This kind of secret technique not only has extremely serious consequences and makes one easily controlled by others, but its practitioners are still wanted by various sects in Jing Kingdom. It's not something you or I can get our hands on. Seeing this, Zhou Chun hurriedly said, Clan leader, don't worry. Since this Dragon Transformation secret technique involves such a huge matter, and I'm not tired of living, how could I possibly be tempted by it? It's good that you know what's important. Zhou Daowei nodded, trusting Zhou Chun on this point. He had observed Zhou Chun for several years, and while he couldn't say he completely understood Zhou Chun's character, he knew that Zhou Chun was a very measured person who valued his life. Generally, people who value their lives wouldn't do things that would invite trouble. After warning Zhou Chun, Zhou Daowei himself muttered to himself with a worried expression, the Dragon Transformation Sect has reappeared in the cultivation world this time, and their ambitions must be considerable. The southern states of Jing Kingdom are likely to be in turmoil. Chapter 98 The Clan Chief's Plans, The Unlucky Envoy. Lanzhou and Yunzhou are adjacent, and if the Hulong sect truly intends to make a comeback, Lanzhou will certainly not escape unscathed. Therefore, Zhou Daowei's concerns are not without merit. However, Zhou Chun feels that if the Hulong sect stirs up trouble in Jingzhou, it might not be a bad thing for the Zhou family. Currently, the cultivation world within Jingzhou, at least in the southern states, has not undergone a major power reshuffle for too long, leading to strong cohesion and xenophobia among various cultivation families and independent organizations. Even with the tacit approval of the Qinglian Temple, the Zhou family faced numerous constraints and exclusions in trying to establish themselves in Lanzhou. Even now, having established themselves, the Zhou family has only gained a foothold in Jilfang Ridge. Achieving anything significant is difficult. Zhou Chun finally discovered a Crimson Radiance iron mine, but because the Zhou family is an outsider, they had to relinquish most of the profits. Ultimately, all of this stems from the strong cohesion and xenophobia of the local powers. Without external intervention, breaking this united front of local forces would be utterly impossible. Therefore, Zhou Chun felt that letting the Dragon Transformation Sect cause trouble, ideally eliminating some local forces and freeing up some of the previously divided spoils, would be highly beneficial for the Zhou family. Furthermore, if the Zhou family could demonstrate its capabilities during this period, acting as a savior and offering assistance to some forces to help them overcome their difficulties, their future prospects would become increasingly bright. Of course, all of this was contingent on the Zhou family not becoming a target of the Dragon Transformation Sect. However, while Zhou Chun held this view, he wouldn't voice it at this time. After all, walls have ears, and he couldn't guarantee that other Purple Mansion cultivators weren't secretly observing and eavesdropping nearby. Besides, the timing wasn't right. He could only continue to watch the battle intently. On the battlefield, the dark blue-green dragon, driven by a thirst for slaughter and destruction, displayed formidable strength, single-handedly causing immense suffering to 6 Purple Mansion cultivators. After a fierce battle lasting about 15 minutes, the dark blue-black dragon finally exploded and died as the duration of the Dragon Transformation Ascension technique ended. In just that 15-minute battle, 3 of the 6 Purple Mansion cultivators were injured by the dark blue-black dragon, one of whom suffered severe injuries, including a severed limb. After the battle, the white-haired Taoist from the Azure Lotus Temple collected the belongings left behind by the male cultivator of the Dragon Transformation Sect who had died. Then, he said to the 3 Purple Mansion cultivators from Yunzhou, "Fellow Taoist Lu, please escort the 2 of you back to recover. My fellow disciples and I still need to pursue that blue dragon, so please excuse us." Seemingly afraid of misunderstanding, he added, "Fellow Taoists, rest assured, regardless of whether we succeed in pursuing that blue dragon, our sect will not forget your contributions in wiping out the remnants of the Dragon Transformation Sect today. There will definitely be relevant rewards later, This additional statement made Lu Jianqiu and the others' expressions slightly better, and they immediately agreed. Then he watched as the 3 Kinglian temple cultivators chased after the direction the Azure Dragon had gone. Just then, Zhou Daowei suddenly said to Zhou Chun, "I have to do something dangerous and it's inconvenient to take you with me any longer. Zheng Chun, you should return to the clan on your own." Hearing this, Zhou Chun wasn't surprised. Instead, he looked at him and asked, "Clan leader, are you going to chase after that Azure Dragon? That's not something you should be asking. Go back to the clan quickly." Zhou Daowei shook his head, neither admitting nor denying. But Zhou Chun knew that not denying was, in effect, admitting. He had already considered this. Zhou Daowei's Azure Cloud Python contained the dragon bloodline from the Azure Dragon. If he wanted the Azure Cloud Python to evolve into a dragon, then using the Azure Dragon's inner core as evolution material would undoubtedly be the most suitable. However, even though the Azure Dragon was now severely injured, its strength was beyond the capabilities of ordinary Purple Mansion stage cultivators. Zhou Daowei was only at the mid-foundation establishment stage. Where did he get the confidence to plot against a third-tier dragon? Zhou Chun couldn't understand this, but he didn't dare ask too many questions. He could only agree readily and watch Zhou Daowei leave. After Zhou Daowei left, Zhou Chun looked in the direction of the dragon's lair. He saw that the Barra Dragon's lair was now being excavated under the supervision of some Foundation Establishment cultivators. The 12 Foundation Establishment cultivators from the Kinglian Temple, who had originally used an array to divide the river and stop its flow, had also dispelled the array, allowing the river water to return to its original course. However, due to the diversion of the other 2 river channels, the amount of water returning to the river was much less, but it didn't significantly affect the excavation of the dragon's lair. A dragon's lair. Looking at this scene, Zhou Chun's heart was filled with regret. A dragon's lair was a good place. Generally, the places where dragons build their nests are places where spiritual energy gathers, easily giving rise to spiritual creatures. Moreover, the powerful and domineering bloodline aura of the dragon would gradually infiltrate and change the properties of the vegetation and minerals near the lair, turning them into so-called dragon blood spiritual creatures. For example, the renowned dragon transformation grass only grows near the lairs of 4th-tier flood dragons. The stronger the flood dragon and the longer it is exposed to its aura, the better the dragon transformation grass becomes. Other spiritual items like dragon blood grass, dragon bloodstone, and dragon blood fruit are also mostly formed in this way. Someone in the cultivation world once found a lair of a 4th-tier flood dragon that had been inhabiting it for hundreds of years and, while the dragon was away, destroyed the entire lair. The various spiritual items taken from the lair alone were more valuable than those from killing 2 other 4th-tier demonic beasts. This shows the value of a flood dragon's lair. However, the flood dragon's lair at Fima Mountain was only recently built, and the 2 flood dragons are neither even 4th tier. Even if there are some dragon blood spiritual items inside, their quality is probably not high. Otherwise, other Purple Mansion stage cultivators certainly wouldn't have refrained from taking action themselves. Even so, the immense fame of the Flood Dragon's lair is enough to attract some Foundation Establishment cultivators to willingly undertake the arduous task of excavation. Zhou Chun also wanted to share, but alas, he simply lacked the strength. He could only sigh and shake his head, heading down the mountain alone to return to Laozhou. This trip to Yunzhou, though he hadn't obtained the Dragon Blood artifact as expected, was still incredibly rewarding. He witnessed the true power of a dragon, the methods of a Purple Mansion stage cultivator, and the unique, evil secret techniques of the dragon transformation sect, broadening his horizons considerably. Moreover, although he hadn't obtained the Dragon Blood artifact yet, there was always a chance later. Whether the Kinglian Temple cultivators slew the dragon or clan chief Zhou Daowei truly succeeded in stealing a chicken, he should have a way to obtain some Dragon Blood artifacts. Because of this lingering expectation, Zhou Chun wasn't particularly opposed to leaving Yunzhou and returning to his clan. He had been away for so long, it was time to go back. However, Zhou Chun had only been down the mountain for a short time when he was intercepted. Immediately remove your head for inspection, or you will be treated as a remnant of the Dragon Transformation Sect. A Foundation Establishment Taoist from the Kinglian Temple hovered in the air, intercepting Zhou Chun halfway through his journey and coldly demanding an inspection. He was still wearing the hat given to him by the clan leader, Zhou Daowei, an attire that naturally aroused suspicion. However, Zhou Chun hadn't expected the Kinglian Temple to act so quickly, already searching for any lurking remnants of the dragon transformation sect. Being stared at by a Foundation establishment cultivator made him uneasy. He hurriedly removed his hat, revealing his true face, and said, "Senior, please understand, I am a cultivator from the Zhou family of spirit beasts in Lanzhou, and certainly not a remnant of the dragon transformation sect." Seeing that he was only in his 30s yet possessed a 10th level key refining cultivation, the Foundation establishment Taoist realized he had stopped the wrong person. But having already been stopped, he could only continue asking, "Since you're a cultivator from Lanzhou, what are you doing here in Yunzhou? Where are your elders?" The question was rather forced, and Zhou Chun was speechless. However, he had no choice but to answer. He respectfully replied, "My family is skilled in beast taming, and some of my elders have tamed demonic beasts with dragon bloodlines. Therefore, after hearing the news, I came here to see if I could purchase some dragon blood spirit items to offer to my elders. Is that so?" The Foundation establishment Taoist glanced at the spirit beast pouch hanging at Zhou Chun's waist, seemingly believing his explanation. He quickly waved his hand and said, "In that case, you may leave." "Thank you, Senior." Zhou Chun thanked him and, not daring to put on his bamboo hat again, immediately set off in his true form. Since the Kinglian Temple had already begun searching for the remnants of the Dragon Transformation Sect, it was the remnants of the Dragon Transformation Sect who should be panicking now. They probably wouldn't have time to bother him anymore. Before Zhou Chun even left the territory of Fima Mountain, he witnessed several cases of members of the Dragon Transformation Sect being found and killed. Judging by this, it seemed that the entire Yunzhou cultivation world, including its markets, families, and independent cultivator organizations, would soon be conducting a thorough investigation of any cultivators entering the area. After leaving Fima Mountain, Zhou Chun determined his direction and immediately activated his flying artifact to continue his journey. Knowing that Yunzhou had become a place of trouble, he naturally wanted to leave as quickly as possible. However, he had only flown less than 300 miles when he heard strange noises and flashes of spiritual light emanating from the sky behind him. It turned out that someone was fighting and chasing another in the clouds. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation, so he quickly landed to avoid danger. After landing, Zhou Chun naturally became curious about the identities of those fighting in the sky, so he quickly used a spell to enhance his eyesight and looked up at the sky. He saw a Taoist in green robes and a woman in a white dress jointly attacking an old man in black robes. All three appeared to be at the Foundation establishment stage. "It's a Foundation establishment cultivator from the Kinglian Temple." Zhou Chun recognized the familiar attire of the blue-robed Taoist immediately. Then, a thought flashed through his mind, and he suddenly understood the identities of both parties. If he wasn't mistaken, the old man in black was probably from the Hulong Sect. According to the Hulong Sect's hierarchy, key refining cultivators were ordinary members, Foundation establishment cultivators were preachers, Purple Mansion cultivators were protectors, Golden Core cultivators were elders, and Nascent Soul cultivators were the sect leader and vice leaders. Since the old man in black had Foundation establishment cultivation, he was a preacher in the Hulong Sect. Judging from this, the old man in black was clearly unlucky. His true identity had been discovered, and he had been chased all the way here. At this moment, the Taoist from the Kinglian Temple and the woman in the white dress had completely entangled the old man in black, making escape difficult even if he wanted to. After watching the three fight for about 15 minutes, Zhou Chun noticed the black-clad elder began to show signs of weakness, struggling to withstand the increasingly powerful attacks from his opponents. Then, he witnessed the use of the dragon transformation secret technique again. Given the elder's cultivation level, his mastery of the technique should have reached the second level. After casting the technique, a layer of black dragon scales appeared on his body beneath his clothes. However, compared to the lifelike dragon scales on the two dragon transformation sect protectors, the black-clad elder's scales appeared somewhat ethereal, as if they were merely magical effects rather than real, tangible objects. Even so, the defensive power of these black dragon scales was equivalent to wearing a second-tier inner armor magic weapon. Furthermore, the technique's enhancement and modification of his hands effectively gave him a pair of second-tier claw magic weapons, without requiring additional mana. Therefore, after casting the technique, the black-clad elder's fighting style rapidly changed. While continuing to wield his dragon-headed cane and black-scaled shield magic weapons to parry and deflect his opponent's attacks, He simultaneously unleashed a flurry of sharp blades of energy, tearing apart the spells thrown at him, and even lunging at his opponent's physical form like a demonic beast. Faced with this change, his two opponents remained calm. The Taoist priest from the Azure Lotus Temple swiftly formed hand seals, and a ball of azure light flew towards the oncoming black-clad elder, transforming into a giant azure lotus flower that trapped him within. Then, the woman in the white dress also formed hand seals, her palms radiating icy energy, quickly conjuring a 10-foot-long white ice dragon before her. She then pointed at the black-clad elder, and the ice dragon, formed of extreme cold, lashed out with its tail, baring its fangs and claws. The unfortunate black-clad elder, having just torn apart the azure lotus flower binding him with his claws, was slammed headfirst into the white ice dragon. The white ice dragon, itself composed of extreme cold, instantly froze the black-clad elder upon impact, turning him into a massive block of white ice that plummeted to the ground. With the three locked in combat 1,000 feet in the sky, the black-clad elder was certain to perish if the ice were allowed to fall. He was fully aware of this. Therefore, during the ice's descent, he recklessly used a self-harming technique from the dragon transformation secret technique, combined with another cultivation secret, to forcibly shatter the ice. A deafening boom echoed in the sky, followed by a shower of shattered ice that rained down on the ground. Freed, the black-clad elder, disregarding even the need to retrieve his two magical artifacts, rushed, covered in blood, towards a small river several miles away. Not good. He's trying to escape by water. Stop him, the Kinglian Temple Taoist in the sky exclaimed, recognizing the black-clad elder's scheme. However, when they saw the old man in black fall, both he and the woman in the white dress relaxed, thinking he was doomed. Now, in their haste, trying to stop the old man in black, who was determined to escape, was no easy task. The old man in black was hit by several first-tier spells cast by the two in their haste, and then plunged headfirst into the river. Chapter 99 Fighting Beyond One's Level, Key Refining Slays Foundation Establishment. Damn it, that bastard got away again. Above the nameless stream, the Taoist priest of Kinglian Temple stared at the frozen river below, his face grim. When he saw the old man in black flee into the stream, the woman in white reacted swiftly, casting a powerful ice-frozen spell. Even so, despite their frantic efforts, scanning the river for 20 or 30 miles, they still couldn't find the old man's whereabouts. Hearing the Taoist priest's discontented words, the woman in white gently shook her head and said, "The members of the Dragon Transformation Sect, depending on the attribute of the dragon blood they consume, can master different abilities after cultivating the Dragon Transformation secret technique. Since that fellow is a black dragon envoy, he must have consumed black dragon blood. After using the Dragon Transformation secret technique, he can already use some of the black dragon's abilities in the water. It's normal that we can't catch him." Even so, the Taoist priest of Kinglian Temple remained deeply frustrated. Seeing his lingering resentment, the woman in the white dress changed the subject, taking out two captured magical artifacts and saying, "After all, this wasn't a complete loss. How does fellow Taoist Wang intend to divide these two artifacts?" Hearing this, the Kinglian Temple Taoist's attention was indeed drawn to the two artifacts in her hands. After a moment's thought, he looked at her and said, "Thanks to fellow Taoist, he's helped this time. Fellow Taoist, he may choose one first." The woman in the white dress smiled gently and said, "Then I won't stand on ceremony with fellow Taoist Wang." She then put the cane artifact into her storage bag and gave the scale shield artifact to the Kinglian Temple Taoist. After dividing their spoils, the two glanced at a certain forest below and then left together. In the forest below, Zhou Chun's heart was in his throat from that last glance the two gave him before leaving. In this desolate wilderness, if the two were ruthless enough to kill him, no one would know. Fortunately, Kinglian Temple was, after all, a righteous sect with decent rules and conduct, and Zhou Chun's worries didn't materialize. Of course, it's also possible that the two Foundation establishment cultivators simply looked down on his meager wealth, feeling it wasn't worth tarnishing his reputation for such a small gain. In any case, he escaped unscathed. After watching the two Foundation establishment cultivators depart, Zhou Chun pondered for a moment, deciding not to rush off immediately, but instead to meditate and recover his mana. He had flown nearly 300 miles, consuming a considerable amount of mana. Since a battle between Foundation establishment cultivators had just taken place here, it seemed to be a safe place for the time being. He decided to recover his mana fully before setting off. However, Zhou Chun had only been meditating for less than half an hour when bye-bye, the silver lightning python lurking in the grass as a watchdog, hissed urgently, warning him. Something was wrong. Zhou Chun was startled, quickly stopping his meditation and standing up. At this moment, the silver lightning python, bye-bye, emerged from the grass, its forked tongue pointing him in the direction of the danger. Zhou Chun looked in that direction and realized it was the same direction the old man in black had fled into the stream. From the information bye-bye had conveyed through their telepathic connection, it was clear that it had detected the danger by the smell of blood. From this, Zhou Chun could easily conclude that after fleeing into the stream, the old man in black hadn't actually had time to escape far away, but had used a special concealment technique to hide himself in the stream, evading the spiritual senses of the Kinglian temple Taoist and the woman in the white dress. Only after confirming that the two were gone did the old man in black dare to reappear. However, by this time, the after effects of using the dragon transformation secret technique were already manifesting. His injuries were difficult to suppress, which was why he couldn't even conceal his own scent, allowing bye-bye to detect it. If that's the case, remembering the two magical artifacts that the Kinglian temple Taoist and the woman in the white dress had divided up, a bold idea suddenly surged in Zhou Chun's mind. He unconsciously rubbed his wrists together, feeling the two pent-up Taibai's Jing energy within them, and the thought in his heart became increasingly difficult to suppress. This trip had taken him so long, and it seemed that besides wasting a second-tier magic talisman, the wind travel talisman, he hadn't gained anything tangible. This was completely opposite to his usual pattern of always finding something on his journeys. This opportunity was a godsend. If he missed it, it would be incredibly difficult to encounter a similar opportunity again. Let's do it. A flurry of thoughts flashed through Zhou Chun's mind, and he clapped his hands together, quickly making his decision. He rapidly formed hand seals, casting the 5-element spirit armor technique to enhance his protection, and then held a golden scale shield and a first-tier high-grade magic talisman, the golden armor talisman, in his hands. He then had the silver lightning python lead the way. The two of them moved swiftly through the forest, quickly reaching the riverbank. The black-clad elder, who was meditating and healing his injuries in the grass by the stream, suddenly frowned. He quickly detected the uninvited guest through his extended spiritual sense. The spiritual sense of a Foundation establishment cultivator could cover several miles, which was why Zhou Chun hadn't tried to approach stealthily. He knew he couldn't possibly ambush the elder. At this moment, the elder's spiritual sense swept over Zhou Chun, and he immediately felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen him somewhere before. When he stood up and saw Zhou Chun rushing towards him, he quickly realized where that familiarity came from. Then, both surprised and angry, he exclaimed, "I wondered which junior was so bold. It's him." He had already recognized Zhou Chun as the key refining cultivator that Zhou Chun had asked him to hunt down. Ever since the rumors about the dragon transformation sect appeared on Fima Mountain, the elder had guessed who was spreading them. However, at that time, there were simply too many cultivators around Fima Mountain, a mixed bag including many Foundation establishment and Purple Mansion cultivators. To avoid prematurely revealing the whereabouts of the two protectors of the sect, even though they wished they could tear Zhou Chun to pieces, they dared not openly search for him at that time. This had always been the thing the old man in black hated most. And he was even worried about being punished by the Crimson Dragon Protector afterward. However, he never expected that the person who had ruined the sect's plans, whom he had been searching for so desperately, would now appear before him on his own initiative. He didn't know whether to be happy or angry. With his experience and knowledge, how could he not know what Zhou Chun was planning by daring to appear before him now? At this moment, looking at Zhou Chun getting closer and closer, his anger was immediately revealed on his face without any concealment. With icy eyes, the old man roared at Zhou Chun, "Boy, you're really arrogant. You dare challenge a Foundation establishment cultivator with only key refining cultivation." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun stopped dozens of feet away, then smiled faintly. "Isn't this confidence something you gave me, senior?" he added with a hint of mockery. "I wonder how much of your full strength you still possess in your current state. What? You think that my current severe injuries make me someone you can challenge?" The black-clad old man stared coldly at Zhou Chun, his tone chilling. "Even with only 10% of my strength left, I could still kill 10 key refining juniors like you. Ha ha ha, then I'll wait and see." Zhou Chun laughed loudly, immediately reaching for his storage bag and spirit beast bag at his waist, releasing his magic weapon and spirit pet. "You brat, "You're courting death," the black-robed elder roared in fury, immediately raising his hand and forming a hand seal. A black water snake, over 10 feet long, lunged at Zhou Chun. The first-tier high-grade spell water snake technique required no preparation time in his hands, almost instantaneous. However, a first-tier spell is still just a first-tier spell. Even though his foundation establishment stage mana could increase the spell's power, there was a limit. Zhou Chun unleashed the Moonblade Meteor Wheel, and clashed head-on with the water snake, quickly depleting most of its power. Then, the water snake was blasted apart by the rock tortoise's falling rock technique. Seeing this, Zhou Chun couldn't help but laugh nonchalantly. Is this the strength of a foundation establishment cultivator? It's far too weak. Hearing this, the black-robed elder, knowing it was a provocation, was still seething with anger. After all, as a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, he had previously been able to kill late-stage key-refining cultivators like Zhou Chun with a single, effortless move. He had never been so provoked by a key-refining cultivator. "Since you're so eager to die, young one, I'll grant your wish," he roared, immediately forming hand seals, preparing to unleash a second-tier spell to instantly kill Zhou Chun. But at that moment, Zhou Chun's mind raced, and he directly commanded the Earth Tortoise to activate the Chain Earth Spike technique, while simultaneously activating the Moonblade Meteor Wheel, to slash towards the black-clad elder. Under this barrage of attacks, the black-clad elder could no longer concentrate on casting spells, and could only wave his hands to cast defensive spells such as Water Shield Technique and Water Wall Technique to protect himself. Having reached the foundation establishment stage, these first-tier spells were almost instantaneous, requiring virtually no casting time. This was another important reason why key-refining cultivators struggled to defeat foundation establishment cultivators. Fortunately, the black-clad elder's mana was greatly reduced, and he had no suitable magical weapon. Otherwise, Zhou Chun might not have been able to withstand 3 of his attacks. However, the old man in black, being a foundation establishment cultivator, quickly realized that there was no need for him to fight Zhou Chun on the ground. So he took to the air, flying directly above the river. This rendered the Earth Turtle's only attack, falling rocks, useless. After casting several protective spells on himself, he began preparing a second-tier spell. Zhou Chun, now certain that the old man in black had no other usable magical artifacts, otherwise he wouldn't have pinned his hopes on a second-tier spell. Therefore, he quickly changed his tactics. He patted his storage pouch at his waist and summoned the small thousand mountain seal. The old man in black initially didn't pay attention to this, as he had already discerned that the small thousand mountain seal was merely a high-grade first-tier magical artifact and posed no threat. However, as Zhou Chun poured his mana into it, the palm-sized, earthen yellow seal gradually grew into a giant seal the size of a carriage, and his expression immediately changed. Unfortunately, his second-tier spell was nearing completion. If he dispelled it now, he would not only suffer a backlash but also waste a significant amount of his mana. Therefore, he could only grit his teeth and continue casting. As the giant seal hurtled towards him, he finally unleashed his spell. The black-clad elder pushed forward with both hands, sending a dragon-shaped water column crashing head-on into the descending seal. A burst of light flashed in the sky, and the giant seal was sent flying, rapidly shrinking into a smaller seal that fell to the ground. The dragon-shaped water column, however, still retained some power and, under the elder's control, continued its charge towards Zhou Chun. Seeing this, Zhou Chun's expression changed. He then, without a care for appearances, did a lazy roll, landing under the belly of the rock tortoise that was bracing itself on all fours, using the tortoise as a human shield to absorb the remaining force of the dragon-shaped water column. It must be said, a second-tier spell is indeed a second-tier spell. Even with less than 30% of its power remaining, the sheer difference in quality instantly shattered several layers of protection on the rock tortoise, striking its shell. Fortunately, the rock tortoise's shell was currently its strongest defense. It managed to withstand the attack, albeit with minor injuries. Seeing this, the black-clad elder's face darkened. He looked at Zhou Chun, who had just crawled out from under the rock tortoise's belly, and coldly said, "Is this the confidence you have to challenge me? The confidence to survive by crawling between a beast's legs?" Zhou Chun, despite the mockery, smiled without the slightest shame or anger, saying, "Senior, you said it was to save your life. Compared to life, what is mere face?" Even Marcus Hanzin of Huai'an could crawl between the legs of thugs and ruffians. What's shameful about Zhou Chun using a spirit pet as a meat shield? This is called making good use of resources. Then let's see how many more times you can crawl between legs, the black-clad elder said. And began preparing a second-tier spell by forming hand seals. Seeing this, Zhou Chun quickly activated a small 1,000 mountain seal on the ground, letting it fly up again and pouring his magic power into it. But just as he was about to enlarge the artifact halfway, the old man in black suddenly stopped casting the spell, then raised his hand with a cold smile. A spiky thorn suddenly sprouted from beneath Zhou Chun's feet, quickly binding and trapping him and his protective shield like a cage. The spiky thorn couldn't harm Zhou Chun, but it restricted his movements. Then, before the rock tortoise could go to protect its master, a white ice ball landed on it, instantly freezing it in place. After trapping Zhou Chun and his servant with consecutive spells, the old man in black quickly flew towards Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun had no choice but to abandon the small 1,000 mountain seal, which he was only halfway activating, and instead use the Moonblade meteor wheel to slash at the old man in black, intending to stop him from getting closer. At the same time, he reached into his storage pouch and took out a mid-grade first-tier magic talisman, the Firebird Talisman, activating it to burn the thorns with fire. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the forest, and billowing flames erupted beside Zhou Chun. While he himself was stunned by the force of the explosion, he successfully destroyed most of the thorns. However, the black-clad elder, having withstood the attack of the Moonblade meteor wheel, landed above him, his right hand, a sinister grin on his face, transforming into dragon claw as he lunged down at Zhou Chun. A perfect opportunity. Seeing the black-clad elder charging towards him, Zhou Chun felt not panic, but rather a surge of joy. He had originally planned to wait until the black-clad elder had exhausted most of his mana before finding an opportunity to close the distance and unleash the Xin Metal Sword Key to decide the outcome. Unexpectedly, the black-clad elder's eagerness to win had given him an even better opportunity. Without the slightest hesitation, he raised both hands as if wielding dual pistols, unleashing the Tebe Xin metal power sealed within his Taiyin lung meridians. 2-foot-long, white gold sword energies shot forth from Zhou Chun's fingers like bullets, instantly striking the black-clad elder who had descended from the sky. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. By the time the black-clad elder saw the two white gold sword energies, it was too late. The two extremely sharp sword energies easily pierced and tore through his protective magic. One pierced his chest, the other his face, instantly creating two fist-sized holes in his chest and face. Some readers wondered why the Silver Lightning Python wasn't released to participate in the battle. The reason is that there's no need for such a risk. The Silver Lightning Python has immense potential in the future, but its current strength is weak. Its presence or absence makes little difference to the protagonist's victory or defeat. Furthermore, it's not good at defense. If it were injured or killed, the protagonist would be heartbroken. Chapter 100, A Huge Gain, Jodeoi's Fortuitous Encounter. By the riverbank, Zhou Chun looked at the lifeless corpse of the old man in black on the ground and let out a soft sigh, wiping away non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. The situation just now was actually extremely dangerous for him as well. If the Tu Xinjin sword key hadn't killed the old man on the spot, he would most likely have been injured by his attack. After all, the old man's mutated dragon claws were equivalent to a second-tier magic weapon. Fortunately, the Tu Xinjin sword key didn't disappoint him, justifying the suffering he had endured to cultivate this secret technique. Now, looking at the old man's corpse on the ground, Zhou Chun composed himself and grinned, saying, "A key refining cultivator killing a foundation establishment cultivator, even if word got out, no one would believe it. Defeating a cultivator of a higher level isn't unheard of in the cultivation world, but it's extremely rare. Generally, only those with powerful backgrounds, relying on various treasures bestowed by their elders, can achieve this. A cultivator like Zhou Chun, who achieved this entirely through his own strength, is extremely rare. Even if his opponent was a foundation establishment cultivator already severely injured and without a suitable magic weapon, it wouldn't change that. Normally, even in such a situation, few key refining cultivators would dare to have the courage to actively seek out and hunt a foundation establishment cultivator like Zhou Chun. When Zhou Chun made his decision, he had already surpassed many cultivators of the same level. Not to mention he actually succeeded. Therefore, he no longer needed to hide his pride. After a moment of smugness, Zhou Chun turned his gaze to the black-robed elder's right hand. As the black-robed elder died, his right hand, which had transformed into dragon claw, quickly returned to its human form. This made Zhou Chun even more curious about the dragon transformation secret technique. If cultivating the dragon transformation secret technique would completely turn a person into a monster, then no matter how powerful the technique, Zhou Chun wouldn't be interested in it. He'd finally gotten another chance to start over. How could he be so foolish as to cultivate himself into a monster, neither human nor demon? But judging from the dragon transformation secret manual, it was clearly still human-centered. The dragon transformation was merely a special form to enhance strength. This was interesting. Immediately, Zhou Chun went forward and searched the black-clad old man's corpse, collecting everything worthwhile. Then, he casually set the body on fire, burning it to ashes. After destroying the evidence, Zhou Chun didn't rush to check his spoils. Instead, he quickly collected the rock tortoise and left the scene. One of the most important taboos in the cultivation world is checking your spoils at the scene of a murder in the wild. Because no one knows if you've already become prey for someone else who heard the commotion and came running while you're checking your spoils. After traveling dozens of miles, Zhou Chun finally stopped in a mortal town. As the saying goes, true hermits hide in plain sight. When someone appears in the wilderness, most cultivators flying overhead will easily mistake them for a cultivator. It's possible that some Foundation establishment cultivators might curiously cast their divine senses to investigate. However, in places like mortal towns, Foundation establishment cultivators generally just fly over them from the clouds, not even bothering to glance at them. Inside a guest room at an inn, Zhou Chun, after checking in, first meditated for several hours to replenish his depleted mana. Then, he took out a purification stone jar and drank several large gulps of purified spiritual water to remove the turbid and malevolent energy from his body. Only then did he take out the storage bag he had obtained from the old man in black. Although he was a Foundation establishment cultivator, the old man's storage bag wasn't significantly more advanced than Zhou Chun's. It was just larger, about 10 feet square, enough to hold the contents of a room. It's said that only the storage bags used by some Purple Mansion cultivators, or even Golden Core cultivators, truly differed significantly from lower-level storage bags. Those high-level storage bags not only had a larger internal volume, but also were protected by a combination lock-like restriction. If someone else obtained the storage bag but didn't know the correct unlocking technique, they wouldn't be able to open it. Forcibly breaking it would only damage the bag, causing its contents to flow into another dimension. Zhou Chun, after painstakingly erasing the divine sense imprint left by the old man in black, took out and examined the contents of the storage bag. Clearly, while the old man's storage bag was large, it couldn't be completely full. Even including some clothing and miscellaneous items, it only used less than half its capacity. A large portion of the contents were data sheets recording the new members of the Dragon Transformation Sect. A quick glance revealed a surprising discovery. The number of new members developed by the Black Dragon lineage alone had reached over 100, including some unsuccessful family cultivators. However, these were all only prospective members, not yet having received the dragon blood baptism, and thus not having been taught the dragon transformation secret technique. Furthermore, with the Kinglian Temple launching a major crackdown on infiltrators of the Hulong sect, it remains to be seen whether these prospective members will still be willing to join. Nevertheless, Zhou Chun quickly realized that this information might be of great use to the Zhou family in the future. He then organized the information and stored it in his storage bag, before turning his attention to other items truly valuable to him. First were the spirit coins. The black-robed elder's storage bag contained a large quantity of spirit coins, over 650, the most Zhou Chun had ever acquired in one go. Next were the magic artifacts. Zhou Chun then discovered that the black-robed elder's storage bag contained 8 magic artifacts, 3 of which were high-grade first-tier artifacts, and 5 were mid-grade first-tier artifacts. However, none of these artifacts had been refined by the black-robed elder. He guessed that these artifacts were public property stored by the Hulong sect in the black-robed elder's possession, used for recruiting members and rewarding subordinates. Finally, there were the pills. The black-robed elder's storage bag also contained a considerable number of pills, categorized according to their uses, with varying quantities of each type. Zhou Chun could only identify a few. He would have to return to his clan and consult with elders like Clan Chief Zhou Daowei to understand their functions. As for talismans, The Elder's storage bag contained few. It was unclear whether they had been used or simply not brought along. Zhou Chun also found some array flags and array plates for setting up formations, but he still didn't know what kind of formations they were or what their functions were. Furthermore, after searching through other texts in the storage bag, Zhou Chun didn't find the cultivation method for the dragon transformation secret technique, which he was particularly interested in, or even any other secret techniques. This left him quite disappointed. Fortunately, though, there was something else going for him. While he hadn't found the secret techniques he was interested in, among the raw materials and spiritual items in the Elder's storage bag, Zhou Chun found a large piece of dragon blood stone and 2 dragon blood grass plants. These dragon blood spiritual items also seemed to be auxiliary materials needed for cultivating the dragon transformation secret technique. Besides the dragon blood spiritual items, the black-robed Elder's storage bag also contained several other spiritual materials, including a valuable piece of water essence jade, a material for refining second-tier magic weapons. After this inventory, Zhou Chun roughly estimated that even excluding the dragon blood spiritual items he used himself, and excluding the pills and formations whose effects he couldn't identify, the value of the spirit coins, magic weapons, and spiritual materials in the black-robed Elder's storage bag already exceeded 2,000 spirit coins. This harvest was considerable. Zhou Chun wasn't unfamiliar with large sums of money, but after this preliminary estimate of the gains, his face beamed with joy. It was worth it. This gain completely justified the risks he had taken. No wonder they say murder and arson bring wealth. Honest work and a decent life are nowhere near as lucrative as murder and robbery. Even Zhou Chun, who always despised those who killed and robbed, couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion and uttered this lament. Compared to honest cultivators who earned spirit coins through legitimate means, banditry was far too lucrative. A single successful robbery could equal several or even decades worth of earnings for a normal cultivator. How many cultivators could maintain their integrity after tasting the sweetness of such risk-free business? Of course, Zhou Chun was just expressing his feelings. His principles and conscience would never allow him to become a bandit. If the dragon transformation sect, to which the old man in black belonged, hadn't repeatedly harmed him, and if the dragon transformation sect hadn't been an official sect targeted for suppression, he wouldn't have bothered the old man in black this time. Therefore, after his lament, Zhou Chun packed everything into his storage bag and returned to his family. Now that he had obtained the dragon blood spiritual object, he only wanted to return to his clan as soon as possible to consult with the third elder, Zhou Chun, on how to maximize the use of these spiritual objects to cultivate the silver lightning python. After traveling for 2 days straight, Zhou Chun returned to Nine Peaks Ridge, which he had been away from for more than half a year. At this time, the clan leader, Zhou had still not returned, and even his fourth brother, Zhou Zhangyu, was still on his way. Upon his return, Zhou Chun was immediately pulled aside by several elders to inquire about the situation. He was somewhat prepared for this and immediately recounted what had happened at Flying Horse Mountain. However, he did not mention his speculation about the whereabouts of the clan leader, Zhou, nor did he mention that he had killed a Foundation establishment envoy of the Dragon Transformation Sect, despite being of a higher level. After listening to Zhou Chun's account, the Zhou family elders were amazed by the intricate battle at Flying Horse Mountain, only regretting that they were not there at the time and had missed witnessing such a spectacular scene. As for the reappearance of the Dragon Transformation Sect in the cultivation world, the Zhou family elders were also worried and quickly reported the matter to the Supreme Elder, Zhou Ming. After recounting the events at Fima Mountain, Zhou Chun didn't even have time to consult the third elder, Zhou Chun, about the use of the dragon blood spirit item before being ordered around by the second elder, Zhou Chongshan, who was temporarily acting as the clan leader, to handle clan affairs. This second elder spent most of his time in seclusion in his cave, studying array formations, and had virtually no experience in handling clan matters. For the past few days, he had only been able to manage with the help of other experienced family generation cultivators. Now that Zhou Chun, the experienced clan leader, had returned, he was greatly relieved. Seeing this, Zhou Chun simply took out the array formation he had obtained from the black-robed elder and gave it to the second elder to study, then focused on handling the various affairs himself. The two of them helped each other, and it was quite harmonious. However, just as Zhou Chun returned to the Nine Peaks Ridge clan gate, the Zhou clan leader, Zhou encountered trouble. After chasing the Azure Dragon away that day, Zhou relying on the Azure Cloud Python's keen sensitivity to the Azure Dragon's aura, had not lost track of its target. During this time, he witnessed from afar the second and third battles between the three Kinglian Temple Taoists and the Azure Dragon. After these two battles, the Azure Dragon's injuries were even more severe, with even its inner core damaged. The three Kinglian Temple Taoists were also wounded in the Azure Dragon's desperate counterattacks, with one even forced to retreat halfway through the pursuit. But just as the remaining two Kinglian Temple Taoists caught up with the Azure Dragon for the third time, preparing to kill it in one fell swoop, the female cultivator from the Transformation Dragon Sect reappeared. At this time, the female cultivator from the Transformation Dragon Sect was also still recovering from her injuries, but together with the Azure Dragon, she still managed to defeat and repel the two Kinglian Temple Taoists. When Zhou Chun saw this, he thought he had no chance at all. But what he didn't expect was that after defeating the two Kinglian Temple Taoists, the Azure Dragon and the female cultivator from the Transformation Dragon Sect quickly had a conflict, and in the end, the female cultivator from the Transformation Dragon Sect angrily drew her sword and slashed at the Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon probably didn't expect that the female cultivator from the Transformation Dragon Sect, who had saved him twice, would attack him so easily. By the time it realized what was happening, the female cultivator from the Dragon Transformation Sect had already slashed it across a wound, cleaving it in two. However, the powerful vitality of the dragon's body prevented it from truly dying after being severed. Before finally succumbing, it spat out its inner core, delivering a devastating blow to the female cultivator, severely injuring her and leaving her on the verge of death. Zhou Chun, who was watching this scene from afar, was stunned. He had never expected things to take such a dramatic turn. Overwhelmed with joy, he rushed to the scene in a frenzy. When he arrived, he found the female cultivator had already fainted, and the Azure Dragon was dead. Overjoyed, he put the Azure Dragon's inner core into a jade box, and then, using hand seals, he extracted the Azure Dragon's remaining remnant soul and stored it in a jade bottle. After completing these two crucial tasks, Zhou Chun approached the unconscious female cultivator from the Dragon Transformation Sect, intending to examine her injuries. If she was beyond saving, he would naturally finish her off. If she was still salvageable, he would keep her alive and then find an opportunity to offer her to the Azure Lotus Temple in exchange for benefits. A living Crimson Dragon protector of the Dragon Transformation Sect was undoubtedly a valuable gift for the Azure Lotus Temple, which urgently needed to understand the Sect's situation. However, to Zhou Chun's utter surprise, as he approached the female cultivator and knelt down to open her storage pouch, she suddenly opened her eyes and exhaled a pink mist at him. Caught off guard, he was directly hit in the face by the pink mist and lost consciousness. In short, when he awoke again, he found himself lying naked on the ground. Not far away, the female cultivator from the Dragon Transformation Sect, who had awakened before him, was also completely naked, confronting her spirit pet, the Azure Cloud Python. The other person's injuries seemed to have healed considerably. Every day, I wake up writing and close my eyes to think about the plot. Damn it. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.